Prologue. In the storm of shit. Trapped in their helplessness, the peoples have lost their temper. The hipster culture of cool is losing ground, but at the same time a wave of unreason prevails. From the converging forces of libertarian free speech and connective technology, a post-alphabetic and at the same time hyperspressive mind has emerged. An entire culture, the online one, has devastated political reason, and the result is a flow of language and neurostimulation that overwhelms the faculties of rational processing and emotional experience. The shitstorm, a term employed by the philosopher Byung-Chul Han, is the general form of communication in the hypersaturated infosphere. Countless shitstorms, adding up, have transformed the global infosphere into a shit tsunami that has deactivated the universalism of reason, reduced sensitivity, and destroyed the foundations of ethical behavior. Resentment of identity has replaced social solidarity, and the culture of belonging has replaced universal reason. The legacies of humanism and the Enlightenment were erased along with the legacy of socialism. Yet it is precisely socialism that returns as a social demand, wages, income, etc., in an aggressively nationalist framework. No matter how chilling it may appear, National Socialism is the speech and political program of Trump, Putin, Salvini, Orban, by Erdogan, by Modi. This new National Socialism promises to restore economic security destroyed by liberal globalism, and to strengthen the nation by rejecting migrants and multiplying the fronts of competition. The unspoken in the background is the legacy of colonialism, the end of imperialist privilege, a reservoir of identity conflicts that cannot find any internationalist recomposition. Puritanism and online culture. In her controversial Kill All Normies, Angela Nagel speculates that the alt-right, the alternative right born online, which in the US played a crucial role in the rise of Donald Trump, is the effect of a polarization that is also the result of leftist identity politics, transgression as a flag, puritanical feminism, gay victimhood, quota politics. Online politics are a product of the strange period of ultra-pure purity in which we live. It is interesting that Nagel connects the rise of identity politics with ultra-puritanism. Puritan rigidity, the inability to grasp nuances and decipher ambiguity, is an emerging trait of the digital mind. In his novel Purity, Jonathan Franzen suggests that the essential peculiarity of the millennial generation lies precisely in the rejection of ambiguity and in the binarization of sensitivity. Moralist simplism, aggression against the impure, irritation against the incompatible, are the political manifestations of the Puritan binarization. The wave of aggressive resentment that has overwhelmed democracy derives above all from the conditions of political impotence and social impoverishment, of course, but it cannot be fully explained except as the effect of a mutation which, through the unlimited intensification of infostimulation and infosimulation, also affects language, the unconscious, self-perception. It is Nagel again to reiterate how Trump's success must be linked to the emergence of online culture as a hegemonic space for the formation of contemporary public sentiment. The triumph of the Trumpists is also the victory in the war against the mainstream media, now despised by the majority of voters and from the internet subcultures of both the right and the left. Perhaps we will remember the year 2016 as the one in which the domination of the official media over formal politics died. 1,000 memes with Trump/Pepe the Frog have blossomed, and a big strongman/Twitter troll who exhibited his hostility towards the mainstream media and the establishment of both parties managed to take the White House without and against them. And when it comes to describing the psychoetic atmosphere of the era of memes and Trump, Nagel can only resort to these words: a spirit of profound nihilistic cynicism has surfaced in the culture of the mainstream internet, and it has become an absurd form of evil humor dominates. Dark Illuminism. The term Dark Enlightenment was coined by the English philosopher Nick Land. Main figure of the CCRU, Cybernetic Culture Research Unit, in the 1990s, Land was born as a thinker of Marxist extraction, but has long been aligned on alt-right positions, defining a neo-reactionary trend that is at the same time supremacist, anti-feminist, and anti-egalitarian. As recalled by Yuck Hui on eFlux, Fundamentally, the neo-reaction movement and the alt-right are an expression of the anxiety born from the fact that the West is unable to face globalization while maintaining the privilege it has enjoyed in the last 200 years. In the absence of any project of post-colonial internationalism, the dynamic of Western decline has provoked a reactionary backlash, not an attempt to assimilate and manage an unstoppable decline, but to stop and reverse it, so as to reaffirm the privilege of the Western middle class. Make America Great Again is the slogan that best summarizes this resentful spirit. And yet this mass cynical uprising is not the result of an ideological conversion, but the effect of the digital flood. The flow engulfed the critical mind, and identity panic took over. The problem is that no linguistic action initiated within this semiotic storm can reverse its effect, white noise of meaning. Again, Nagel links the cultural influence of the alt-right to the Gramscian concept of hegemony. It seems that in online culture wars, the most careful to strategically apply left-wing concepts such as the Gramscian theory of hegemony and counter-hegemony, are precisely those of the right. The hegemony of the alt-right is not actually based on ideological consensus, but on a mise en abîme of meaning, a centrifugation of meaning. Here it is, the tsunami of identity shit. The left contributes to this whirlpool because it is the only way to exist, albeit without any effectiveness. Modern political discourse was essentially aimed at persuasion and the construction of consensus, while the contemporary info flow generates pervasion and saturation of attention time by deactivating the critical faculty, the ability to distinguish between true and false, between good and evil. The critical faculty, the ability to make judgments about what is good or true, is not a natural fact, but the effect of an organization in the sphere of social communication. According to Jack Goody, see The Domestication of the Savage Mind, logical thinking can only arise when written texts are available. As Gutenberg's technology spread to Europe, logical thinking became socially widespread critical judgment at the beginning of modernity. Popular access to political debate and participation in collective decisions was a consequence of the widespread availability of texts, and the creation of a discursive public sphere. Following the spread of the Internet, the proliferation of information sources creates a new infosphere and intensifies the circulation of signs with the effect of an unlimited acceleration of mental time. The exposure of the conscious mind to the contents brought by the mediascape becomes so rapid, so short, that critical processing is deactivated. Marshall McLuhan anticipated this process in Understanding the Media. According to him, when the sequentiality of the alphabetic mind is replaced by electronic simultaneity, thought tends to pass from the mode of critical processing to the mode of mythology. The return of mythological identification has shaped the political culture of past decades, following the visualization of public discourse, Nicholas Mirzoeff, Introduction to Visual Culture. Then the Internet absorbed every semiotic flow in the ocean of online browsing, swallowing both visual and verbal signs in the whirlpool, erasing the very possibility of critical discrimination between true and false, between good and evil. Dark Enlightenment. Meme ticks. If in the new semiosphere persuasion is replaced by pervasion, critical reasoning is in turn replaced by mimetic contagion. The meme is the mythological condensation of imaginary content, intertwined with beliefs and presuppositions and finally precipitated into enigmatic signs of cultural belonging. The hammer and sickle, cross, or swastika also work as memes, it's just that they are stiff memes. Pepe the Frog created by the innocent cartoonist Matt Fury in a series of underground comics, and then arbitrarily adopted as an icon by the American alt-right, is instead devoid of fixed meanings. It means nothing, but its reference is shared as a key to access an identity community. The meme does not work in a referential way, true or false, but in a metaphorical way. The content of the metaphor is not defined conceptually, but is translated pragmatically into belonging. The meme functions as a signifier, and as soon as we try to question it from the point of view of meaning, it dissolves. The accelerated public sphere can only register effects of a signifying stimulation. According to Kirk Packwood, a mimetic expert who recognizes himself in the American alt-right, A meme is the socio-cultural language that writes the programs that produce the mental model, or consciousness. A meme is the equivalent of a mental atom, the internal representation of knowledge. Finally, a meme is the fundamental unit of socio-cultural transmission, which tends to replicate itself as much as possible. The meme acts like a virus that replicates to invade the body. Packwood again, the replication of mimetic structures is analogous to the reproduction of biological organisms. For a mimetic structure to replicate, it must bind to another mimetic structure, so as to mate and replicate within the organism. Finally, it is important to understand that mimetic structures come to dominate the social matrix thanks to the fact that they are the most suitable for successful replication. The effectiveness of a meme depends on its replicability and must act as a NEME, unit of storage. In a text entitled "They Say We Can't Meme," Geert Love Inc. and Mark Tutors write, memes are simply byproducts of the app ecosystem, the medium, not the meme, is the message. Memes are smoke and mirrors in an action that aims to penetrate the human limbic system as deeply as possible. We can see memes as a symptom of the accelerated state of our technology. Memes act on that elusive half-second that passes between thought and action. The question that arises is, what to do in the mimetic sphere? Which brings us to a second question, can the left meme? That is, can the culture of the left act mimetically? Can the universalist concepts of the Enlightenment or the internationalist concepts of the 20th century left translate into the post-critical, non-critical, modalities of online culture? In a second article entitled "Rude Awakening," Love Inc. and Tutors try to deconstruct the mimetic practice by hypothesizing a progressive detournement of that practice. Mimetic imagination is a condensation effect, but it is also an effect of technical acceleration. The message is the medium, not the meme. The meme works only in technically accelerated, saturated, synthetic environments, and therefore the connective medium implies and conditions the content itself, the pragmatic functioning, of the message. No longer based on discursive strategies of persuasion, politics becomes a battle of mythological suggestions condensed into mimetic nerve stimulations. No longer capable of critical judgment due to the contraction of processing time, the mind reacts to nerve stimuli in a non-logical way, and develops mythological identifications. Memes are active in the subconscious sphere, and are most effective in cognitively weakened organisms, affected by disorientation, exposed to mental chaos and desperately in need of a way out of their despair. Beta men. In the case of white males, social defeat evolves into resentment and aggressive search for identity. White racism tends to prevail in the population of the Northern Hemisphere, in Europe as in America as in Russia. Yet its characteristics are different from those of the racism of the imperialist era. It is more of a loser racism. White workers, who once enjoyed the social privilege of colonization and the cultural privilege of social solidarity and progress, have been socially humiliated, just as democracy has been reduced to a ritual by automatic taxation of the financial government. Political humiliation is accentuated by demographic decline and the consequent decline in energy, with its sexual and psychic implications. These converging trends have fueled a wave of resentment and revenge that takes the form of white supremacism in the Western world. Angela Nagel relates again, the Men Going Their Own Way, MGTOW, movement is a group of white separatists whose members have chosen to avoid romantic relationships with women to protest against a destroyed culture. From feminism and to focus on individual fulfillment and independence from women. The speech is generally enriched with references to sluts who cheat, leave, use your money and so on. He likes to discuss women who give it away in their 20s and then 30, when their sexual assets begin to dwindle, invest everything in serious relationships. Feminism has destroyed Western civilization and so on, and women force them to raise children who are not ours, or get pregnant to trap them, or accuse them of rape that never happened. And again, a frustrating contradiction and hypocrisy lies in the fact that we want to keep the benefits of tradition without having to accept its limitations and duties. They want the best of the sexual revolution, sexual success with pornographed, lubricated and ready for anything women, without the insecurities of a society where women have freedom of sexual choice. The sexual patterns that emerge as a result of the decline of monogamy see an increase in sexual choice for an elite of men and a growing involuntary celibacy for the population at the base of the hierarchical order. Male resentment acts as a factor of identification. The isolated young male in his fragile digital capsule and the depressed senescent male react to their frustration by identifying with the white hero, and the frog Pepe becomes an imaginary contraction of this cynical ironic identification. For Nagel, the Nietzschean fetish of the physically strong male, of the hierarchy and exercise of the will, which attracted Nietzsche's Nazi readers, contrasts pathetically with the reality of his physical state: myopia, nervous prostration, chronic illness, disorders digestive and of course bitter rejection by women. One of the dominant concerns of the monosphere, or male sphere, is the idea that there are beta males and alpha males. There is a lot of debate as to whether women prefer alpha males or whether women cynically use or completely ignore beta males, that is, those low-level males in the cruel hierarchy with whom they interpret every aspect of human interaction. Transgression. Readings such as those of Angela Nagel insist a lot on the effect produced by the sexual revolution of the 1960s on the psychic economy of the West, and particularly on that part of the male population that feels excluded and marginalized by the freedom of choice of women. In Love in the West, Denis de Rougemont states that the most important source of suffering among human beings is love, as well as resentment for the absence or rejection of love. This kind of resentment has been accentuated by the late modern explosion of advertising, the visual stimulation of sexual desire, and the public display of female pleasure. In the perception of frustrated males, the condition of isolation, loneliness, and sexual misery is an effect of the decline of monogamy and female freedom of choice. This perception corresponds only partially to the reality of the general sexual economy, but it is nevertheless a strong motivation for that anti-feminist aggression that we see rampant in the present age. In recent years, the idea has taken shape that things have gotten worse because of the cult of transgression, which would be a hallmark of the culture of the 1960s, of protest, and in particular of the feminist movement. Now, I don't think transgression should be linked to the culture of social movements. Rather, it is a value that belongs to the late modern trend of the artistic avant-garde. Social movements have distinguished themselves for the search for autonomy, and transgression should not be identified with autonomy. On the contrary, the two concepts contradict each other. Transgression implies the norm as a condition to be transgressed, while autonomy is based on the idea that society can develop outside the norm. Nonetheless, a transgressive style has been important in the definition of feminist and radical culture, since transgression can be seen as a way to break the rule of power, and to give expression to the repressed cultural potential of society. Today, however, it is clear that the radical right has appropriated the transgressive style in a sort of grotesque parody of the provocations staged by the leftist culture of the past. In the 1960s, the gestures of transgressive provocation were aimed at striking the common imagination and breaking the taboos of a conservative society. Since then, however, this kind of act has been redefined and remeaning in the sphere of advertising, and the neoliberal culture has exalted transgression as a condition for the full development of competition and productivity. The cult of liberation has indeed produced a policy of deregulation, but it would be simplistic to identify the former with the latter. Today the reaction of the right plays with the transgressive style in an inverted way. Breaking the taboos of the left and political correctness has become the requirement for effective communication. Aggression, rudeness, linguistic brutality are the hallmarks of contemporary public discourse. Yet I don't think this wave of rudeness should be considered essentially as a consequence of the transgressive style that descends from the cultural and sexual liberation movements. Rather, I think that the contemporary epidemic of unkindness must be linked to the changed conditions of social interaction. The effect of the digital mutation is the isolation of bodies in the communication process, the reduction of language to a tool for competition. The unlearning of courtesy is the effect of a condition of increasing isolation. While individuals interact more and more as economic agents, they find themselves less and less in the same physical and erotic environment. In the new condition of resentful loneliness and the separation of linguistic exchange from bodily presence, we can perhaps find the roots of the aggressive rudeness which is the main feature of current public discourse. Irony and cynicism. What is the rhetorical register with which the meme manifests itself? For Lovink and tutors, even if the majority of memes are absurdly banal, one part explicitly evokes the subliminal, as it relates to the ridiculous and the ironic. Exemplary is the concept of kek, which means magical chaos and is imagined to be the result of the coordinated actions of memers who use the image of the frog Pepe, an element widely used in Trump's 2016 campaign. Irony was once the domain of literary language, or of popular understatement, dissimulation, intentional ambiguity, the conscious deterritorialization of the link between the signifier and the signified. This is no longer the case. The ironic spirit of Dada has filtered into the mediascape, first of all through advertising. The rhetorical register of irony was then mixed with bitterness, turning into cynicism. Irony is the awareness of the ontological freedom of language, but it is also ethical tolerance of imperfection. Cynicism shares with irony the awareness that language is ontologically free, without foundation other than sharing, but it rejects imperfection, removes death and decline, and seeks revenge against destiny. When the spirit becomes unable to tolerate imperfection, when the spirit rages with humiliation and resentment, the irony turns into sarcasm, and then into aggression. In the empty space of truth, which is the source of the freedom of language, irony is joyfully found as long as it does not pretend to establish an order, and as long as it is free from any will to power. Irony is the joyful awareness of metaphysical impotence which is inscribed in time. Online culture seems to be founded on a condition of permanent aggression and self-defense, in the register of a cynical irony that diverges totally from the ethical irony that can only flourish in a space of silence. So it is not a question of irony, but rather of insult and threat. A mutation of everyday language is underway, and we should be aware of the political implications of this mutation. The horizon beyond the storm. In recent years, almost without our realizing it, a continent has emerged. It is a continent made of mental chaos, of social immiseration, of widespread psychic suffering. And, while the bonds of solidarity were disintegrating, this continent has eroded any space for political action and rational government, the minimum basis of ethical and linguistic sharing necessary for political consent and dissent, has been destroyed by social humiliation. And from unruly aggression to the social mind. In place of the hegemony that arises from rational consensus, we have seen a wave of nationalism and racism rising from the frustrated demand for social rights. What emerges from the continent of resentment is a mixture of true nationalism and false socialism. It is the same film that we saw not even a century ago, only we have to prepare to live it in a postmodern version. It does not seem to me that at the moment there is a possibility of resisting this wave, let alone subverting it. A long period of violence, war, and dementia awaits us. The only thing we can do, besides never losing our good humor and irony, is to forge concepts for understanding the world that is emerging, however horrible it is. In the short lifespan that remains to my generation, all that remains is to hand over to the future the possibility of a happy life that risks being buried by the storm of shit. And to understand, in the midst of this storm, where the germs of possibility lurk. A different version of this text appeared on JIP in June 2018. The Horizon of Possibility. I define possibility as a content inscribed in the present constitution of the world, i.e. the immanence of possibilities. The possibility is never one, it is always plural. The possibilities inscribed in the current composition of the world are not infinite, but many. The field of possibilities is not infinite because the possible is limited by the impossibilities inscribed in the present, nevertheless it is plural, it is a field of bifurcations. When we are faced with an alternative between different possibilities, the organism goes into vibration, then he proceeds making the choice that corresponds to his power. I call power the subjective energy that develops possibilities and actualizes them. Power is the energy that transforms possibilities into concrete realities. I call power the selections and exclusions that are implicit in the structure of the present as a prescription. Power is the selection and imposition of one possibility among many, and at the same time it is the exclusion and invisibility of many others. Possibility. This selection can be described as gestalt, structuring form, and acts as a paradigm. It can also be seen as a format, a model that we can only create by respecting the code. Possibilities. In 1937, in the Swedish magazine Nordisk Tidskrift, Henry Bergson published the article Le possible et le real. In this text, later included in the book La pensée et le mouvement, the French thinker answers the question, what is the meaning of the word possibility? We call possible what is not impossible. Obviously this non-impossibility is the condition for its implementation. But this possibility is not a degree of virtuality, it is not an ideal pre-existence. From this negative sense we pass unconsciously to the positive sense of the word. In the first definition, possibility means absence of obstacles, but now we pass a new meaning, pre-existence in the form of an idea. Point 1. B is possible means that B is inscribed in A and nothing prevents B from developing from the present condition by A. Bergson speaks of pre-existence in the form of an idea, but I don't want to use the word idea. I prefer to say that a future state of being is possible when it is immanent or inscribed in the present institution of the world. However, we should not forget that the present constitution of the world contains many different, and conflicting, possibilities, not just one. Extracting and realizing one of the many immanent futurabilities, this is the passage from the possible to the real. Futurability is a level of possibility that can be actualized or not. Bergson writes, why is the universe ordered? How can the rule impose itself on the irregularity? How can the form impose itself on the matter? This problem vanishes as soon as we understand that the idea of disorder makes sense in the sphere of human industry, in the sphere of manufacturing, not in the field of creation. Clutter is simply an order you are not looking for. We look at the chaotic tangle of matter, events, flows, and look for a possibility of order, a possible organization of chaos. We extract fragments from the magma and then try to combine them, in an attempt to overturn entropy. It is precisely this process of local and temporary reversal of entropy that we call intelligent life. Time is the dimension of decay and resistance, of dissolution and recomposition. Time is the process of becoming another of each fragment into every other fragment, forever. Bergson defines the concept of possibility from the point of view of time. Why does reality unfold? How does it not unfold? What purpose does time pursue? I am speaking here of real, concrete time, not abstract time which is merely the fourth dimension of space. Doesn't the existence of time prove the indeterminacy of things? Isn't time itself this indeterminacy? The old philosophy, Bergson says, was centered on eternity, the immutable categories of being, the eternal conjunction of idea and thought. Moderns put themselves on a different level. They no longer treat time as an intruder, a perturbation of eternity. The temporary is not for them a confusion of reason. But let's forget the theories and stay with the facts. Moderns no longer treat time as an intruder, a perturbation of eternity. First, Bergson defines the possible in a tautological way. Possible is what is not impossible. Possible is what is not necessarily destined to exist, and at the same time is not necessarily destined not to exist. Second, Bergson acknowledges that this is an empty definition. It says nothing about the content of possibility. If we want to know more, we must understand what happens in the empty space of non-impossibility and non-necessity. Let's think about the evolution of a living organism. The organism's field of possibility is included in its genetic code, but the code is not the story of the future. Rather, it opens up a ray of possible evolutions, and many different paths can be taken in this ray. Epigenesis, the process by which an organism develops its genetic code, continually exposes the emerging organism to the environment and events that the code can neither predict nor preform. This field of possibilities is not infinite, because it is limited by the genetic conditions inscribed in the code. But it is in no way reducible to a mere deterministic succession of predictable states. Since the possible is plural, the environmental events in which the code develops choose and model one form among many. Possibility is like the intensity of the tantric egg, before and during the differentiation process. What Spinoza calls singular essence, it seems to me, is an intensive quality, as if each of us were defined by an intensity complex that they refer to its essence, and also to relations that regulate the extended parts, the extensive parts. 2. In 8,000 Planes the passage from possibility to actuality is described as a passage from the intensity of the egg to the unfolding of gradients of differentiation, and finally to the full development of the extended body. A body without organs is made in such a way that it can only be populated by intensity. Only intensities pass and circulate. A body without organs is made in such a way that it can only be populated by intensity. Only intensities pass and circulate. Furthermore, the body without organs is not a scene, a place, or a support on which something is destined to pass. It has nothing to do with fantasy, there is nothing to interpret. The organless body causes intensities to pass, it produces and distributes them in a space that is itself intensive, devoid of extension. It is not a space, nor is it in a space, it is matter that occupies space to a certain degree, the degree that corresponds to the intensities produced. It is non-layered, formless, intense matter, the matrix of intensity, intensity at the 0 degree. But there is nothing negative in that 0, there are no negative or opposing intensities. Matter is like energy. The production of reality as an intensive magnitude that begins at 0. This is the reason why we treat the organless body like the full egg before the extension of the organism and the organization of the organs, before the formation of the layers, like the intense egg defined by axes and vectors, gradients, and thresholds, from the dynamic tendencies that imply transformation of energy and kinetic movements, group shifts and migrations, all independent of the accessory forms for the organs to appear and function here as well as intensity. The organ changes when it crosses a threshold, when it changes gradient. No organ is constant in terms of function or position. Sexual organs sprout everywhere, the rectum opens, defecates, and closes, the whole organism changes color and consistency with adjustments that break the second. Tantric egg. Point 3. The tantric egg contains innumerable intercellular concatenations, it is the network of possibilities. The evolution of these concatenations from a state of virtuality to the state of an unfolded organism is the space for the actualization of the possible. What I call power is the condition for this actualization. Power makes it possible to pass from the zero-dimensionality of information to the multidimensionality of the body and the event. Power then is the grid of selections that visualizes, accentuates, and executes a coherent plan in which a possibility is unfolding, excluding any other possibility from the space of actualization. The tantric egg is the magma of all possibilities, the chaotic content that seeks a form. If the general intellect is the content, the semi-capitalism is the gestalt, the generator of coded forms, paradigmatic capture. Power is the submission of possible content to a generative code. The horizon of our time is marked by a dilemma. In the first scenario, the general intellect will unfold and develop according to the paradigmatic line of the semi-capitalist code. In the second scenario, the general intellect is combined in a form that follows the principle of autonomy and the non-dogmatic and useful use of knowledge. Who will decide the solution to this dilemma? Who will decide the actualization of one possibility or another? This is the question I will address in the third and last part of this book. To pass from virtuality to actuality, a possibility must be embodied in a subject, and this subject needs power. How can a possibility be embodied in a subject? How can a subject have power? A possibility is embodied in a subject when the magma of possibilities encounters a concatenation that transforms the magma into intentional subjectivity. Liberal democracy is the political concatenation that makes possible the objectification of the bourgeois class in the century of modernity. Communism is the concatenation that allows industrial workers to show solidarity and fight for their social rights. But what concatenation will allow the general intellect to emerge as a conscious force aimed at dismantling and reprogramming the world according to a real utility of knowledge? Power. Power is the condition that makes transformation possible according to the will of a subject. History is the space of the emergence of possibilities embodied in subjectivity which are endowed with power. Power enables us to be free and to transform the environment around us. On the contrary, power is the subjecting of possibilities to a generative code. Like evolution, history can be seen as a succession of bifurcations and selections, but in the realm of history, at every bifurcation, consciousness plays a decisive role in the selection of conflicting possibilities. To emerge from the chaotic and throbbing dimension of possibility, a body needs power. Power is the energy that binds a possibility inscribed in the present to its subject. In order to translate possibility into form, the subject endowed with power must get rid of the power that opposes the conflicting possibility inscribed. Contrary to what many contemporary Spinozians say, for example Tony Negri, power is not infinite. In his writings, particularly in texts such as The Savage Anomaly and Subversive Spinoza, Negri attributes to Spinoza the idea of the infinity of power. Being does not want to be subjected to a becoming that does not hold truth. Truth is said of being, truth is revolutionary, being is already revolution. For this is a phrase with a strangely theological flavor, but it is Negri himself who clearly claims the absolute nature of the world is the absolute. We are happily crushed on this fullness, we can only attend the superabundant circularity of meaning and existence. This is how the second reason for Spinoza's relevance is defined on this point. He describes the world as absolute necessity, as the presence of necessity. 5. The definition of the world as absolute necessity is the foundation of Negri's strenuous refusal to recognize the limits of power, as well as the root of his faith in liberation as necessity. As an atheist that I am, I can only abandon the faith. I do not believe that there is anything necessary in liberation. Liberation is a possibility, and it is also a rather unlikely possibility, at least in this first part of the 21st century. Is it that liberation is inscribed in the absolute structure of the world? Negri replies with a loud and clear yes. But this leads to an imaginative obliteration of reality, and to an even more imaginative forgetfulness of what the life of contemporary subjectivity is. Liberation is not a necessity, but a possibility that requires power to be realized. And that power sometimes we don't have. All the rhetorical Viagra that comes from Spinoza's Negrian reading is useless when it comes to dealing with the political impotence of contemporary subjectivity. The possibilities inscribed in social life and in knowledge do not find a political concatenation, and the possible is clouded by sad passions. The origin of this sad passions must be understood by avoiding repressions or hysteria. If we want to find a way out, we must look the beast in the eye. Deleuze wrote, the effectus in Spinoza is a continuous variation of the force of existing. This variation increases or decreases the power of the subject. Sad passions and joyful passions are to be seen as what effects, as causes of this increase or decrease. Spinoza points the finger at those who have every interest in affecting us with sad passions. The priest needs that those who are subjected to him are sad, it is useful for him to feel guilty. Provoking sad passions is essential to the exercise of power. 6. Experiencing sad passions is not something to be considered as a kind of guilt, an error to be corrected. Sad passions are not the result of a misunderstanding, nor can they be erased by mere willpower or by some adequate understanding. As Deleuze recalls, sad passions are the result of an exercise of power. Power is the agency that reduces the field of possibility to a prescriptive order. Power, therefore, is the actual cause of sad passions, and their existence can be seen as an effect of the soul's submission to the force of power. For Spinoza, evil is a bad encounter, a bad combination of your body and another. Bad encounters happen, unfortunately. Many of them happen these days. Quoting Spinoza, Negri writes, "Beatitude is not the reward of virtue, but virtue itself, and we don't enjoy it because we repress our cravings, but, conversely, because we enjoy it, we can repress our cravings." Spinoza overturns Hegelism before it was born on the recognition of its logical supremacy, and anticipates the development of history in the productivity of reason, thus overturning the Hegelian affirmation of philosophy as the registration of a dried and selected event, placing therefore truly the freedom at the basis of the event and of history, absolutely rooting human power on the low and productive edge of existence. There is no distinction in Spinoza between phenomenological Erklärung and metaphysical Darstellung. 7. It is difficult not to see the analogy between Spinoza's pantheistic view and Hegel's panlogistic view. The difference, however, is crucial. In Hegel the infinite is the energy of spiritual becoming, in Spinoza infinity is nature, and power is the body. What can a body do? Spinoza asks, and it is a question that intends to illuminate the excessive nature of the body, not to affirm its limitless power. In fact, so far no one has determined what the body is capable of for itself, that is, so far experience has not taught any human what the laws of nature alone allow the body to do and not do, considered only in the body sphere. Speed the transmission of the order to move occurs. What can a body do today? What can the social body do in the present condition of separation from the automated brain? Impotence is the topic I will discuss in the first part of this book. Power. At each fork in history, the field of possibilities is limited by power and at the same time opened by emergent subjectivity. If the emergent subjectivity has the power, internal consistency and projective energy, it can drag the invisible possibility into the space of the visible, and can therefore initiate the actualization of that possibility. Morphogenesis is the emergence of a new form from a vibration, from an oscillation between the different evolutions of the body of possibilities. The emerging form is retained as a possibility, but in the transition from the alternative to the solution we can insert automatic selections. Automation is the replacement of human acts with machines, and also the subsumption of cognitive activity by logical and technological chains. Here lies the origin of power, in the insertion of automatic selections within the social vibration. Automation is programmed by the human mind according to projects, visions, ideologies, preconceptions. The automaton replicates the intention it carries incorporated and the form of relationship established. What is a shape in relation to its content? And how does it happen that a new form can emerge? How do things generate things, and concepts generate concepts? And finally, the more interesting question, how do concepts generate things? Power can be defined as an artificially produced form of determinism. In fact, power takes the form of techno-linguistic automatisms capable of shaping future behaviors. If you don't pay the rent you will be evicted from your apartment, if you don't pay your taxes you will be automatically expelled from university, and so street. The concrete execution of the eviction or expulsion is not the act of a human agent, who could perhaps give in to compassion or even change his mind. Rather, they are implicit consequences in the technical machine, as if they were logical mathematical necessities. They are not, but the linguistic machine records the behavior and translates it into its direct consequences. Real events activate mathematical functions inscribed in the machine as logical necessities. This right of preemption prescribes the future form of the organism in a deterministic key, and does so through the grafting of biotechnical or techno-social mutations. Determinism is not only a bad philosophical methodology that describes evolution in terms of causal implications, but it is also a political strategy that aims to introduce causal chains into the world, and in particular into the social organism. The determinist strategy aims to subdue the future, to force a trend into a preventive model, and thus to make future behaviors automatic. The effect of this chain of automatisms is a deterministic trap, a trap in which the possible is imprisoned and reduced to mere probability, while the probable is imposed as necessity. This is the theme I will talk about in the second part of this book. Immanence, trend, paradigm. Immanence is the quality of being within the process, the intrinsic character or inherence of something to something. This book has as its object the futurability, the multiplicity of possible immanent futures, a becoming other, which is also inscribed in the present. But if we assume that the future is necessarily inscribed in the present constitution of the world, then we attribute a teleological meaning to immanence, and the inscription resolves into prescription. Teleology can be founded on a deterministic interpretation of scientific causality, or on a theological design, which we could define pantheism, of the history of the world. God is the immanent prescriber. A materialistic view of immanence, however, can only be based on the awareness that present reality contains a wide spectrum of possibilities, and that the selection of one possibility among many is not prescribed in a deterministic way in the process of morphogenesis. The future is inscribed in the present as a trend that we can imagine, a kind of premonition, a vibrational movement of particles caught in an uncertain process of continuous recombinations. Immanence does not imply a logical and necessary consequentiality. The present does not contain the future as a linear unfolding, or as a consequential elaboration of the implications that we can read in current reality. Immanence means all the innumerable and conflicting possibilities inscribed in the present. The present state of the world can be described as the simultaneous vibrational occurrence of many possibilities. So how can this chaotic vibration give life to a particular event? How does it happen that, among so many development possibilities, only one prevails? The future states of the social universe are not the linear development of a political will, but the result of infinitely complex relationships, conflicts, mediations. We call heterogeneity, or heterogenesis of ends, the asymmetrical relationship between project and realization, between will and historical composition of the innumerable and concurrent wills in the determination of an event. The relationship between now and tomorrow, between the present state and the future state of things, is neither necessary nor necessary. The present does not contain the future as if it were its linear development. The emergence of one form among the many possible is the temporary and unstable effect of a polarization, the temporary fixation of a model. Trend is the movement in a given direction. The vibrational complexity of the world as a potentiality can be interpreted in terms of coexisting and mutually conflicting tendencies. Tendency is the possibility that seems to prevail at a given moment in the vibratory process that gives rise to the event. At the height of industrial modernity, the emancipation of social activity from wage labor was inscribed in the social chain, especially in the relationship between the power of the general intellect and the technology then existing. The emancipation of human activity from capitalist exploitation was a possibility that could be read as a trend. Communism was imminent both in the technical composition of capital and in the social consciousness. Nonetheless, as we well know, that possibility was not realized. The tendency towards the emancipation of human activity from capitalist exploitation, what I call possible communism, did not prevail. The possibility of communism was cancelled by the Bolshevik Revolution and the consequent establishment of a dictatorship of the army and the state. Indeed, Lenin broke the structural chain conceptualized by Marx. Events such as the Soviet Revolution or the Paris Commune itself were not the necessary development of structural dynamics inscribed in the production process. They were sudden and untimely events. But every event is untimely. To be honest, the event cannot be thought of as anything other than untimely, since it does not correspond to a chain of causality. The Russian Revolution refuted the Marxian belief that the socialist revolution would begin in the advanced industrial countries. Gramsci himself defined the Bolshevik Revolution a revolution against capital, an intentionally ambiguous expression that suggested first of all subjectivism versus determinism. The event and the structure cannot be described in terms of necessary mutual implication. Structure does not necessarily imply an event, nor can an event linearly translate into a structure. Paradigmatic capture is how I call the reduction of a field of possibilities inscribed in the present to a model that functions as a formatting gestalt. There is a conflict between the emerging possibilities and the dominant paradigm. The paradigmatic capture blocks and prevents the development of the trend and stiffens the vibration, reducing the multiplicity of possibilities of a new, provisional, temporary, and unstable state of affairs. The relationship between society and technological development can be described in terms of possibility and paradigmatic capture. Knowledge, production, and technology are all linked in a field of possibilities. Technology is not a chain of logical implications, but a field of imminent and conflicting possibilities. From the very beginning, electronic technology and digital networks have made possible a process of transformation of social relations and production, a process which in turn was susceptible to possible and divergent evolutions. But now, digital technologies and artificial intelligence applications are paving the way for a kind of automation of the future. Statist icon. In the infinity of time, an endless chain of bifurcations produces vibrations, selections, and emergencies. At each instant the matter enters a vibrational state that oscillates between different possibilities, until a new whole emerges. The emergence of consciousness is an effect of evolution, but it is also a leap into a reflective dimension, the dimension of choice. When the time of evolution is crossed by consciousness, then we can speak of history. At this point the bifurcations are perceived as intentional selections between different possibilities. Human beings seem to have the peculiar ability to make conscious choices and to know how to select one possibility among many. Conscious choices are not rational processes of calculation, or at least not only they also express aesthetic preferences, and are influenced by flows of infopsychic stimulation. Since the future is not prescribed and that the succession of now and tomorrow is neither monolithic nor determined, our task is to distinguish the layers of futurability that are woven into present reality and consciousness. Futurability can be traced in terms of absolute necessity, relative necessity, or probability, trend, possibility and impossibility. Absolute necessity is proper to logical statements that are true today and will be true tomorrow as well, since they are inscribed in the human mind and do not involve any relationship with external reality. Kant distinguishes between synthetic propositions and analytic propositions. Analytic propositions can be considered obvious truisms, since the content of the statement is implicit in the cognitive constitution of the subject. Analytical truth is therefore a necessity. Relative necessity, on the other hand, is a concatenation of temporal events that implies a certain probability, or a concatenation of states of being imposed by law or force. If you don't pay the rent you will be evicted is a case of futurability with relative necessity. There is no logical necessity in such an implication, but social relations are founded on the imposition of rules and conventions. This imposition can be accomplished through violence, or consent, or through the strength of automation. In the computer of the real estate agency there are logical chains according to which the renter who does not pay the rent will be evicted from the apartment. However, this implication is neither logical nor natural, it is imposed by the automation of the will, by the automated transcription of a relationship of forces. Financial capitalism is based on techno-linguistic implications that claim to be natural and logical. But they are not. Rather, they are artificial reductions of the range of possibility at the narrow window of probability. Preemption. The predictive power of the contemporary global machine derives from the ability to regularly and automatically read huge streams of data. The statistical prediction that follows, thanks to phenomena such as the filter bubble, is resolved in the prescription and removal of subjective free will. I call statist icon, according to Warren Nietzsche's suggestion, the techno-informational automatism that captures data from the living flow of social activity, to adapt the articulations of the global machine to the expectations of the social organism, and symmetrically to adapt the expectations of the organism to the joints of the global machine. Eli Paris defined filter bubbles as the customized techniques that allow Google and other search engines to anticipate our requests and thus shape and control our desires. It is an expression that refers to the statist icon of which Warren Nietzsche speaks, a reducer of future events to predictable probabilities. The word preemption, which in Italian we translate as preemption, in English has several meanings. The most immediate is that of preventive purchase, but in a broader sense it covers the semantic space of the Italian term prevention, from the English verb preempt. However, it is a question of particular prevention, which preemptively empties the subject. Emption in English means to buy, but in a certain sense also to empty. Preemption is complementary to statistical capture. Precoming and preempting the future means anticipating future behavior and depriving it of singularity. In the dynamics of statistics, the mirror functions as a generator. The data directs the machine to anticipate and pre-package social behavior. Statistics do not evolve together with the environment, in this case social life, but the condition for this coevolution is the pre-written structural homology that makes social interaction possible in the sphere of automated governance. For there to be effective communication, the agent of the utterance must use language that is understandable by the machine. Once the agent of enunciation has accepted the format that makes interaction possible, the interaction can evolve and the machine can adapt to the living organism, until the living organism has itself adapted to the living organism. Machine. Statistical preemption involves two complementary actions. One is the recording of massive data streams, the second is the adaptation of the machine to the living environment and the reciprocal adaptation of the living, and conscious, organism to the machine. The large amounts of data provide the machine with its ability to adapt, and at the same time the filter bubble induces conscious and living organisms to become compatible with the responses expected by the machine. Statistical preemption is the way governance works, that is, the current aspect of political and economic power, a form of intentionally generated determinism. It acts as a deterministic trap. The future of the organism can be altered by biotechnical or techno-social modifications. The possible is captured and reduced to mere probability, and the probable is confirmed as necessary. Yet a new possibility emerges at the next fork, and the next bifurcation poses the following dilemma: will the general intellect be able to find ways of reuniting with the body outside the connective standards? Will the general intellect, millions of cognitives all over the world, be able to identify an erotic, aesthetic, ethical body? Futures are contained in the present as imminent possibilities, not as necessary developments of a code. Futurability examines the multidimensionality of the future. A plurality of futures is inscribed in the present. One of the deciding factors in selecting among these possibilities is consciousness, and consciousness is constantly changing in the flow of a changing social composition. A process of cognitive automation is underway. The articulations of the global machine, interfaces, applications, proliferate and fit into the concatenation of the social mind. The subjunctive body and the conjunctive mind are traversed by the architecture of a general connectivity. A code is inscribed in our infoneural connections. Faced with this process of cognitive wiring, we are often led to think that there is no way to escape a kind of neurototalitarianism that is still in the process of forming. I try to find a way out, and I know that this way exists, since the subjunctive body of the general intellect is bigger than the code that is embedded in it. In this sense, the dynamics of the general intellect could lead to unpredictable deviations from a deterministic replication of the codified implementation. The state of psychological and economic depression in which the present finds itself obscures the awareness of the fact that no deterministic projection of the future is true. The feeling is that of being trapped in a tangle of techno-linguistic automatisms, finance, global competition, military escalation. But the body of the general intellect, the social and erotic body of millions of cognitive workers, is richer than the connective brain. And the current reality is richer than the format that is imposed on it, because the multiple possibilities inscribed in the present are not completely extinct, even if at the moment they appear inert. The possible is imminent, but it is incapable of developing in a process of actualization. The inertia of the possibilities inscribed in the present composition of the social body is an effect of the impotence of subjectivity. Over the past century, the social subjectivity of workers has experienced forms of solidarity, autonomy, and well-being, but in the end it was deprived of power to the point that now it finds itself unable to express those potentialities which still remain present in the general intellect and in the body of social solidarity. The possibility of social time emancipation from the obligation of wage labor is still there, and its seat is in the cooperative knowledge of millions of cognitive workers. But in the present condition this possibility fails to emerge due to a political powerlessness that I want to both describe and analyze in this book. The goal is to find a way to overcome this condition. The impotence of subjectivity is an effect of the absolute power of power when it becomes independent of the will, decisions, and government of man, that is, when it is inscribed in the automatic fabric of technology and language. Social psychomancy. The man thinks. The horse thinks. The sheep thinks. The cow thinks. The dog thinks. The fish doesn't think. The fish is mute, expressionless because the fish knows everything. Iggy Pop, this is a film. This book is an attempt to construct a psychomantic map of social futurability. It is a research, or divination, on the social becoming of the psychosphere. From this point of view we could see the lines of evolution that emerge from the chaotic vibration of contemporaneity. Nowadays, this chaotic vibration is clearly visible in the rampant epidemic of aggressive madness. Dace, Donald Trump, financial austeritarian and resurgent National Socialism are the signs of the contemporary psychotic epidemic. Every day we feel the feeling of how futile it is to stand up to the rising tide of racism, fanaticism, and violence. This wave is not the effect of a political decision, that is to say the result of some ideological and strategic elaboration. It is an effect of despair, the reaction to prolonged humiliation. The perfect rationality of the abstract computational machine and the infallibility of financial violence have devastated the consciousness and sensitivity of the social organism, and frustration has reduced the ability to feel compassion, to act empathically. Folly. However much despair and aggression can be traced back to a social genesis, I think political reasoning is in itself powerless. The only cure for this emotional disorder would be the emotional reactivation of the hidden powers of the social organism. The Occupy movement, which developed in 2011, was the main attempt to gather all the solidarity energies of which the social organism is capable, but the result was so poor that the disappointment devastated the residual feelings of human solidarity. The social organism finds itself behaving like a decapitated body that still maintains the physical energies, but no longer possesses the ability to guide them into some reasonable direction. I am not sure that the dismantling of modern social civilization can be described in psychopathological terms. The economic interests of corporations and the cynicism of politicians without culture and dignity have paved the way for the explosion of madness we are witnessing now. Impotence is certainly the symptom of a disproportion. Reason, which was once the measure of the world, ratio, cannot govern the hypercomplexity of the contemporary network of human relations. We can call this disproportion madness in the sense of disorder, chaos, mental chaos. However, when we want to define insanity, we have to distinguish between different points of view. Should we think that madness is an exceptional occurrence that lies on the edge of a reasonable and rational daily life? Should we think that it is an inevitable interference of that continuous dialogue that holds society together? If we reduce madness to a marginal disturbance, which must be managed and, if possible, appeased and treated, we miss the core of the problem. Madness should not be read as an accident to be hidden or repaired. Madness is the background of evolution, the chaotic matter that we shape and transform into a provisional order. Order here means a shared illusion of predictability, of regularity, a projective illusion that can work for a long period of time as well as for a few minutes or perhaps for centuries. An illusion that gives life to what we call civilization. In madness we must distinguish two faces. One is the actual insignificance of the world, the surrounding magma of matter, the uncontrollable proliferation of stimuli, the dazzling whirlwind of existence. This madness is the precondition for the creation of meaning, the foundationless construction of knowledge, the invention of a world as a whole endowed with meaning. Then there is the subjective side of insanity, the painful feeling that things are flying away, the feeling of being overwhelmed by speed, noise, and violence, the sense of anxiety, panic, mental chaos. This pain pushes us to look for an order that we cannot find because it does not exist. Yet it is precisely the search for order that exists, it is the incentive to build a bridge over the abyss of entropy, a bridge that binds the different singular minds. It is from this conjunction that the meaning of the world is evoked and brought into being, shared semiosis, breathing in consonance. The condition for the construction of meaning without ontological foundation to be accomplished is friendship. The one and only coherence of the world lies in sharing the act of projection of meaning, cooperation between agents of enunciation. When friendship dissolves, when solidarity is banished and individuals find themselves alone and in this isolation they have to face the darkness of matter, then reality regresses to the state of chaos, the coherence of the social environment is reduced to the imposition of the obsessive act of identification. In this effort to narrow the range of vibration from which possibility emerges, in this attempt to reduce the unpredictability of future events, there is indeed something obsessive. That coincidence had been partly, only partly, caused by me, and here was the ugly, the difficult, the uncertainty, in never knowing to what extent I myself was the author of the combinations that they combined around. Who has a guilty conscience must always be on the alert. Considering the infinity of sounds and shapes that strike us in every moment of existence, that swarm, that buzz, that river, what could be easier than combining? Combine. For a moment that word surprised me like a ferocious animal in the darkness of the forest, but it immediately sank into the confusion of 7 people intent on talking and eating. The supper continued. 9. Dante writes, and we turned our stern in the morning / we made wings to the mad flight of the oars. The flight that leads to knowledge is insane, because it defies the established limits of reason. The modern world is the result of the imprudence of geographical explorations, of the desire to answer the question what is beyond the borders of the world. It is the painful search for the picaresque buskin, which seeks solutions to the unanswered question, who am I? Where do I come from? The modern world arises from the search for a non-theological order, and it is from this search that the establishment of the bourgeois order derives, whose measures, ratio, are time, work, and the accumulation of value. This order was founded on the semiotic organization and on the codification of those energies unleashed by the explosion of the medieval theocratic order and by the enlargement of human experience that followed the technical innovations of printing and ocean crossings. It is the result of an act of naming that gives meaning and purpose to information flows, to discovery, to technology. Then follows an entropy that slowly dissolves that order. At the end of the capitalist cycle, the wealth produced by work is transformed into misery, and the freedom of knowledge is restricted by a new theology based on economic dogma. But the imposition of dogma cannot replace the old bourgeois convention based on measure. When value and work time begin to diverge, when the speed of the infostimulation becomes too high for rational processing, then madness becomes the general language of the social system. Capitalism is a dead dog, but society is incapable of abandoning the rotting carrion, thus the social mind is devoured by panic, by furious helplessness, and eventually falls into depression. The social mind seeks a new form of semioticization capable of adapting to the changed composition of the world, but the vibration of its creation takes the form of a spasm, a painful jolt of the soul as well as the body itself. Signs of the spasm can be found everywhere around us. The reaction to the spasm manifests itself in a variety of paranoid forms. Donald Trump promises a return to America's past glories and claims the legal use of torture. The European Union, torn by financial absolutism and a re-emerging nationalist aggression, builds concentration camps for migrants on the coasts of Turkey, Egypt, and Libya, an army of Islamist zealots beheading innocents for God's sake. In the Philippines, a self-confessed murderer is elected president and calls for mass violence against the marginalized of society. 70 years after Hitler's defeat, Hitler returns, and this time he is multiplied by dozens of imitators, some of them equipped with atomic bombs. The contours of the social pact have been swept away, and unfiltered streams of imagination are invading the social mind. The schizo runs in many different directions because he sees the horizon of possibility, but is unable to shape his pursuit, and so that horizon continues to elude him. In recent decades, the social mind has been entangled in a vortex of bipolar disorder. A long alternation of euphoria and sadness has led to the current situation of secular stagnation and perennial depression. The horizon of possibility is perceived as an expanse of connecting points that flash continuously, deterritorializing attention. This perception generates anxiety and panic. The paranoid obsession with order tries to reduce the horizon to repetition, belonging and identity. Power is based on the imposition of existing power relations, on the surreptitious absolutization of the relationship of forces already in existence. The force crystallizes a paranoid fixation that attempts to reunite the world through identification rituals. The relative necessity of command is transformed into absolute necessity. It is on this logical deception that absolute capitalism is founded. Accumulation, profit, and growth are surreptitiously elevated to natural laws, and economic science legitimizes deception. When a society enters a crisis phase or approaches collapse, then we can glimpse a horizon of possibilities. But this horizon is difficult to describe or map. The horizon of possibility can be described with the words that Ignacio Matblanco uses to define the unconscious. The unconscious wanders among infinite wholes that have not only the power of the innumerable, but also that of the continuous. 10. The explosion of the semiotic sphere, or rather the intensification of semiotic stimulation, has caused a broadening of the horizon of possibilities and, together with this, a panic effect in the neurosocial system. In such a state of panic, reason loses the ability to master the flow of events and to process the semi-stimulations that circulate in the infosphere. A schizophrenic modality begins to spread in the social mind, and it is a disorder that can be read in two different ways. It is painfully chaotic, of course, but at the same time it is the vibration that precedes the emergence of a new cognitive rhythm. According to Decameron, schizophrenia can be defined as an over-inclusive model of interpretation. 11 Schizophrenic thinking seems capable of including two broadly irrelevant environmental objects and signals in the interpretation of a sentence. Due to an excessive expansion of the meaning attributed to signs and events, the schizo seems unable to limit attention to stimuli relevant to the purpose. This is the reason why Guattari sees in the schizo the bearer of a paradigm shift. In the Guattarian language, he is capable of chaosmosis. The schizo is the person who has lost the ability to perceive the limits of metaphorical utterance, and consequently tends to take metaphor as an objective description. The schizo then becomes the agent of a transrational experiment which can lead to the emergence of a totally new rhythm in signification. We can define this situation as chaotic as it does not correspond to the laws of the existing order, but it is precisely in this sphere of chaos that the possible emerges. The intuition of an infinity of possibilities is the origin of contemporary chaos, which can be described as a painful spasm. In Guattari, however, it must be remembered, the spasm has a chaosmotic side. From the hyperintensity of the chaos, a new cosmos can emerge. One article originally appeared in Swedish, before being published in French in La Pensée et l'Émouvant in 1934. 2 Gilles Deleuze, on Spinoza, Deleuze lectures.blogspot.it. 3 Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, A Thousand Floors. Capitalism and Schizophrenia, Orthotes 2017. 4 Antonio Negri, Spinoza, Deriva Prodi 2006. 5 Ibid. 6 Gilles Deleuze, What Can a Body Do? Lectures on Spinoza, Ombre Corte 2007. 7 Antonio Negri, Spinoza, Deriva Prodi 2006. 8 Spinoza, Ethics, Bompiani 2007. 9 Witold Gombrowes, Cosmo, Il Saggiatore 2017. 10 Ignacio Mat Blanco, The Unconscious as Infinite Sets, E. 2000. 11 Decameron, Early Schizophrenia, American Journal of Psychiatry 95, 3. Power. The Age of Impotence. And surely there will be time. For the yellow smoke drifting down the street. Rubbing your back against the glass. There will be time, there will be time. To prepare a face to meet the faces you meet. There will be time to kill and create. And time for all the works and the days of the hands. That raise and drop a question on your plate. Time for you and time for me. And time for 100 indecisions. And for 100 visions and revisions. Before having tea with toasted bread. In the room women come and go. Speaking of Michelangelo. T.S. Eliot, The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock 1. I believed in Obama. At the end of 2008, while the world order was in the midst of the crisis, the Bush wars were turning out to be a catastrophe and the big banks were going bankrupt, I thought that the new American president was heralding the emergence of a new possibility, of a future. New. I'm not naive enough to believe in fairy tales, and I knew that Obama's cultural background is that of a reasonable neoliberal from a privileged elite. But, in comparison with the clan of ignorant warmongers who had preceded him, I thought that his ideas and his program, in an emergency situation like that of the year 2008, could pave the way for an era of peace and social justice. The world met the young Obama in 2004, when he dared to say no to the war in Iraq. His face, his slouchy and informal appearance, his alien beauty, his elegant multiracial features made me think of a post-political leader, an American intellectual heralding a post-national era in which identities are mixed with forming a culturally global humanity. I confess, a black president was a sign from heaven for someone who grew up in the 60s like me. In the past century, we good communists, yes, there are also good communists, I have met many, we tried to emancipate the world from violence, war, and exploitation. We hadn't succeeded. The bad communists were undoubtedly more influential than us. And so all right, we didn't make it, so was it Obama-like time? Let's see what happens, I told myself. The force of events seemed ripe, the first black president was in the right position to do what people like me hadn't been able to do in the 20th century. The war had proved to be a horrible thing that generates only horrors, a defeat for all. And Obama was perfectly credited with reiterating this, since he had already said no to the war conceived by the Bush regime, unlike the other candidate in the 2008 Democratic primary, Hillary Rodham Clinton, who had not dared to shy away from the patriotic appeal. It thus appeared that Obama was in the right position to prevent future wars. In my expectations, the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the mortgage crisis seemed to prepare the conditions for reversing the direction of financial capitalism. He had come up with that slogan, "Yes we can," and that too was not irrelevant. I wondered, why should a politician say these words, "Yes, we can"? Isn't America the most powerful country in the world? Isn't the President of the United States the most powerful man on the planet? And isn't politics the dimension in which power is exercised? So why did he have to remind us that we can? Those three words were by no means an obvious statement. On the contrary, they were a very strong statement, proof that the boy was intelligent and that he was focused on the real problem. Obama knew that Americans want to be reassured exactly on this point, we can. We have the power and therefore we can. Despite everything, we can. We can get out of the war spiral, we can close Guantanamo, we can erase the barbaric legacy of the Bush-Cheney period, we can stem the intrusive domination of finance, we can end the long history of racism and violence of the American police. Today, as I write these lines, several years have passed since the enunciation of that message, which sounded more like an exorcism than a promise. But the exorcism failed, and the promise was not kept. Timothy Egan wrote in the New York Times that Obama has been the most consistent American president since Roosevelt. It's true. Nonetheless, the war has never stopped, more dangerous and more insane than ever. Guantanamo is still there, more ashamed than ever. Weapons are still on sale in every American city, despite the periodic massacres, more and more violent and more inexplicable. Ecological disasters repeat themselves at an increasingly rapid pace, while American consumers seem unwilling to reduce the impact of their bulimia. The people of the United States seem increasingly angry and hateful. The American unconscious reacted grimly to the scandal of a black president. A blunt and aggressive form of racism has taken hold, while the number of African Americans killed by the police every day proves that black lives don't matter much. Middle-aged white workers are upset by the blackmail of precariousness, by the overexploitation of underwages, but above all by depression and loneliness. Heroin is rampant in small towns as well as in rural areas, killing like never before. After the recovery of the banking system, despite the increase in taxes on high incomes and the remarkable results in terms of employment, workers are paid less and less, in America as in any other country in the Western world. Work is increasingly precarious and poorer. During the Obama presidency, a new movement emerged in the United States that peacefully occupied public spaces such as Zuccotti Park, and which renamed itself Occupy Wall Street. But there was no happy ending. Just a year after the occupation of Zuccotti Park, Hurricane Sandy raged on New York, devastating especially poor areas and suburban neighborhoods. Some activists created a network called Occupy Sandy. It was an attempt to provide help to the population, but also a gesture that implied that the only thing we have left to occupy are the disasters. Today if you go to Zuccotti Park, beware of the police. Gatherings of more than 3 people are prohibited. Everywhere, the life of the population is plundered by those who hold the financial levers, and everywhere society appears unable to defend itself from those who systematically plunder it. As a result, identity aggression spreads, white racism re-emerges. I believed in Obama. But when his second term ended, I sadly had to admit that the days of political hope were over. At one point, Obama had even changed his philosophy from the initial and hopeful "yes we can" to the more cynical "don't do stupid things" formula. Okay, I said to myself, "Don't be stupid" is a pragmatic compromise that takes into account the complexities of the contemporary world. Then I witnessed the final shipwreck of his presidency, with the Supreme Court rejecting the plan to legalize millions of undocumented immigrants to avoid deportation and give them the right to work legally. Then came the reckless collaboration with the President of Mexico in the deportation of refugees from Central America. When I learned that the United States, in the last years of the Obama presidency, had deported 800,000 people, including 40,000 children, I desolately asked myself, is my hero a coward? Maybe Obama is a cynical and cruel careerist who has sold off his moral principles? I don't think that's the case. What I think is basically that the humiliation made him desperate, even if he didn't show it. Or maybe I can imagine it, it's all my fantasy. But it doesn't matter. What matters is that we must reflect on his experience to recognize that democracy is over, and that political hope is dead. Forever. Writing and surfing. I shouldn't write like that, as if I were surfing the waves of our time. It's a dangerous thing, I know. You can talk nonsense that at most would be forgiven a journalist, because the next day everyone forgets what you wrote in a newspaper. I run the risk of writing things that will be denied even before the book arrives in the bookstore. But all the same, I cannot give up the pleasure, so ambiguous and self-damaging, of interpreting signs that are not yet perfectly visible, of analyzing processes that are only at the beginning of their manifestation. This book is an attempt to map the currents of a gigantic change. We are passing from the age of Thatcher to the age of Trump. This is the synthesis of my interpretative attempt. An anti-globalist front of so-called populist regimes is taking shape in the West, in the context of the demographic and economic decline of the white race. When I use this expression, I know it has no scientific significance, but I also know that it is a politically powerful mythology. Trump's election to the presidency of the United States is the tipping point of this world conflict between capitalist globalism and reactionary anti-globalism. After the Treaty of Versailles, German society was suddenly and dramatically impoverished and subjected to a long humiliation. It was in such a situation that Hitler succeeded in his feat. His winning move was to persuade the Germans to identify themselves as a superior race, not as a class of exploited workers and moreover humiliated by the victorious powers of the First World War. That move worked then and is working again today, on a much larger scale. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, Jaroslaw Kaczynski and Viktor Orban, Boris Johnson and Matteo Salvini, are all politicians of mediocre culture who smell the possibility of gaining power by embodying the will to power of the white race at the beginning of its decline. The racial appeal grows and strengthens, to the point that Boris Johnson can afford to call Obama half Kenyan, and that racial fear always motivates the criminal anti-immigrant policy of the European Union. Emerging racism is the combination of colonial legacy and social defeat of the working class in the Western world. It is not the racism of the 19th century, nor that of the early 20th century. That was part of the unhealthy and violent pride of a victorious white race, which had imposed its dominion over the peoples of the Southern Hemisphere. This today is a neo-racism that arises from defeat, from fear. It is the racism of those who fear losing their jobs because there are young and educated workers who come from Asia or Africa and who can take away what little you have left. The racism of the colonial period was based on the conviction of knowing how to do things better, of being more gifted than peoples of color and submissive, of being the heirs of a civilization that claimed to be superior because it had anticipated the times of technical development since the times of humanism and then of the scientific and industrial revolution. The neo-racism of the 21st century is instead the anxious feeling of a miserable and impoverished white population, which no longer even possesses the privilege of technology, given that digital techniques have spread rapidly in every area of the planet and an African teenager can have in this sense a competence superior to that of a 50-year-old European. As frightening as it may seem, the trend I observe in the present is towards the union of a heterogeneous front of anti-globalist forces, and the return of National Socialism as a reaction to the decline of the white race. And since the reference of the reactionary fronts that are emerging in a large part of the planet is the defeated white working class, rather than National Socialism I would speak of National Laborism. Many years ago Mario Tronti defined industrial workers as a rude pagan race fighting for material interests and not for rhetorical ideals. It is in the name of material interests that the rude industrial working class is now becoming as nationalist and racist as it was in 1933. Trump won because the impoverished workers think, wrongly, that it is a weapon in their hands, and because the left has them delivered into the hands of finance capitalism. Unfortunately, Trumpism is already turning against the workers who believed in that possibility, although perhaps no one really believed it, because it is desperation, not new faiths. What is worse, the situation is evolving towards a racial war. The Euro-American racist front is certainly the fruit of 30 years of neoliberal governance. But until yesterday, conservatives in Europe and the United States were globalists and liberalists. Now I'm not anymore. The creeping war is already taking shape along 3 different fronts. The first is that of a neoliberal power tightening its grip on governance, pursuing the austerity and privatization program with ever greater determination, and the more that program shows its failure, the more its effects coincide with impoverishment. General. The second front is anti-globalist Trumpism based on white resentment and the desperation of industrial workers. The third front, which remains in the background, is the necro-empire of terrorism in all its forms of religious bigotry, national anger, and economic strategy that I have called necro-capital. I think that the war on terror, whose main objective is global jihad, will sooner or later turn into a war between capitalist globalism and anti-globalist National Socialism, albeit still global, Putin-Trumpism. Democracy will not return. I don't equate helplessness with lack of power. Often the powerless have been able to act autonomously and to create forms of self-organization to the point of subverting established power, but in our precarious time, those who are powerless are unable to create practices of effective social autonomy, to set in motion processes of voluntary change, to pursue change in a democratic way, also because democracy is dead. On the coffin of democracy, one of the definitive nails was hammered in the summer of 2015, when the democratically elected anti-austerity government in Greece was forced to bow to financial blackmail. In the place where democracy was invented 25 centuries ago, democracy was finally suspended. Better still, what we are facing in the European Union is not a temporary suspension of democracy, but the final replacement of politics with a system of techno-financial automatisms. Waiting for the return of democracy or fighting for this purpose would be futile, because the same systemic conditions for the effectiveness of political reason, and in particular of democratic politics, have dissolved. I am not talking here of a political or military defeat, or of a simple battle that has been lost. In the course of the modern era, the good have been defeated many times, but they also resisted, caught up and eventually got what they wanted by playing and winning the game of democracy. This time, however, I think this will never happen again. The systemic conditions for democracy have been erased by irreversible processes. The slavery of precarious work is irreversible, because the global labor market imposes unlimited competition between workers from different areas of the world and the prevention of any form of solidarity. Irreversible is the moral and psychic misery of a generation that has learned more words from an electronic screen than from a human voice. The melting of the Arctic ice is irreversible, while the spiral of economic competition and military aggression is irreversible. The conditions for democracy are at least two: freedom and the effectiveness of a political will. Both of these conditions have been dismantled. Since language has been subjected to the law of technology, and techno-linguistic automatisms have taken over in social relations, freedom has become an empty word and political action proves to be ineffective. Hoping for a revitalization of the values and expectations of democracy is therefore a self-deception, because the decisions have been absorbed by the connecting machine, and popular anger is consequently organized by racist and nationalist parties. The psycho-cognitive constitution of neo-humans, I mean their cognitive hardware, cannot run the software inherited from the old humanistic culture. Words like freedom, equality, and fraternity have lost their situational meaning. Can we precisely date the beginning of this mutation? Of course not. But I have arbitrarily decided that the starting date is 1977. 1977 is the year Louise Brown became the first person to be conceived in vitro. The year Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs filed the Apple trademark. The year in which the Sex Pistols sang their No Future in London. The year in which in the Italian cities the last proletarian rebellion of the last century turned into the first precarious revolt of the century to come. Since then we have witnessed something deeper than a political change, something deeper than even a revolution, the mutation of the molecular composition of the social organism. It is a mutation that we have undergone with little theoretical awareness and no political resistance. Technology has altered not only the chemical composition of the atmosphere, but also the semiotic substances that make up the infosphere and our psycho-cognitive processing models. This is the reason why no political reversibility is possible, and why voluntary action proves impotent. When it faces irreversible processes, the will has no effect. The conscious will cannot dismantle the huge machines that caused this mutation, because the mutation has penetrated and reformatted the human mind, and consequently has weakened consciousness, will and action. A kind of paralysis has taken over the conscious organism. The inability to consciously fight evil generates an emotional and cognitive dissonance. The result is that, perceiving our helplessness, we are forced to think that it is no longer possible to alleviate suffering with political projects, but only with psychiatric drugs. The imaginary. What image of the future emerges in the age of impotence? Let's go to the cinema to see a movie. Dystopia dominates the entertainment industry. The great Hollywood productions give us the perception of a future that is both depressing and violent. One of the most impressive commercial hits in film history was the Hunger Games series. The majority of the audience of the films, and of the books from which the series is based, was made up of very young people. The future world described by Hunger Games is an ethically repugnant place, intolerable to our conscience, so much so that a naive spectator could think of a political denunciation of social precariousness and violence caused by the militarization of economic power. However, there is nothing further from the intentions of the creators of the work, but what matters most is that there is nothing further from the way in which the young spectators have deciphered the message. The young spectator who goes to see the Hunger Games can be a precarious, or an unemployed, or a student impoverished by the crisis, but from the vision of the film he does not derive any desire to rebellion against what is presented not only on the screen, but from life itself. Of course, in the Hunger Games there is a rebellion at the end, but it has a sad and desperate character, and its results contradict any idea of solidarity among the oppressed. From the Hunger Games the young spectator does not draw the conclusion that it is necessary to rebel against the current state of affairs, rather, he persuades himself that the film describes the world he will live in, or rather the world that everyone will be forced to live in the near future. In this new world only the winner can survive, and if one wants to win he must eliminate all others, be they friend or foe. It is true that in the Hunger Games we also see gestures of solidarity. After all, the protagonist Katniss Everdeen decides to take part in the violent competition that gives the series its title to save her little sister from certain death. But it is the solidarity of despair, the solidarity of people who cannot even imagine a life of peace, and least of all a happy life. It's the same lesson that comes from a large number of mainstream video games. Beyond the narrative contents, sensory stimulation trains the connective generation to compete and fight. Either you win or you disappear. The moral on which these video games are built is that the machine always wins, and that only by accepting the law of the machine can you defeat your competitors. In real life, everyone competes. The Sunday night lover can be the Monday morning opponent. Another example of this perception of the world as a free-for-all war is found in the TV series Game of Thrones. Here each character knows that he cannot trust anyone, and all traces of mutual trust are systematically erased. But the fact is that mutual trust is not a gift of law or authority, it is a cognitive condition which, in human history, has manifested itself more or less effectively. Indeed, it was mutual trust that created the guarantee institutions of the modern era. The neoliberal mutation has made the most of competition and destroyed the forms of solidarity and empathy. The psychic and cognitive reactivity of the precarious generation internalizes the perception of life as a battlefield in which each of us is called to eliminate or to be eliminated. In such a context, solidarity and empathy are transformed into nothing but dangerous distractions that they risk weakening that warrior that each of us is obliged to be. In the second decade of the 21st century, however, a critical reflection on the precarious condition also emerged, especially in literature and cinema. For example, Jia Zhang's films describe the precarious conditions of Chinese workers and unemployed. Already in still life, one of his films from 2006, The World of the Past has disappeared under the greenish water of the Changjiang River, which has swallowed up memory, affections, and bonds, leaving on the surface a humanity that has lost the meaning of its own existence. And in 2013's The Touch of Sin, the daily life of the new generations of the Chinese periphery is described as a nightmare of loneliness and psychological violence. But Jia's is a cinema that does not reach the wide audiences of the Hunger Games. The rhythm of the painful consciousness of his films is too slow for the nervous reactivity of the audience raised to the rhythm of video games. Thinking is a self-defeating act, and in knockout games, slowness turns you into prey. A tragedy. According to Mario Tronti, the defeat of the workers was a tragedy for human civilization. 2. In the short term, the collapse of the communist project caused a collapse of the 20th century welfare system, but from the point of view of long-term evolution, it has paved the way for a wave of barbarism that endangers the very humanistic foundation of social coexistence. The short-term consequences are now easy to identify. Despite the defeat, the working class has not disappeared. On the contrary, the industrial army has spread to the planetary level, and enormous concentrations of production have emerged in the more recently industrialized countries. But the working class has been expropriated of every political weight and every instrument of self-defense, and today it presents itself as a set of temporary aggregates of precarious work which is constantly prevented from creating solidarity communities based on territorial coexistence. Industrial concentration can be shifted from one area of the world to another in a very short time, and no trade union or political organization can effectively oppose such aggressive relocation. Long-term solidarity structures can be dismantled overnight, as deregulation has dismantled the community's legal protections. Wage conditions are unilaterally determined by the capitalists, and as a result wages have regressed to pre-industrial levels. More generally, the living conditions of society have rapidly deteriorated. Access to education, health, and leisure is reduced, social services are privatized and their cost tends to increase. Society regresses towards a condition of misery, mass ignorance tends to resurface, while the relative education curve tends to fall. It's hard not to see this regression. But the proponents of neoliberalism have an easy answer, that Chinese, Indonesian and African workers now have the opportunity to buy a car and a cell phone. And it is true. They use the car to go to the factory and their cell phone to call their families when they are forced to emigrate in search of work. Those who have had the opportunity to be exploited in an industrial factory can access the sphere of consumption. However, if we look more closely at the social evolution of the new proletarians, we realize that when they were not as poor as they are today, deprived as they are of the relationship with the community and free time, and forced to constant fatigue of competition and stress. On a global scale, since the hopes of socialism have vanished, the social condition has worsened, but the increase in exploitation is not the only consequence of the defeat of the workers' movement. The other consequence is war. War, which accentuates its grip on the lives of peoples. The scourge of nationalism returns as an effect of the defeat of the workers and the extinction of internationalism. In the early years of the new century, an important pacifist movement took hold in a large part of the planet. On February 15, 2003, tens of millions of people demonstrated around the world, from Sydney to Florence to San Francisco, against the announced U.S. aggression against Iraq. The day after the biggest rally of all time, President Bush sarcastically commented, "I don't need a study group to decide my policy. The role of a leader is to decide on the basis of the safety of the people." We know what happened next. Bush had his war, he declared it would be endless, and now, 15 years later, there is no end in sight. That day, February 15, clearly demonstrated the weakness of the pacifist movement, which subsequently no longer had a voice. I attended the February 15 demonstration, and I will go with the pacifists whenever they call for mobilization. But I know that demonstrating is useless, pacifism is a symptom and a measure of our powerlessness. In fact, only internationalism is the condition for effective peace. But internationalism is not a disposition of the mind, nor a mere desire for peace or a rejection of war, it is a deeper and more concrete principle. It is the awareness that, in different places in the world, people have the same interests and the same motivations, to work less and to enjoy the products of human intelligence more widely. Internationalism, however rhetorical it may seem, is solidarity between workers beyond their national, ethnic, or religious affiliation. But the moment of internationalist consciousness has passed. Forced to give up their common interests, German workers are pushed against Greek workers, Turkish workers against Kurdish ones, and Sunni workers against Shiites. The workers' defeat is an enormous historical tragedy, and on this point Tronti is right. According to him, however, the workers lost because they were unable to become a state. I think exactly the opposite. It is precisely because Leninism pushed the workers to take over the state, and identify with the socialist state, that communism has turned into a totalitarian nightmare. The nationalization of the working class has paralyzed the social dynamics and forced social autonomy into a state political structure. We know the result, a miserable society and an authoritarian state. Real communism erased the possible communism that was inscribed in the social composition of work and in the progressive autonomy of the general intellect. The frigid game. From the moment that connective devices are inserted into the general intellect, the social body begins to separate from its brain. Subjected to the rules of precarious and fragmented work, cognitive activity becomes part of a process of cooperation and at the same time finds itself disembodied and deterritorialized. This is why the social body has lost contact with its brain. The production of knowledge and technology unfolds in a privatized space disconnected from society, which responds only to the economic demands of profit maximization. Disconnected from the body, the social brain becomes incapable of autonomy. Disconnected from the brain, the social body becomes incapable of strategy and empathy. Within the new dimension of networked production, the individual body is exposed to constant neurostimulation, and at the same time isolated from the physical presence of others. Everyone lives in the same electrostimulated condition. The overstimulated body is, at the same time, lonely and hyperconnected. The more connected it is, the more alone it is. Social corporeality, however, does not dissolve, it re-emerges decerebrated and disconnected from intellectual cooperation, unable to deploy a common strategy. The technical subsumption of cognitive activity is based on the capture of attention. In the late 1970s, the first video games appeared on the market. In the bars of Italian cities, the new electronic video games replaced the old pinball machines. The first video games appeared as large metal boxes and with colored screens, in which small green aliens invaded the Earth and warriors in black uniforms responded by throwing lightning bolts from their weapons. Sooner or later the game inevitably ended, and the fatal words appeared on the screen, "Game over." In that kind of primal video game, the machine always won sooner or later, and this regardless of the speed and skill of the player. The machines fought against their human creator, and they won, because it was the human creator himself who had conceived the machine in such a way that it could not be defeated. What was emerging was the world of integrated game over, a world in which the automaton wins thanks to the instructions inscribed in its design. But who is the designer? The designer is the recombinant force of millions of cognitive workers who cooperate within the game, but remain alone outside it. It is they who cooperatively manage the process of invention and implementation of knowledge, yet they do not know each other. Their cooperating brains don't have a collective body, and their private bodies don't have a collective brain. I remember when, in a bar in Naples, I played Asteroids for the first time. The announcement of the future that first generation of video games brought me was both fascinating and scary. Then came the time of impotence. The rhythm of the information flows circulating in the infosphere accelerates, and those flows are perceived by the conscious organism as nerve stimuli. The sensitive organism consequently lives in a state of permanent nervous electrostimulation and body contraction. Since consciousness and emotion need time to process cognitive stimuli individually, and because time is tight, attention becomes disconnected from consciousness and emotion. Hence contemporary emotional disturbances. Dyschronism, a disease of duration, a pathology of lived time. 3. The epidemic of attention disorders that childhood psychologists discuss so much is a symptom of this dyschronia. Children who grow up in a space saturated with information show signs of hypermotility. Their attention tends to move too quickly to be able to learn, to be able to express itself, to be able to develop feelings of affection. In a condition of hyperstimulation, the cognitive organism cannot process the emotional content of the stimuli. Sexual impotence has a similar genealogy. The frequency and diffusion of stimuli and the speed of exposure of the self to the erotic stimulus have accelerated to such an extent that it is increasingly difficult to consciously decode the emotional messages in order to process them with the necessary tenderness. Our time becomes short, tight, contracted, the stimulus struggles to turn into desire, desire struggles to translate into conscious contact, and contact hardly translates into pleasure. The sex appeal of inorganic matter electronically grafted between bodies has provoked a kind of generalized sexualization of the surrounding environment, and at the same time a physical isolation. The introduction of the inorganic, electronic, into the communication between bodies acts as an interference. For this reason, the pleasure seems to be replaced by adrenaline rushes. The massive consumption of drugs that prolong male erection in the absence of desire does not only affect the elderly, there are indeed reasons to think that men who take products for erectile dysfunction do so mainly for psychological problems related to the lack of emotional time. Sexual inattention is another effect of the extensive process of technical subjugation of our attention. The explosion of porn, the widespread consumption of pornographic images, is part of this cycle. We are exposed to a continuous flow of erotic images, which mix with the languages of advertising, entertainment, and so on, and it is a flow that incessantly mobilizes our erotic and emotional reactions. Our attention is constantly urged, yet it proves unable to focus on a particular object. In the sphere of the senses, a sort of frigidity is induced by the permanent electrostimulation of the organism and by the insertion of electronic devices in the continuum of the body sphere. By the term frigidity I do not mean either anorgasmic behavior or the relative dysfunction of sexual pleasure, I am referring to a widespread condition of anesthesia, generated by a continuous tension prone to converting into depression. In the book Impuissances, Yves Sitton analyzes an extensive review of French literary works concerning sexual impotence. In the chapter Le Fiasco, Sitton identifies the cause of the defect in the excess of stimulation that the male subject is unable to master. It is not for lack of attraction, but rather for excess of beauty that a woman is perceived as untouchable. Point 4. Acceleration of the rhythm, intensification of the stimulus, hyperstimulation of the nervous system, this is a possible trace of sexual failure. And in the context of patriarchal culture, which is the deep background of Western civilization, sex and social power are closely intertwined. By basing his identity on erection as proof of existence, the male condemns himself to hand over self-control to something rather episodic. The self-esteem of a person who bases his identity on virility forces him to assume a posture of omnipotence. Point 5. Impotence can be seen as a problem of rhythm. The relationship between embodied time and automatic time intensifies. Due to the overstimulation, the desiring investment decreases and we find ourselves crossing the icy waters of the lake of frigidity. The aestheticization of contemporary culture can be read as a symptom and metaphor of frigidity, infinite escape from one object of desire to another, overload of aesthetic stimulation, invasion of public space by visually exciting advertisements, widening the field of encounters of virtual sex. In Carnage, Polanski's claustrophobic film, Kate Winslet's character Nancy Cowan explains that her husband, a lawyer always grappling with calls on his smartphone, thinks that any stimulus from a distant agent is more exciting and important. Of a stimulation coming from human beings close to him. The present slips away, impossible to touch and savor, because the neurostimulation flows continually push forward, towards a future that never comes. The emotion that comes from the nearby body is confused by the frenetic impulses that, at every moment, from afar claim our attention. Ethics, connectivity, identification. If there is no love in the world, we will make a new world. Jonathan Safran. For everything is illuminated. Since Dionysus was separated and opposed to the historical logos, the sphere of history has been separated from self-love, which means love tout court. The distinction between eros and agape, between ethical love and erotic love, is the origin of the impossibility of love in history. That is, love has been confined to the sphere of utopia, while the ethical dimension has been weakened and reduced to the sphere of duty, of law, of abstract rule. Fernando Savater identifies the foundation of a materialistic ethic in what he calls self-love. I prefer to talk about self-love. Self-love does not mean selfishness. Selfishness excludes the love of the other, since the selfish person turns affection towards himself in opposition to the other. Self-love is based instead on the understanding that the other is a living extension of the self, and that therefore there is no pleasure without the pleasure of the other. In this coherence of pleasure lies the only possible foundation of ethics. After the end of modernity, due to the exhaustion of humanism, the nature of the foundation of ethics returns as an unanswered question. The Kantian separation of eros from ethos, and the implicit blaming of eroticism, continue the legacy of monotheism, which transforms the social bond into debt and which reduces ethics to imperative, obligation and duty. This separation of ethics from eros is finally resolved in the practical and epistemic domain of the economy. Modernity has inflicted a wound on the living body of humanity, and this wound does not seem destined to heal. The separation of ethical behavior from erotic perception has hit the core of empathy and transformed the constitution of the conscious organism itself. The strong overlap between eroticism and guilt transforms the relationship with the other into a debt. This makes self-love incompatible with the love of the other. The current transition, that from the sphere of conjunction to the sphere of connection, brings to completion the separation of eros from ethos, and at the same time creates the conditions for the reformatting of sensitive consciousness, resulting in a dysympathy, or the inability to perceive the living continuity between conscious organisms. This deseroticization or dysympathy is the consequence of that pervasive and permanent low-intensity war that everyday life has for theater, the smileless encounter in metropolitan space, the incessant violence of the economy. When the other's body is no longer perceived as a sensitive extension of one's own body, the foundation of ethical thought, and ethical behavior, is handed over to the laws of practical reason. And the place where these laws manifest themselves is the bank, the place of the normalization of the ontological violence that is at the heart of capitalism. The connective mutation, the technical and linguistic mutation that transforms each agent of signification into a segment of syntactic construction, denies any possibility of ethical relationship and hands over the sphere of ethical behavior to the dominant violence. Once again, however, the social bond does not vanish as a result of the connective mutation, on the contrary, it is strengthened, but leaves the field of semantic interpretation to take the form of syntactic implication. Social relations are less and less motivated by ethical choice, and more needed by the automatisms of the syntactic logic incorporated in the linguistic machines that innervate and coordinate social life. The singularity of the erotic experience lies in the game of uncertain interpretation of the signals, smiles, allusions, whispers. The connective agent, on the other hand, is acted upon by defined and necessary syntactic implications. No longer the vibratory approach to possible meaning, but only operational compatibility, the perfect overlap of recognition, pattern recognition, in fact. Sensitivity stiffens, empathy decreases, and the speed of nerve stimulation reduces consciousness to automatic data processing. The materialistic ethics is based on the perception of the body of others as a sensory continuity of one's own body, but this possibility collapses when the empathic interpretation is replaced by the automatic syntactic recognition of informative sequences. When empathy flows into the social body, respect for the other is not a moral duty, it is simply a pleasure of oneself. Because in that condition only the pleasure of the other makes my pleasure possible. Ethics does not consist in recognizing rights or equal opportunities. This legal reduction of ethics is the premise of corruption, hypocrisy, and deception. The other is not the same as you, the other is unpredictable, and we cannot come to understand him comprehensively. The subjunctive agent of enunciation is inexhaustible. Therefore the meaning of the other cannot be reduced to the convention of the law, much less to the convention of exchange value. In the sphere of conjunction, the other is the continuation of our breath, our sense of touch and smell, our sensual and sexual understanding. The other is what we are always becoming, since each is becoming other. But when we move from the sphere of conjunction to the sphere of connection, everything changes. The connective mutation is founded on the desingularization of meaning and on automation in the attribution of meaning. The ethical choice is therefore replaced by the automation of linguistic exchanges. The connection is the perfect translation of the economic principle into the sphere of language, and transforms the corporeality of the other into an uneasiness of the sensible. The more we enter the dimension of connectivity, the more the field of ethical choices is reduced, since the actions we can perform are reduced by technical automatisms. But the final effect of such an automation of the communicative sphere and of behavior is autism, a desingularized, stiffened communication. Autism is described as a psychological condition consisting of a reduced ability to understand nonverbal communication. The person suffering from autism can appear socially clumsy, sometimes offensive in his comments, or disconnected from the emotional flow. In the first generation that grew up in an environment saturated with infostimulation, forms of autistic behavior manifest themselves with increasing intensity. The mind is occupied with a dense stream of stimuli, and the time for emotional processing is consequently compressed. The perceptual attunement on which conjunctive understanding and vibrational interpretation of nonverbal signs are based is replaced by syntactic recognition of sequences, and the understanding process is reduced to operational functioning. The acceleration of the infosphere, the separation of knowledge from bodily experience, the intensification of the rhythms of work, these tendencies lead to the deseroticization of public space, and to the deactivation of ethical empathy. If we want to give ethics meaning, we must not think in terms of superior values, solidarity, or shared civil norms. Ethical behavior is influenced not by values, but by pleasure and suffering, loneliness and desire. Ethical paralysis arises precisely from the inability to perceive the pleasure, and pain, of the other. Anesthesia is the effect of sensory saturation, and at the same time it is the road that leads to an empathy. The ethical catastrophe of our time is based on the inability to perceive the other as a sensitive extension of one's sensitivity. The cognitive competence that I call sensitivity has developed as the ability to decipher signs that do not belong to the verbal sphere. This competence is threatened when in the digital exchange, reinforced by the economic code, conscious processing tends to be reduced to a succession of binary choices. In psychopathological terms, the autistic person does not have a theory of the other's mind. Within a network of automatic exchanges, it is not necessary to suppose the existence of the other's mind, nor to critically interpret the signs as if they came from another conscious and sensitive organism. Within this context, signs are to be interpreted solely according to a finite computation or a discrete set of information. The other is just a simulated construction of the interaction between our mind and the machine. Sensitivity is replaced by format compatibility. The connective biosphere is the smooth space in which information, that is to say the universal substance of valorization, can flow without obstacles. But to be able to flow without obstacles, it is necessary to remove any impurities, any layer that can slow down its journey, and this means removing the sensitivity. The connective paradigm, as well as the connective modality, infiltrates the deep tissue of the human biosphere, penetrating the body's barriers, and something happens at the level of the individuation process. The mutation invades the individual self-perception, and integrates it into the socio-technical context of the network. The individual organism is cleaned of any mark of singularity and transformed into a smooth surface, free from irregularities or impurities and therefore compatible with the linguistic machine, or rather with the knot of technical linguistic automatisms that this entails. The bioinformatic superorganism works by recombining fractal language cells. But reading the unformatted linguistic event as a disturbance, he can only discard it as noise. Humanism, misogyny and late modern thinking. Attempting an exhaustive definition of humanism would go beyond the limits of this paper. We can say that the term generally refers to the artistic philosophical movement that appeared between the 14th and 15th centuries in Italy and then spread to the rest of Europe. However, I am referring here above all to a concept that defines the background of European culture in the modern era. What I propose is to consider humanism as the affirmation of the freedom and power of man. According to Leon Battista Alberti, man was created for work, and the concrete determination of the human is useful. The humanistic insistence on activity and enterprise, undertaken, implies two distinct conceptual dimensions, freedom and power of action. The notion of freedom should not be understood in its juridical meaning. It is not, in short, freedom from the law or from political constraint. If anything, it is ontological freedom, independence from any predetermined form, and therefore the possibility of creating forms that do not pre-exist in the mind of God. Humanism emancipates history from the presence of a God who is no longer necessary to explain human action, otherwise stated. The form of things does not depend on the will of God, but on the action of man. In his book on the philosophy of the Renaissance, Ernst Bloch speaks of the birth of a technical utopia. Francis Bacon resurrects the myth of Prometheus, the mythological titan who gives men unlimited power and the ability to think about the future. Technology, the application of knowledge, can only establish its power when God begins to disappear. In the history of civilization today, God has actually been replaced by technology. Indeed, we could say that a sort of technological theocracy has been established. Humanism began by affirming the ontological independence of human action, but technology then acquired an omnipervasive power, to the point of developing independently of its very human creators, and of unfolding as a system of self-correcting and self-generating automatisms. According to Bloch, the world of the Renaissance reaffirms the Greek cult of man as a person who stands upright, thus abandoning the Gothic forms of that genuflection typical of the theocratic past. But at the end of the modern age, the Gothic style returns, and in the hyper-Gothic buildings of the metropolis, men are again forced to kneel. The perspective of the Renaissance projected a human order onto the world, inaugurating the idea that the kingdom of man gives order to the surrounding space according to a linear and anthropocentric perspective. Then came the Baroque to multiply points of view and perspectives, to the point that the complexity of the world ended up surpassing the capacity of rational government over the world itself. It is the sudden widening of knowledge, and the consequent proliferation of points of view, that opens the way to the Baroque sensibility, well represented by the Leibnizian phantasmagoria of the fold. The Baroque spirit is obsessed with the pervasive force of technique, and when technology occupies all the space of freedom, humanism loses ground. With the Romantic age, a nostalgia for authenticity takes shape, identified as a character of the pre-technical world. While modernity widens the space of political freedom, it erodes ontological freedom. In this dynamic, it seems to me that I can find the deep core of reactionary hyperhumanism that descends from Schopenhauer and through Nietzsche takes full form in Heidegger. Heidegger's ambiguous legacy is deeply embedded in the very foundations of the culture of our time, a kind of reactionary rejection of modernization, understood as the technical becoming of the world, runs through the 20th century as a kind of depressive line. Heidegger interpreted the relationship between technique and language as the capture of language by technology. It is under its influence that a sort of nostalgic form of declining humanism has taken shape in the philosophical panorama. Heidegger stands out in the philosophical landscape of late modernity as a kind of black magician, an evil alchemist who distills poisonous conceptual substances and injects them into our cultural perception. He was a small man with limited horizons, a coward of low sensitivity who transformed fear into a conceptual foundation. The fear of technology led this little man from Freiburg to think of the late modern condition, the age of the world image, as a dismal condition. In his view, humanity is reduced to the authentic, and what we are witnessing today is only the twilight of authenticity, that is, the dissolution of the small world in which he lived his limited worldly experience. Heidegger's worldview is bleak, because his soul was bleak. Heidegger's work enjoyed a great attraction in the critical thinking of the second half of the century, because it conceptualized the bewilderment produced by the decline of the humanistic world, but critical thinking should free itself from its technophobic appeal if we are to gear up to face the most important challenge of our time. Rather than rejecting the ambiguous legacy of technology, we need to reprogram the relationship between technology and life, starting with the sphere of work, the subjectivity of cognitive workers, their rebellion, their autonomy, and their solidarity. In short, critical thinking must distinguish between human and authentic. A word like authentic means little, because authenticity is based on the limited memory of a generation, on the narrow perceptions of a territorial mind. But we must also distinguish between human and humanistic, Humanism is a vision of the human, but the human does not mechanically coincide with that vision, nor can it be limited to its humanistic definition. Language is broader and more comprehensive than the laws that are inscribed in language by technical automation and even by biology itself. Movement. In this book on powerlessness, I want to talk about myself and my despair, or rather my hopeless vision. Some time ago I wrote a book about the end of the future and another about suicide. Now I've written one about impotence. Friends say I should take a vacation, they think I'm depressed. Things are different. My despair derives from the intellectual understanding of a failure, that of the promise of modernity, which also nourished my education. From a very young age I mixed my personal existence with that of social movements, participating in different waves of revolt and protest, because I think that, despite their defeat, even in their desperation, the movements are the bearers of a possibility that is not in any case extinct. This possibility is the liberation of knowledge and technology from capital as the ultimate form. The subject of this possibility is collective intelligence reincarnated in the conditions of solidarity. And yet I am well aware that the conditions for solidarity do not exist today. Connective intelligence seems unable to act as a collective intelligence, to share a sphere of effective communication, to activate solidarity. Consequently, the conditions of social subjectivity do not possess the necessary power for the actualization of possibility. But the possibility is still there, hidden in the connection between brains currently forced to operate for the sole profit of large corporations, but potentially able to act within a different paradigm of social concatenation. Inventing another model based on social utility and not capital enhancement, building a technical and social platform aiming at the autonomy of the general intellect and aspiring to develop the use value of the general intellect, this is the program of long period that can produce effects. And this program is movement. What does the word movement mean? This is a question I should answer, as I have used this word frequently over the past 50 years. By the word movement we usually mean the displacement of a body from one point in space to another. Thanks to this displacement, the viewer can notice things that he previously did not see. We can say that every movement produces an effect of knowledge, otherwise it is a false Bewegung, a false movement. The word movement, however, we can also understand it according to the theorem of the random firing squad. An indefinite number of riflemen who shoot randomly in every direction, will hit the same target together in the infinity of time. Movement is a situation in which the chance coincidence of many wills that are fulfilled in a social whole lasts over time. This expansion can last a few hours or 10 years, as indeed happened in some parts of the world in the 1960s and 1970s. Sartre uses the expression group infusion. Guattari speaks of a collective subject of enunciation. Movement is when a large number of people start singing the same song without reading any sheet music. But for me, the word movement also means the full unfolding of the potentialities that a collective body contains, the conscious coordination of the technical and productive power of the collective body, a power that can only unfold when the body becomes movement. Philosophical genesis of reactionary thought. We must deconstruct the reactionary spirit that runs through modernity as a counterpoint. Heidegger is the patron deity of this spirit. I do not intend to develop the complex philosophical implications of such an argument, it is enough for me to give an idea of the formation of a sentiment spread far beyond the sphere of philosophical thought, and I mean precisely that feeling of nostalgia for an authenticity that comes illegally identified with the human. This sentiment coexists with the spread of technologies and forms of life that endanger certain premises of human freedom. The essentiality of the human being is an illusion that we manufacture under specific conditions, in the concrete historical existence of the people we define as human. Nostalgia for the authentic is a retrospective illusion, it presupposes an original human nature that does not exist. I want to deepen this topic because I want to understand something about myself, the anxiety and pessimism that sometimes make me unbearable, even to myself. I lived the year 2011 in a state of emotional, political, and theoretical euphoria. The Occupy movement was taking shape, and with it the promise to break the cage of financial abstraction. Then I witnessed his defeat, which in reality was only the consequence of impotence. The attempt to oppose the dismantling of social well-being was doomed to failure, because financial power is still too deeply embedded in the social, psychological, and linguistic structures of life. Daily. After the defeat of the movement, I focused on the depressive effects that followed. The awareness of living in a condition of abstract domination and the awareness of the growing control that technical automatisms exert over the lives of populations, led me to feel a feeling of aversion towards the power of that technology, as well as a nostalgia for political freedom and the life forms of the pre-connective past. But they are feelings that I don't like, and that I don't recognize as part of my conscious being. They have conquered a part of my mind and my subconscious because I am afraid of my helplessness. But this fear is helplessness. There is no helplessness except in fear of it. My philosophical background, my political experience and my personal character conflict with these feelings of reactionary nostalgia, and fear of the post-human evolution process. These sentiments, which already prompted me to write Heroes, a book dedicated to the increasingly widespread suicidal tendencies, are linked to the abysmal political defeat that the workers' movement and the humanistic culture of which the workers' movement was an expression in the last 40 years have suffered. But they are also linked to the biological decline of my brain, my body, and my sexuality. To avoid mistaking such a particular condition for universal, I have to consciously deal with senility. I wonder how much I have been influenced by the reactionary philosophy that stems from the humanistic critique of technology and the nostalgia for authenticity. What I want is to separate the understanding of the crisis of humanism from the reactionary nostalgia that this understanding entails. From a materialistic point of view, we can observe two different trends. The first is implicit, in the sense of possibility whose actualization appears at the moment unimaginable, and it is the trend towards the full development of the general intellect and the emancipation of technology from the semiological context of capitalism, liberation of time from wage labor, revitalization of collective life, expansion of care, education, research. A post-labor renaissance. The other trend is towards the growing impoverishment of social life, the devastation of the social mind and body, the psychopathic epidemic caused by the overexploitation of nervous energies, and finally environmental and military suicide. It is difficult to escape the feeling that it is only the latter trend that prevails. But the ambiguity of the present situation must be preserved, because it is in this ambiguity that the way to liberate the possible from the mesh of the inevitable is hidden. The task of free thought is to make freedom possible, and freedom means autonomy from the blackmail of realism, which regardless of the possibility inscribed in the present is capable of seeing only the forms of power currently hinged. I want to reconstruct the genealogical line of reactionary thought that has subjected criticism to nostalgia, absolutizing the humanist model as the only expression of the human. Perhaps depression is the best way to examine the obvious truths of life and history, but the task of philosophy is not to certify the obvious truths. In reality, I am not sure that philosophy has a particular task, but I think the philosopher needs to tell the truth he is able to know, without reticence or repression. Then he can strip off the truth, abandon it gleefully, and keep his mind open to the many possibilities that truth reduces to just one. The body of the Ich-Denke. Hegel conceived history as the unfolding of the all-encompassing design of the absolute spirit. In the modern age, individuals identified themselves as actors of history because of that tension towards wholeness that permeated their thought and their action. In Hegel's vision, without totalization there is no history. The power of action comes from the coherence of the actor's project and from the self-realization of the historical reason. But the conscious action of the historical actors who, in the modern drama, found themselves at the center of the scene, did not carry out any order of reason. The 20th century did not show the realization of any rational project, and its conclusion swept away any expectation of overcoming, of totality and of a rational order. Goodbye Hegel, here we are rejected towards the singularity of existence. in a dimension that brings to mind Max Stirner's ego but without the pathos of uniqueness that innervates the Stirnerian vision. Therefore, if we want to reconstruct the origin of this existentialist approach, and in particular of the concept of existential singularity or existential anarchism, as Federico Campagna calls it, we must go back to Arthur Schopenhauer. I feel such dislike for Schopenhauer that at a certain point in my life I decided not to read his books, which even as a teenager I had avidly devoured. When I read somewhere that during the Berlin riots of 1848 this individual invited the policeman into his study because the windows could be better aimed to shoot the workers demonstrating in the street, I decided to expel his books from my library. Then a few years ago I happened to read The Schopenhauer Cure, a novel by Irvin D. Yalom. It tells of a psychoanalyst who is dying of cancer, but in parallel it is also a biography of Arthur Schopenhauer. Reading this book, which is also quite funny, I discovered a lot of details that allowed me to better understand that unsightly German philosopher and the genesis of his thinking. It is said around, not without reason, that Schopenhauer anticipated the crucial themes of psychoanalysis, but reading Yalom I discovered that, in order to better grasp the profound meaning of his thought, we should investigate the biography of the philosopher psychoanalytically. The key to her philosophical personality, as well as her late modern sensibility, is her relationship with her mother. Johanna Schopenhauer was a lively, cultured woman, married without much enthusiasm to Arthur's austere father, a wealthy merchant of little charm. When her old husband went to the Creator, Johanna was finally able to afford the life she had always wanted, to travel, to write, to meet artists and intellectuals. But the son, clumsy, boring, indelicate, and sometimes violent, did not tolerate the joy and feminine freedom of the mother. At 20, Arthur was aware that life was taking Johanna away from him. Unable to accept it, he was overwhelmed by jealousy and male aggression. When Johanna left Lübeck to go to live in Frankfurt, where she enjoyed Wolfgang Goethe's friendship, Arthur persecuted her, accusing her of squandering the family fortune. Eventually Johanna wrote him a letter, "Leave me alone, don't let me see you again." And actually they never met again. But in the young philosopher, identification with his father became a kind of hatred of life, and especially of women. It was a woman who enjoyed the wealth accumulated by her father. The man-made order is dissolved by the body of the woman who forgets sacrifice and submission, and who squanders the capital destined for offspring. In reality Johanna did not waste anything. Not only was she a talented writer, but she also did not ruin the family properties. Except that the dissipation that worried Arthur was not of a financial nature. After reading Yalom's novel, I decided to resume reading Schopenhauer. I got into it for a while. If nothing else, this miserly and haughty professor deserves to be read because he is the first German thinker to dismantle the Hegelian edifice and show the falsity of idealism. In Schopenhauer, everything starts from the reality of the body, a stiffened body, contracted by avarice, by the terror of dissipation, by misogyny. Schopenhauer's hatred of Hegel is well known. In his hostility, Arthur went so far as to establish that his lectures at the University of Berlin were in the same hours as the rival professor. The result was painful. The lessons of the presumptuous Arthur went deserted, while the classroom in which Hegel was speaking was always crowded. Yet his critical position was well founded, and it went to the very heart of Hegelian historical panlogism. For Schopenhauer, the idea that history is a tortuous path leading to the realization of reason is nothing more than a false consolation. In dismantling the Hegelian vision he reconnects with Kant, to the point of transforming Kantian philosophy into a kind of post-Hegelian materialism. To get out of the idealistic circularity, Schopenhauer reconstructs the meaning of the Kantian I think. The meaning of Ich denke is the transcendental constitution of the phenomenal world, but also the condition of the possibility, perception, and projection of the world as a phenomenon and as experience. The world of phenomena does not pre-exist the constitutive act of thought. On the contrary, it is the constitutive act of thought that establishes it. Phenomena are nothing other than objects of our experience, and we can only grasp them according to the transcendental forms of apperceptive competence, transcendental apperception. In Kant's language, the word transcendental means prior to experience, uncontaminated by empirical content. In the world as will and representation, Schopenhauer reflects on the double face of the expression Ich denke. The act of thinking makes the known world of experience perceptible, and no experience precedes the act of thinking. As we know, Hegel criticizes Kantian Vernunft as an empty universality without a subject, and transforms reason into a historical process of self-affirmation of the subject, which is the mediation through which the absolute spirit manifests itself. Schopenhauer goes in a different direction, which from my point of view is more interesting. Having shared with Kant the fact that the world we know is a phenomenal world, he wants to understand where the subject of this knowledge comes from. Schopenhauer writes, everything that exists for knowledge, and therefore the whole world, is only an object in relation to its subject, perception of the one who perceives, in a word representation. The world is representation, as it is the projection of a will to represent. On the basis of Husserl, we can say that the world is the projection of an intentionality which is both transformation and representation. But Schopenhauer does not stop at the Kantian lesson. What he wants to investigate is the lack of determinations of the transcendental subject. The I think, says Schopenhauer, lacks a body. And it is precisely with a body that we should provide the Kantian act of thinking, so that it is no longer an angelic head, a head without a body. The individual body can be seen from two different perspectives. On the one hand, it is an object among other objects, a phenomenon, a representation projected into the world by the intentionality of the transcendental subject. But at the same time, the activity of knowledge is fed by the organic and living matter in proliferation. The meaning of the world that is in front of me as an effect of my representation could never have been perceived if the observer were only a pure cognitive subject, an angel head with wings but without a body. But this subject instead has roots in the world, and is found in it as a person. Knowledge, which is a condition of the world itself as a representation, is accomplished through the body, whose affections are the beginning of the intuition of the world. Point 1. This world of what is knowable, in which we are and which is in us, both the material and the limit of our consideration. Remain. Point 2. What Schopenhauer tells us is that knowledge presupposes a knowing subject and a known object, but the object of knowledge and the body are both objects that we know and, at the same time, subjects of the knowledge process. The thing in itself of corporeality lies beyond our capacity for knowledge. By denouncing the limits of the Kantian transcendental subject, that is, the lack of a bodily foundation of the cognitive process, Schopenhauer takes a decisive step in the direction of materialism. In his critique of Kant, he moves in the opposite direction to that in which Hegel had moved. In fact, to overcome Kant, Hegel inscribes the subject in the historical and spiritual becoming, as a moment of the path towards the triumph of the absolute spirit. On the contrary, Schopenhauer founds the intentionality of representation in a body, in bodily affections. The Spinozian affection returns here as the pulsating body of thinking subjectivity. Of course, Schopenhauer is a bit of a dark Spinoza. While Spinoza considers the body as an open and unlimited field of possibilities, Schopenhauer defines the body from the point of view of impotence. From his point of view, our misfortune lies in the will, because the will can never be satisfied. Consequently, on the one hand we never stop wanting, on the other hand life is a continuous suffering precisely because life is a phenomenon of the will, objectified will. In short, Schopenhauer decides that the body is at the origin of the act of thought, Ich denke. And yet, after this important affirmation, the only thing he manages to say is that this corporeality is for death, that love vanishes as soon as the object of love is revealed, an old prejudice of male chauvinism. What is the criterion by which we decide that we like a philosopher or not? How does it happen that we say yes to one philosopher and no to another? We cannot prove the factual truths of the philosopher we like. It is not a question of truth, in fact. The choice is based much more on sympathy, the sharing of a pathos, rather than on a logical decision. I dislike Schopenhauer because I link his thought, whose greatness I also recognize, to the emotional vibration that derives from it. His thought is the expression of a body that thinks, as always, of course, the affirmation of a pulsating singularity that is projected into a world of thought. My antipathy therefore does not turn to Schopenhauer's thought, but to the existential singularity that vibrates within this thought, the identification with the father, the resentment for maternal dissipation, the misogyny on which his experience and his Weltanschauung, the reactionary hatred of those who rebel against the established order. Schopenhauer announced and at the same time feared the decline of male domination and that of the white race. Today this double decline is evident. The human project must free itself from identification with male power and with Western white supremacy. The power has failed, the possibility is hidden. What we need is not the affirmation of a will, but the liberation of a possibility already inscribed in the present composition of the world. The prince, the fortune, the virtue. Misogyny is implicit in the history of humanism, and in particular in its late modern crisis. Let's think about it better. What is humanism? This time my answer comes from reading Machiavelli's chapter XXV of The Prince, entitled Quantum Fortuna in Rebus Humanis Possit, et quomodo illicit occurrendum. It is the moment in which the Florentine defines the relationship between luck and virtue, that is the relationship between the chaotic occurrence of events and the regulating power of human action. I resemble that fortune to a ruinous river, which when it gets angry, floods the floors, ruin the trees and buildings. Similarly, luck intervenes, which demonstrates its power where virtue is not ordered to resist. 3. In other words, Machiavelli tells us that he intends to compare fortune to one of those ruinous rivers that invade cultivated spaces, destroying trees and houses. But fortune can be contained and repelled by virtue. The word virtue here refers to the prince's ability to govern chaotic events and subjugate them to his own power. The prince must foresee the direction of events, their strength and destructiveness, and above all he must be energetic in submitting the case to his dominion. He is not allowed to hesitate or to show respect, he must impose himself with violence. At the end of the same paragraph Machiavelli suggests a metaphor that contains, in my opinion, the profound meaning of the modern conception of power. I conclude, therefore, that, by varying fortune, and men staying in their obstinate ways, they are happy while they agree together, and how disagree are unhappy. I judge this very well, that it is better to be impetuous than respectful, because fortune is a woman, and it is necessary, wanting to keep it under, to beat it and bump it, and we see that it is allowed to be overcome more by these than by those who proceed coldly. And yet, as a woman, she is a friend of young people, because they are less respective, more ferocious, and with more audacity they command it. Point 4. It is a first sketch of a history of politics, and of the work of modern civilization, understood as imposition of the techno-economic order. The Machiavellian definition is based on the distinction between feminine, the chaotic and capricious proliferation of possible events, of potentialities that emerge from the depths of nature, and the masculine will that imposes order and subjects the flow to the rule of discrimination. Power is the will that subjugates the possible and reduces it to order. This power is therefore masculine, while the magmatic sphere of possibility is feminine. It is so in Machiavelli's thought, and it is so in the historical experience of power. The tools that the prince must master are of a moral type: cruelty, ruthlessness, violence, decision, resoluteness, but also of a technological type. Machiavelli was in fact interested in military technologies. But at the end of modernity, the power of technology exceeds the power of the political sphere to the point that technology becomes the master of the game, replacing political will and reducing men to impotence. Technique, decline of male power and reactionary nostalgia. Here lies the core of the crisis of humanism upon which Heidegger reflects in writings such as the Letter on Humanism and Interrupted Paths. In the first, he writes that humanism was born in the desert of being, in the space that opens up when the ontological reduction of existence dissolves. We can speak of humanism when the elaboration of being takes place entirely in the sphere of language, whereby language reveals itself as the space and limit of being. When language becomes the language of technology, in the sense that technology reveals itself as the subject of language, humans are dispossessed of language itself. What is imposed on them is a chain of technical implications. And when language undergoes the process of automation, then we are at the twilight of humanistic culture. Heidegger seems unable to understand that technology is not a monolithic and unambiguous system, and that the space in which technologies are formed is the one in constant change of the relationship with the strategies, intentionality, and interests of society. From this misunderstanding then arises a reactionary nostalgia whose totem is the authentic world that precedes the technical transformation. The nostalgia for authenticity is linked to the depressive perception of the decline of the West as a sort of counterweight to the progressive expectations of historicist philosophy and positivism. It is a line of thought that can be read as a premonition of that decline in male power that has sustained the energy of modernity. The modernization process is based on economic competition and military aggression. Consider, for example, the role of futurist culture in the modernization process in Italy. Futurism, as indeed fascism itself, was an effort to masculinize the collective self-perception of the nation. In order to gain economic and military strength, to win wars and market competition, nations must remove the feminine side of their culture. But the energy that sustained nationalism and modernization in the early 20th century has now dissolved. Economic growth recedes, expansion collides with the physical limits of the planet, global demography tends to senilization. Potency was conceived in terms of penetration and subjugation. But in late modernity, power was subjected to a system of technical devices far more adequate than man to penetrate and subjugate the magma of events and fortune. If the technique was born as a prosthesis of male power, at the end of the modern path the prosthesis takes the place of the organ, while the complexity and growing autonomy of the Lebenswelt, that is the female world of life forms, escapes the grasp of order and of domination due to its unpredictable chaos and its natural tendency to dissipate. Having accomplished the task of subduing the natural world, humans realize that they have been dispossessed of their power, now absorbed and overwhelmed by technology. From Schopenhauer to Nietzsche and Heidegger, there is a thread that we could identify as nostalgia for the Superman, which often, but not always, is linked to right-wing reactionary policies. These thinkers react to the painful awareness of the decline of power with a masculine bitterness and with an anti-feminine aggression that increasingly marks both daily life and international politics. The war that Islamist fanatics are waging against women is the most frightening demonstration of the anti-feminine hatred that follows the loss of male power, a symptom of the restless perception of a waning power of humans in relation to the growing power of technology. Male hysteria. Male frustration caused by women's increasing autonomy often results in exalted spiritualism and just as often in depression. It is therefore no coincidence that male hysteria flourishes in late modern literature. In an essay published in 1921, Nikolai Bergiev argues that Dostoevsky has deeply plumbed the apocalypse and nihilism, bringing to light the metaphysical hysteria of the Russian mythological soul and its tendency to fall into obsession. This hysterical strand of Russian psychology manifests itself in authoritarian political forms because only in Christ can there be perfect freedom. When freedom is to be achieved on earth, the utopia of happiness and social perfection destroys inner freedom. Bergiev was aware of the relationship between this reactionary hysteria and the atrophy of emotionality, in particular the atrophy of eroticism and corporeality. In Dostoevsky, women do not exist as independent individuals. The human soul is a matter for men. Never in Dostoevsky is love described as something desirable, and no female character has an independent meaning. The tragic destiny of men always prevails, and women are only the tragedy of men. 5. We could say something similar about Nietzsche, if I'm not mistaken. When I think of Nietzsche I realize that I have some confused ideas, because I don't understand his words, his intentions, and his philosophical project well. I had a passion for him many years ago when I read a book by Deleuze called Nietzsche and Philosophy. What a will wants is to affirm its difference, writes Deleuze in his introduction to Nietzsche. Instead of the work of negation of which Hegel spoke, the Deleuzian Nietzsche preaches lightness and dance. Persuaded by Deleuze's words, I undertook the difficult task of reading some of the German author's books, especially the Genealogy of Morals, Aurora, Ecce Homo, Schopenhauer as an educator, and Thus Spoke Zarathustra. After a while I started wondering, why is this guy so nervous? Why is he so angry with professors when he himself is a professor? Why is he so angry with priests? Why is he so angry with girls? Okay, none of my business, but in the end I began to feel uncomfortable with this rhetoric all about strength and power, and to say that its author was such a fragile person. Anyway, I don't really care much about Nietzsche. Okay, I like him more than Heidegger and Schopenhauer, because at least he has the courage to declare all his frailty and to expose his mind to the storms his words unleash. The other two, on the other hand, first evoke storms, then retire to a refuge as comfortable as it is miserly. I would hardly like to be a friend of Schopenhauer, and for no reason would I want to be a friend of Heidegger. Nietzsche, on the other hand, could be a good friend, even if a little pathetic. I love him a little because he is irresponsible, light, and crazy, but all his heroism and his negative theology sound a bit like a parody, like a comedy that anticipates the tragedy of the 20th century. So let's take an acrobatic leap and move into the era of hyperconnectivity and hikikomori. The body of the connective generation stiffens like Schopenhauer's body, but at the same time unfolds in euphoric games of competition. The general intellect lives in the abstract dimension of connection, but the individual bodies of cognitive workers are fragile and fragmented by isolation. Like Schopenhauer, I seek the living body of the Ich-Denki of the net, the living body that makes knowledge and production possible. But the connective body is an unhappy body, constantly attracted by illusions with which the skin can never come into contact. The mother and the sadness of the flesh. Although loneliness is his main topic, Michel Houellebecq is not an intimate writer. The tangible pain he speaks of is not only his personal pain, but it is the lens through which the writer looks at the our-time. As he explains on his website, Houellebecq's parents lost interest in him when he was 6. He then lived his childhood with his paternal grandmother, Henriette Houellebecq, whose surname he later adopted. He studied agricultural science in Paris, began a career as a computer programmer, then fell into depression. Mine was the point of view of a depressed person, but I wasn't sad. I was lazy, he told an Italian newspaper in 2001. I don't intend to psychoanalyze Houellebecq on the basis of these statements, and I don't care how much autobiographical there is in his novels. What interests me is how much his characters and his poetic world reveal about the present age. When I read Elementary Particles, I immediately had the feeling that Michel Houellebecq was expressing something deeply inscribed in the psychic landscape of our time, something that profoundly influences both our social and political behavior. In the story there are two brothers, Michel and Bruno, who live in conditions of isolation, unrelated to the history of their time. They appear as two windowless monads to the world, as their ability to feel their surroundings was not activated by bodily contact with a human being during the early childhood years. One of them, Michel, is a biologist who perceives the world as the slimy sphere in which elementary particles recombine in a process of composition and decomposition. The other, Bruno, teaches in a high school and is obsessed with sex, convinced that his penis is too small and inept. He has a mistress he occasionally meets in quietly awkward situations, and he can't help putting his hands on the thighs of his school's young female students. For the two brothers, the surrounding environment has no history, the bodies around them are not recognizable as conscious bodies, because they themselves have no history, only depressing biology. Pleasure is not part of the possible experience, all that remains is the spasm of moist and mucous membranes, the emission of organic liquids, the contraction of muscles, the shameful excitement, the unpronounceable discharge. The origin of this sadness is found in the childhood of Bruno and Michel, and in the relationship with a mother who never appears in the novel, because many years before she ran away with a lover, leaving the children alone. How Alibek's rabid anti-feminism is all collected in this beautiful, sensual, Mediterranean mother. The writer explicitly links the absence of the mother's body to the sadness that haunts the sexuality and life of Bruno and Michel. If the fundamental aspects of sexual behavior are innate, the history of the first years of life is particularly important in the dynamics of its expression. Early epidermal contact with members of the species appears to be vital between birds and mammals. Deprivation of skin contact with the mother during early childhood causes serious disturbances in sexual behavior in mice. 6. How Alibek imagines a world in which contact with the mother is increasingly problematic. For the writer, the culprits of this psychic complication are feminism and the hippie movement. Despite being a wonderful writer, in fact How Alibek understands almost nothing of the cultural history of the last 50 years, to the point of identifying feminism with the working socialization of women. It must be said that in this misunderstanding he is not alone. Indeed, feminism is such a complex and rich cultural experience that it is impossible to reduce it to a single definition, but certainly, the capture of time and the sensibility of woman by the capitalist machine was certainly not its main aim. On the contrary, we can say that feminism is rather the exaltation of sensuality and laziness as conditions of happy socialization. Emancipationist feminism claims and obtains women's access to the world of work, the integration of women's physical and mental energies within the production cycle. The consequence was the rarefaction of the physical and mental availability of the mother and the emotional loneliness of the children. How Alibek's resentful philosophy is based on the premise that the selfish generation of the 1960s erased any leftover pleasure, and left nothing for those who came after. This reasoning stems from a huge misunderstanding, but I'm not here to straighten out my ideas or to give myself to psychological exams. If I read How Alibek, it is because I want to see the world that his eyes see. I don't ask the writers to confirm my ideas, I ask them to help me see the world with someone else's gaze, since the world is the dynamic intersection point between countless different gazes. And a writer's gaze is a way to broaden our understanding of the world. The author of The Elementary Particles has the courage of despair, to stare the beast in the eye, to look at the genesis of contemporary fascism that comes from the loneliness of the male body, despicable and despised and therefore aggressive. It tears apart the idealism of modern political culture, the self-righteous idealism of those who erect altars to the values of work and homeland because they don't know much about sensuality and conversation between conscious bodies. Hate for women and hatred for the culture of the 68, these are the two threads that are always interwoven in How Alibek's work. Yet I think that How Alibek is one of the most important contemporary authors, because it opens a window on the psycho-beast of our age. I think How Alibek doesn't understand anything about the culture of movements and the social history of our time, but I don't really care. What interests me instead is the world that makes visible to me, what he perceives, because it is part of the desperate and sad world in which we live. How Alibek's personal pain is none of my business. What is interesting, if anything, is the way he tells the pain of the generation that grew up too late for the warm closeness of bodies and minds, and too early for the full digital abstraction of the sphere of emotions. We cannot ask writers to tell us the truth, because each writer tells his specific truth, his personal indignation, which transforms into universal indignation, his joy capable of illuminating the world in a singular way. What matters is the width of the vision that an author opens, the width of his window. The window that opens How Alibek is very large because it brings to the surface the deepest currents of the contemporary spirit, of the imminent barbarism, of the irreversible devastation that seizes the psychosphere, stretching like a shadow on the stage of history. Submission, his best-known novel, was met with some skepticism. Some say the story is not credible. Others that his predictions are too leaden. He responded to these observations by recalling that not even Cassandra's predictions were ever believed, yet they were always true. The story How Alibek tells in this book is unlikely, an Islamic party is unlikely to win the presidential election in France. His poetry, however, is not in describing plausible scenarios, it is in revealing nightmares and illusions. It is in this way, that is, in the domain of the imagination, that the history of the world is created. Submission imagines the future of Europe from the point of view of the unconscious. On the evening of November 13, 2015, the Bataclan massacre deepened the perception of a hatred that is exploding after years of long squeezing and humiliation. Over the years, Westerners have bombed Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya. Now that violence has resulted in the random and unpredictable bombing of European cities. Will we get out of this nightmare? At the moment it is difficult to predict. European depression. Remember Hate, the film by Matthew Kassovitz from 1995, in which in the course of one night a group of young people of African and Maghreb origin emerge from the jungle of the suburbs and go to the other world, the center of Paris, which in reality is only a few subway stops away. That film already contained all the ingredients that prepared the murderous assault on Charlie Hebdo and the horrific Bataclan massacre. Among the Islamist killers, some told the media that their plans for the massacre were born in their minds after seeing the images of Abu Ghraib. Cherif Kouiki, one of the killers in the Charlie Hebdo assault, admitted he started thinking about becoming a terrorist right after the shock of those photographs. His religious conversion came after, not before, the vision of that humiliation. I remember what I thought in 2004, when I saw the photos taken by American soldiers for the simple amusement of the suffering of others. And what I thought was, right now millions of Arab children are watching television. When they are 20, and they will be excluded from social integration, and live in an environment where everyday advertising tells them that only the winner has the right to exist, we should not be surprised if they want to be part of an Islamist army. Nowadays gives him a salary of $400 a month, a salary that in London or Cairo will never get. And then they have the chance to kill a Westerner, a Christian, a Jew, at best an American. The Parisian massacre, carried out by a group of ex-children who grew up remembering the humiliation of their older brothers, caused a paradoxical identity effect in European political culture. Nationalism against migrants grows together with impotent anger against financial aggression. European identity was once founded on the shared value of prosperity. Economic security and social democracy were the hallmarks of all of Europe, but financial aggression has turned the Union into a machine of impoverishment. In order to survive, the European Union therefore needs a new identity. Will it be the national Europeanism that is emerging as a form of nationalism, racism, and resentment across the continent? Submission tells the process of Islamization of the West, a paranoid fantasy rooted in the European unconscious. It is the same fantasy that prompted the Norwegian Anders Breivik to kill 77 young people on the island of Utøya. Of course, there is no danger of the Islamization of the West. There is a war spreading from Ukraine to the Middle East to North Africa, and into which Europe is slowly sinking. If we want to read Howe Alibeck's novel as a political prophecy, it doesn't work. It tells of a France ruled by an Islamic party, and of private parties from which women are completely absent. Can you imagine such a thing in Paris? It tells of the Sorbonne financed and directed by Saudi Arabia, and of professors forced to convert to Islam. Impossible to believe it? But that's not the point. Philip Dick's plots are often not very credible from a geopolitical point of view, but the writer focuses on something more essential. So does Howe Alibeck, who underlines something more important than the simple fate of the French Republic, the European depression. At the origins of this depression lies, in my opinion, a feeling of self-contempt which is at the heart of Howe Alibeck's poetics. Not fear, but depression is the negative force that feeds the identity of the European peoples, and the same can of course also be said of Islamic identityism. Howe Alibeck's depression does not have the romantic characteristics of melancholy, it does not resonate with the sublime tones of Novalis, and it is not attracted to the sweet panic of infinity. What Howe Alibeck describes is a sordid sadness that emerges from the dissolution of the human sympathy for the human, which presents itself as the unpleasantness of the sexual compulsion, or as the autistic repulsion of the body reduced to organic matter. How Alibek goes to the heart of contemporary depression, and then transforms it into a, philosophically well-conceived, eulogy of submission. In the novel, submission is the cultural, psychological, and therefore also political force that makes Islam so strong as to enable it to conquer Europe. Islam accepts the world as it is, in Nietzsche's sense. While Buddhists think that the world is dukkha, pain and imbalance, and Christians think that the Lord of the world is Satan, for Muslims the world is absolute perfection, an absolute masterpiece. This is what the rector of the Islamized Sorbonne says to persuade the novel's protagonist to submit. In the chaotic universal nothingness, submission is seen as the only condition for peace of soul, and also as the only condition for success. In fact, submission to the supreme law, be it the law of Allah or the law of the market, does not exclude, rather it implies the submission of man to man, and in particular the submission of women. Submission and computability. One particular type of submission is that at the heart of the techno-hype. To understand the implications of digital submission, let's take Kevin Kelly, one of the leading theorists of Californian thought. After contributing to Coevolution Quarterly magazine in the 1980s, over the next decade Kelly became editor-in-chief of Wired magazine, which from San Francisco educated the world about the new word of the net. In 1993, a pivotal year in Internet history, Kelly published a book called Out of Control. The core of the book is the assertion that the global mind, a concatenation of machines and minds and eyes and software, is superior to subglobal minds, and therefore we humans cannot understand, let alone judge or reject, logic of the global network. According to Kelly, the development of the global mind is a process on which we cannot intervene and that we cannot deviate, because we are at a level of knowledge that is subject to the law of digital totality, since the expansion of the digital network tends to subdue the forms of life to the computational paradigm. In the age of biological machines, the human will is no longer the main actor in the field, the techno-automaton takes over. In his most recent book, The Inevitable, Kelly describes 12 forces that shape the future in a direction determined by the trends inscribed in the current organization of the techno-media system. The final leap beyond the human condition will inevitably be caused by the spread of artificial thinking machines, which are disseminated in the very fabric of daily life and work. The advent of artificial thought accelerates all other disruptive innovations. It is the main force of the future. We can say with certainty that cognification is inevitable, because we have already gotten to that point. 7. Like the Islamic bowing to the inevitable inscribed in God's mind, this religious version of the techno-future leads Kelly to promote submission to the will indisputable and superior of the global machine. But the machine has no will in itself, and the direction that the machine follows is the direction that the human creator has inscribed in it at some point in its historical evolution. This direction has been inscribed in a form that acts as an inevitable gestalt, but human consciousness is capable of freeing mental activity from the limitations and traps of the gestalt. There is an error in Kevin Kelly's philosophical approach. According to him, computation is destined to penetrate into every recess of human life, language, and behavior. But this does not take into consideration the incomputable, quantum leaps, the interminable vibrations inscribed in social behavior and in the excesses of language. Kelly does not take into account the irreducibility of the production of meaning to the measure of computation, nor does he consider the relationship between the unconscious and the processes of symbolization. If we want to imagine a process of subtraction from the gestalt, we must first consider the force of the incomputable, which is the main force of evolution, the reason why we are human. In the book The Universal Computer, the mathematician Martin Davis compares Leibniz and Don Quixote, opposing the quixotic consciousness of the imperfection of the world to the Leibnizian idea that God has built the most perfect world possible. Leibniz spoke of an artificial mathematical language in which every aspect of knowledge can be expressed, of computational rules capable of revealing every logical relationship between the different propositions. Finally, he dreamed of machines capable of carrying out calculations and thus freeing the mind for creative thought. 8. But Leibniz's theoretical premise is the radical reducibility of all the phenomena of the world to a recombination of computable elements. God, from his point of view omniscient, has mistakenly created the best world that could be built, in which all elements of evil are optimally balanced by good elements. 9. Davis, however, notes that this reduction is false. Leibniz himself was forced to recognize it when life and social commitment showed him the imperfection and approximation of the living organism, and in particular of the consciousness of this organism. The perfection of the machine is the reason for its inability to understand the full infinity of imperfection. John Maynard Keynes, who perhaps knew more about human history than Kelly, said that the inevitable generally does not happen, because what really happens is the unpredictable. Humanism and theology. How Alibek's ideological enemy is humanism. The word humanism makes me sick, says the protagonist of Submission. But what does this word mean, humanism? For me, the word humanism refers to the ontological indeterminacy of human action, to the independence of historical destiny from any theological principle. For me, humanism is the negation of all theology, not only of traditional religious theologies, but also of economic theology founded on the assumption that there is no alternative. At the beginning of the philosophical movement called humanism, Pico della Mirandola, in the Discourse on the Dignity of Man, kindly invites God to leave the earth, and then offers men the anxious thrill of an unwritten destiny. The depressed professor of How Alibek's novel, for his part, despises humanism because for him the human is reduced to the biological instinct of the drive. It does not see the cultural genesis of desire, the humanistic freedom of conscience, imagination, linguistic construction in the absence of an ontological foundation. In this dimension the modern adventure takes place, which is first of all ontological intermination, autonomy from being, and only in a second moment political freedom. The marriage between technology and economics has generated the conditions for a new theocracy. The global market machine is the implicit destiny of men in the post-humanist era we live in. God has returned, in the guise of techno-economy. And Islam is only the complement of this neoliberal submission. The Islamization described by How Alibek is neoliberalism plus Sharia. It's the moderate Islam that Westerners are so excited about, the Islam of the Saudi petroplutocracy. A double theocracy, Islamic, but respectful of neoliberal dogma. When, in the France imagined by How Alibek, the Islamic Party takes power, its leader Mohammed Ben Abbas aims for the definitive liquidation of public spending and full privatization. The education system is also partially Islamic, funded by the Saudis, and partially private. Reading Submission, the feeling is that the author's predictions should not be taken too seriously, as they sound so unimaginable, improbable, impossible. That's what I thought at first, but I was wrong. 10 years ago we could not have imagined what happened in Europe from 2008 onwards: impoverishment, dismantling of the public system of countries like Greece, rising fascism on a continental scale. Nor could we have imagined the extermination policies that Europe is implementing in the entire Mediterranean basin. All of this happened because the theocratic madness of financial capitalism opened the way to an unimaginable landscape. It happened because, sometimes for good and often for bad, what happens is not the inevitable expected, but the unexpected that we are not even able to imagine. The Dark Side of Desire. Squaring the Pyramid of Aging is the title of an issue of the American magazine Daedalus, published in 1980. The pyramid of humanity, which once had a small number of elderly people at the top and a huge number at the base of very young people, tends to square up, because people are living longer and longer and the birth rate tends to decline. The prospect is therefore less and less young, more and more elderly. Until a few decades ago, people over 60 were a small minority. Sometimes the old were surrounded by an aura of respect and veneration, more often they were pushed back to the margins of society, deprived of the means to survive and unable to recognize themselves as a community. Circumstances have now changed, Thanks to the decline in the birth rate and the prolongation of the lifespan, the old have become a significant part of the overall population. As heirs to the decades of affluence, they are mostly on a regular pension and their opinion carries weight, as they vote massively and have good spending power. Nonetheless, the cultural significance of aging is ignored, or at best reduced to the notion of decline. What does this trend towards aging imply both culturally and psychologically? Western culture has always been obsessed with the mythology of youthful energy. Not only sex, but also politics, art, and beauty venerate the cult of youth. Energy is eternal delight, in the words of the poet Blake. The fundamental energolatry of modern culture is now shaken, frightened, and defensively reacting by transferring energy from the body to the technique. Senescent humans shift their energy to mechanical or chemical implants, and physical vigor is replaced by economic security. In the family of the past century, the people who had the most money were the parents in their 30s or 40s. Today the 30-40-year-olds are precarious or unemployed workers, they are no longer those who have the money. Only 60-70-year-old grandparents have a regular pension, so it was their turn to pay for their grandchildren's school. Today, the old, workers of the welfare era are certainly not rich, but every month they receive some money, while the majority of those who started working in the post-welfare era, those who suffer the reformism of the Blairian left, to understand, are paid poorly and occasionally. This demographic and social change must be elaborated in theoretical and aesthetic terms, as well as in its cultural and psychic implications. Both the culture of the ruling class and that of the movements were formed in the context of the mythology of energy, and both commercial communication and revolutionary propaganda were based on energy as a force of desire. In their latest book What is Philosophy, Deleuze and Guattari rethought desire from the point of view of aging. After a discussion on old age and friendship, in the concluding chapter Chaos and the Brain they talk about the suffering that at a certain point arises from the perception of chaos and from the acceleration that confuses attention and understanding. The universe is too fast for the senile brain to process it. This is the dark side of desire. The technical world we created in an age of youthful energy is now too fast and too complex for the human mind to control. In Chaosmosi, Guattari talks about the chaosmic spasm, the perception of the fact that we are no longer able to follow the rhythm of chaosmotic desire. But desire is not just energy and speed. It is also the ability to find a different rhythm. Here I do not just consider the effects of aging, here I am talking about the art of politics, the art of changing the conceptual context in which we operate. We must escape from the point of view of productivity, abandon all expectations of conquest and control. On the contrary, we must take the point of view of slowness and self-care. We need to transform impotence into a line of escape from the universe of competition. We may find that exhaustion are not that bad if we accept them as a condition of abandonment. How to deal with exhaustion? By inscribing the reality of death in political thought, transforming decline into a movement of solidarity. The senile generation of Europe can be the subject of a cultural revolution that prepares that part of humanity that has enjoyed colonial privilege for a redistribution of wealth and resources. Such a cultural revolution should start with a critique of the energetic cult of youth that pervades modern culture. The ideology of unlimited growth and aggressive competition has been the pillar of capitalist development. It has nurtured the romantic and nationalist currents that have aggressively mobilized modern Western society. As paradoxical as it may seem, a senile approach to the imagination of the future is needed. I admit that, at the moment, such a prospect appears unlikely to say the least. The European population seems determined to defend their privilege with all the means at their disposal. And this cannot bring anything good, indeed, it is already causing a lot of harm. Young people trying to escape the disastrous conditions produced by colonialism are already encircling Fortress Europe. In their unconscious they carry memories of exploitation and humiliation, while advertising and global ideology have aroused in them the expectation of things they cannot have. For decades, Europe has appeared as the continent of peace and social justice. It is now sinking into a wave of sadness and cynicism. Young people seem unable to change their social conditions and wander around in a labyrinth devoid of solidarity. The senile population can be the bearer of a new rhythm and a new disposition of spirit, if they can face the inevitable with the right spirit. We may discover something that humanity has never known, the love of the old, the sensual slowness of those who expect nothing from life but wisdom, the wisdom of those who have seen a lot, have forgotten nothing, yet they look at new things with innocent curiosity. Abandoning hope. Habmus Papam is, as far as I'm concerned, the best film by Nanni Moretti. It tells of the powerlessness of humans in the face of the immensity of historical suffering. In the film God never appears, and the new Pope, played by Michel Piccoli, feels unable to express in words the unimaginable chaos of a reality from which God is absent. Nanni Moretti anticipated a drama that the Church of Rome has really known just a few months after the film's release. In February 2013, Joseph Ratzinger, the German Pope who had affirmed the indisputable superiority of the truth against all relativism, resigned, declaring his physical and spiritual weakness. It was an unprecedented act, which we must interpret philosophically as the recognition of the powerlessness of politics and ethical reason. I am not a theologian and I do not pretend to understand the profound meaning of such an enormous gesture. Yet, from the point of view of secular philosophy, I can affirm that the resignation of Ratzinger, Pope Benedict XVI, shows awareness of a failure, that of the historical attempt to put under control the forces unleashed by evil, and which materialize in the animal instincts of the global capitalism. Defeated by his weakness, Benedetto fell silent and bowed his head. Admitting his own helplessness was, in my opinion, his greatest act of force. Then something new happened. At a time when sectarian violence, conservative arrogance, and economic aggression have taken over almost everywhere, a man appeared at the window of St. Peter's Basilica and greeted the crowd by simply saying, "Good evening." I am not a believer, and my atheism prevents me from accepting the idea that, in those days of March 2013, the Holy Spirit enlightened the men of the conclave. However, human wisdom allowed them to elect a new pope, Francis, who seems to face ethnic violence, political oppression and economic exploitation face to face. I do not pretend to adequately interpret the theological meaning of Francis' preaching. What I want to understand is, from a historical perspective, what are the philosophical implications of his gestures and words. In his writings and statements, Francis explicitly redefines the relationship between truth and compassion, a word by which we can mean both empathy and solidarity. The Pope who, in his own words, came from the end of the world declared that the Church should see itself as a field hospital. The thing the Church needs most today is the ability to heal wounds and to warm the hearts of the faithful, closeness, proximity. I see the Church as a field hospital after a battle. There is no point in asking a seriously injured person if they have high cholesterol and high sugars. His wounds need to be treated. Then we can talk about everything else. Heal the wounds, heal the wounds. We have to start from the bottom. What strikes me in such a statement is the abandonment of hope as a horizon. The emphasis is all on compassion. In this, Francis seems to adapt to the prevailing sentiment of our time, a desperate perception of the future. But Francis translates this absence in terms of compassion, of friendship. In Christian terms, without faith hope is impossible, and faith really seems to have run out, since communism, democracy and social progress collapsed at the end of the last century. It was only faith in capitalism that survived, but after 2008 that too collapsed, suffocated by financial arrogance and job insecurity. In the 1990s, capitalism was recognized as the ultimate and universal model of social life, and it conquered the minds of many left-wing intellectuals. Today, 20 years later, capitalism has almost completely lost its credibility, but it continues to dominate as an automatic and unstoppable machine. It no longer wins with the force of consent, rather, it subjugates souls and bodies with the force of the inevitable. Thus, the faith is gone. I am not a believer, I do not believe in any God and any ideology, therefore I don't think the end of faith is a bad thing. On the contrary, I believe that when we are free from faith we can more freely understand the real trends of the time and seize the most interesting opportunities that the trend brings. But in order to grasp what is possible and to finally actualize it, we need friendship, solidarity, pleasure in the relationship between bodies. This is what is missing today. Not hope, not faith, but friendship. This is why humanity seems to stagger over the abyss of war and suicide. This is my interpretation of the words of Francis, which does not intend to be blasphemous. God is not here, and he is not interested in dealing with our wars, our global warming, our exploitation, our precarious work. Maybe he's busy with something more pressing in another corner of the universe. What is certain is that we must get used to acting without his help. Consequently, we must give up hope. The machine of the world is ungovernable and the human will is powerless. Only friendship is left to us. This is how I understand Francis' words. In a fascinating text entitled Pope Franciscus Under a Bright Red Star, Federico Campagna compares the exploits of the Pope elected in 2013 with those of the Pope elected in 1503, Julius II, the Pope dressed in armor, the warrior pontiff who fought to repel the barbarians. Campagna proposes a political interpretation of Francis' message. It is the Pope who summons the social activists and who becomes a point of reference for that part of the population that no longer has political representation after the collapse of communism. For my part, I do not deny that Francis' preaching has political aims and effects, but I don't think its most important message lies here. As far as I can understand, the deepest core of his teaching lies elsewhere. Christ did not come to earth to impose justice, but to preach friendship and compassion. In this he would seem very similar to Siddhartha Gautama, who speaks of compassion as the only way to harmonize the cosmic game with the singularity of existence. On September 10, 1978, a pope named Albino Luciani declared that God is more mother than father. A few weeks after the scandal caused by such a statement, he died. By saying that Christ is more merciful love than a severe affirmation of the truth, Francis reformulates Luciani's concept. With the emphasis on mercy he suggests God's maternal attention to the frailty of the human creature, rather than the Father's obsession with the law. Obviously we must read this accentuation of mercy also in political terms. In many countries Christians are persecuted and killed for their religious affiliation, yet Francis has not summoned any crusade. On the contrary, he has repeatedly berated Western powers for their aggressive behavior against Islam. We can read the insistence on compassion also in the context of financial violence and European austerity that destroys the life and future of peoples, as a criticism of the selfishness of European populations who refuse to accept migrants fleeing misery and war, often consequence of the action of the Europeans themselves. I do not expect any redemption after my life is over, and therefore I think that, at this time, despair is the only possible intellectual attitude. But I also think that despair and joy are not incompatible, since despair is a condition of the intellectual mind, while joy is a condition of the embodied mind. Friendship is the force that transforms despair into joy. Power, automation and terror. We cannot describe the historical process as a succession of problems and solutions. Problem solving exists only in the field of mathematics. In the human world, problems are not simply solvable, so the healing process is interminable. Problem situations evolve, change the horizon and eventually disappear as new problem situations emerge and take shape. Social evolution can be described as a series of insoluble puzzles, of emerging possibilities, of vibratory oscillations, and finally as the selection and imposition of one possibility among many, a provisional order that neither resolves nor stabilizes the infinite complexity of conjunctive life. I call power the condition of temporary imposition of a plane of possibility, which is itself selected from many planes of possibility. I call power a regime of visibility and invisibility, the exclusion of possible different concatenations from the space of visibility. One form emerges from many possible ones, then turns into a gestalt, a format of perception of the surrounding reality. Gestalt is a perceptual code, a form that generates forms. This is the power. If we want to describe the political form that power takes today, we must start from the effects that neoliberal globalization and digital technology have produced on the structure of the world. The transition from industrial modernity to the global network can be conceptualized as the transition from the disciplinary subjugation of social bodies described by Foucault, to the model of control that Deleuze outlines in an article written in the last years of his life. Control is the name that Burroughs proposes for the new monster that Foucault recognizes as our next future. Paul Virilio also does not stop analyzing the ultra-rapid forms of control in the open air, which replace the old disciplines operating in the duration of a closed system. There is no need to recall the extraordinary pharmaceutical productions, nuclear formations, genetic manipulations, although they are destined to intervene in the new process. 1. Following Burroughs' suggestion, Deleuze speaks of a society of control to understand the pervasive automation of behavior, which replaces the old principle of obedience to the established order. Order is no longer an external structure to which one must bend, but it is the cognitive form that controls the organism from the inside. As the firm replaces the factory, lifelong learning tends to replace the school, and continuous control replaces the exam. It is the safest way to deliver the school to the company. In disciplinary societies, it was always possible to start all over again, from school to barracks, from barracks to factory, while in control societies one never ends up with anything, since the enterprise, the training, the service are the metastable and coexisting states of a same modulation, of the same universal deformer. 2. It is useful in this regard to recall Marx's distinction between formal domination and real domination in the relationship between capital and labor. In what is known as the sixth unpublished chapter of Capital, Marx defines formal subsumption as a compulsive relationship, an external imposition that has as its purpose the extraction of surplus labor through an extension of labor time, absolute surplus value. Then he defines the real subsumption with these words. The real subsumption of labor under capital develops in all forms that develop relative surplus value, to be distinguished from absolute surplus value. With the real subsumption of labor there is a complete, and constant, continuous, repeated, revolution in the mode of production, in the productivity of labor and in the relationship between capitalist and worker. In the case of the real subsumption of labor under capital, changes actually occur in the labor process. On the one hand, the mode of reproduction changes the form of material production. On the other hand, this alteration of the material form of production creates the basis for the development of the capital relation, which corresponds to a specific level of development of the productive powers of labor. 3. In the sphere of formal subsumption, the labor process, even if it is subject to the economic domination of the capitalist, it is not changed technically and materially. But in order to increase relative surplus value, that is, the quantity of surplus value produced in the unit of time, the capitalist introduces technological innovations into the labor process that increase the intensity of exploitation and, finally, the quantity of surplus value produced. This transformation marks the passage from formal subsumption to real subsumption. In the first phase, the capitalist limits himself to expropriating labor from the product of his labor. In the second phase, the capital transforms the work process so as to intensify the production rate. Real subsumption coincides with the introduction of machines whose function is the intensification of labor productivity, and the replacement of physical acts of material transformation with automatisms. Automation is the final step of subsumption, thanks to which human time is captured by the machinic flow. In our time, automation is invading the very sphere of cognition, memory, learning and decision, and in this way opens the way to the final form of subsumption, what I would call mental subsumption. Power at this point takes the form of biopower and neuropower, embodying itself in the very nervous tissue of social life. However, this process of emergence of biopower is not linear or conflict-free. As technology subsumes and reshapes the interlinking of brains in the bunkerized space of the digital network, the living body of the planet inhabits the physical space that unfolds outside the bunker. This produces a separation between cognitive operation and consciousness, a dissolution of social solidarity, and ultimately leads to policies of belonging, aggression, and war. In the following pages I will describe the forms that power is taking. On the one hand, the inscription of automatic models of language and interaction, on the other, the explosion of decerebrated and suicidal forms of behavior. Emoji. How long did it take for the language virus to permanently inscribe itself in the life space of Homo sapiens? How many thousands of years did it take for language to take root and acquire coherence in the evolution of the human race? And then, much later, how long did it take for writing, the technology capable of transferring information, thought and emotion across space and time, to establish and proliferate, shaping thought, production and political power? From the Code of Hammurabi to Gutenberg we can count 4,000 years. Language made possible the emergence of society and the differentiation of human beings from the environment, and above all that leap beyond existing reality which according to Paulo Verno consists in the faculty of negation. In the space of language, the double process of negation and imagination became possible. In the passage from the 20th to the 21st century we have entered a new mutation, no less profound or full of implications than the previous two. This new mutation is based on the capture, subsumption, and integration of language within the digital network. The connective capture of these agents of signification we call human beings took place in the space of 30 or perhaps 50 years. And in such a short period of time, everything has been turned upside down: work, emotions, cognition. The perceptual modalities of time and space have been reconfigured, the memory, the attention, the intentionality of the generation born on the net have changed in such a radical way that the intergenerational exchange is upset, if not deactivated. The digital sphere generates a cognitive mutation that involves the passage from the subjunctive mode to the connective mode of concatenation. We could call this new condition neo-human. I define conjunctive as a linguistic modality in which the meaning of signs is based on the act of signification that takes place in the context, a linguistic modality in which the rules of signification do not pre-exist the signification, although syntactic rules are at work in the enunciation. The conjunction is the concatenation of irregular bodies that do not correspond to a prefabricated model, and do not act in conformity with a structure. The subjunctive bodies are not preformatted, they can choose the dimension in which the linguistic exchange takes place and they can move across the plane, they can break the flow without respecting any syntactic order that is external or prior to the signifying process of enunciation in the context. The connection shifts the process of signification from a dimension in which conscious bodies are joined according to random models, to a dimension in which bodies adapt to a code, to a digital format of exchange. Conjunctive practices lose their pragmatic efficacy since the exchange of meaning presupposes compatibility with the automatic procedure of digital signification. The behavior of connective, or neo-human, organisms cannot be understood or governed by the operational tools of politics, nor can it be judged according to the moral categories inherited from the past age of humanism and criticism, since these categories are linked to models pre-connective of cognition. Neo-humans can accumulate incomparably greater amounts of information than previous generations processed. But the methods of synthesis and processing follow lines that are less and less compatible with empathic consciousness and with the perception of the body in continuity with the physical environment. Under connective conditions, the interaction between neo-human units, organisms that are physically different from each other but cognitively interconnected, tends to automate. The connective neo-humans taking to integrate through swarm forms of behavior. Individual cognitive activity is increasingly connected to the meta-machine. Each individual may be, or may not be, acutely aware of his condition, but he is no longer able to govern or change it, since the interaction no longer depends on the ethical or political will, but depends on the rules incorporated in the automaton. The precarious workers of this generation are acutely aware of their misery, the exploitation they suffer and the loneliness in which they are segregated. But their communication is based on digital connection, and less on the physical presence of the other's body. They are no longer able to speak their own language, rather, they are spoken about it. In 2015, the word of the year in the Oxford English Dictionary was a pictogram. It is the LOL emoji, the smiling face, officially called face with tears of joy. The standardized machine pictogram is the dominant sign in the linguistic landscape. We need less and less to express ourselves, our feelings can be expressed by a vast park of digital emoticons, while the innovations of digital biometrics pave the way for emotional recognition. By the word automaton I don't mean a machine, but a super-individual bioinformatic organism that can go through sensitive singularities, but cannot be traversed by them. The bioinformatic superorganism produces meaning by following rules that are compatible with the digital machine, and can only act effectively within the semiotic universe of connection. The automaton takes the place of the sensitive and conscious individual organism, capable of differentiation strategies and of transforming the environment according to those same strategies. This is the meaning of politics, in the sphere of alphabetic and sequential communication. On the contrary, the connective agent, such as the financial agent, produces effects only if its strategies are compatible with the automaton's strategy. The conjunctive utterance cannot be effective in the sphere of connective concatenation, for the simple reason that it does not have the code to access the syntax of the connective machine. As a result, the bioinformatic organism reads human language and discards it as noise. Only statements compatible with connective logic can work, producing real effects. This is the reason why political will, and in particular the democratic decision-making process, proves incapable of countering financial power. The relationship between social life and the financial system is automated, inscribed in the technical governance network. The social body that rebels against the automaton is therefore forced to choose between helplessness and suicide. Dominated by connective governance, the subjunctive body is reduced to impotence. It is therefore not surprising that, over the past 4 decades, the suicide rate has steadily risen. Just as it is not surprising that suicide terrorist attacks are also widespread. Dissolution of the masses. In the mass psychology of fascism, Wilhelm Reich writes that what is disturbing is not why people rebel, but why people don't rebel. Why don't workers go on uninterrupted strike? Why don't we continually rebel against oppression? Today, after the century that was marked by the rise and collapse of communist hope, we can give various answers to the question posed by Reich. Society is unable to rebel because autonomy and solidarity have been cancelled by the precariousness, anxiety, and competition, which are the main characteristics of the current organization of work. The effect of the deterritorialization of work and the technical fragmentation of the social body generates the inability to create effective networks of solidarity, while our epidemic loneliness is only broken by sudden outbursts of anger. This is a possible answer to the question. A second answer lies in the dissolution of the physical identity of power and the impossibility of identifying the enemy. Power is nowhere and at the same time it is everywhere, internalized and inscribed in the techno-linguistic automatisms that we define governance. The waves of rebellion in which we have participated over the past 2 decades have proved unable to concentrate their forces against the physical center of financial domination, because such a center does not exist. The precariousness of work, which implies the end of territorial proximity and competition between workers, has caused the dissolution of the social solidarity that Jean Baudrillard had advocated since the second half of the 1970s. In those years, which were the years of transition from industrial to digital civilization, there was a change in the conceptual structure and disciplinary organization of knowledge. This disciplinary restructuring reflected the transformation that occurred in the decades of neoliberal reform and its intersection with digital technology. Since the 1980s, the academic field of mass psychology has been replaced by a broad spectrum of disciplines: sociology, psychology, cyberscience, cultural studies, media theory. Instead, it is interesting to underline the disappearance of the masses as a homogeneous body of social existence. The masses seem to evaporate. The emergence of network technology has inaugurated a form that goes beyond the mass media, and whose reticular communication disperses the crowd, segments it, transforms it into an expanse of connected atoms, while the precariousness of work disintegrates the physical proximity of the workers. Indeed, social precariousness can be described as that condition in which workers constantly change their individual positions, in such a way that no one meets anyone else in the same position for an extended period of time. Cooperation takes place without physical proximity and causes an effect of existential loneliness and omnipresent productivity. Workers no longer perceive themselves as part of a living community, they compete with each other and in a condition of solitude. Even if they are similarly exploited by the same capitalist entity, they are no longer a social class, because in their material condition they cannot produce collective self-awareness or spontaneous solidarity, as would a community of people living in the same place and sharing same fate. They are no longer masses because their meetings on the subway, at the airport or in any other place of transit, always have a temporary, casual, provisional character. Mass psychology fails because the masses fail, at least in social self-perception. But the concept of masses is ambiguous and elusive, as Baudrillard recalled in the late 1970s in the Shadow of Silent Majorities, or The Death of the Social Point 4. The concept of masses is not identified with the Marxian concept of class social, that is to say an aggregation of people who share the same economic interest, the same social behavior and the same political conscience. The existence of the working class is not an ontological truth, it is the effect of a shared imagination and consciousness. It is a mythology, in the strong sense of the word, a narration about the present and about a possible future. This narrative vanished along with the social conditions of industrial production, with the end of the physical mass of workers concentrating in the factory space. Over the past 3 decades, the cultural conditions of class self-perception have been eroded by post-industrial transformation. The dissolution of this mass dimension of society can be connected with the extreme individualization and with the competitive disposition of workers in the context of precarization. Everything changes, writes Baudrillard, with the tools of simulation, collapse of the poles, orbital circulation of models. This is also the matrix of every implosive process. And again, bombarded with stimuli, texts, and messages, the masses are simply an opaque and blind layer, like those clusters of stellar gases that can only be known through the analysis of their electromagnetic spectrum, in turn the equivalent of statistics and surveys. It is no longer a question of expression or representation, but only the simulation of a perennially inexpressible and unexpressed social. 5. If Guattari was attracted to the technological rhizome of information considered as an instrument of liberation, Baudrillard expressed awareness of the dark side of the network, dissipation of social energy, the implosion of subjectivity, the submission of mental activity to the logic of simulation. Guattari was interested in the concept of the network because he felt there a process of self-organization of the social actors, which in turn could be translated into a movement marked by media activism. For his part, however, Baudrillard anticipated the effects of post-social power then intuitable under the forms of emerging neoliberalism, a power that replaces the old hierarchical pyramid, exactly the network. Social autonomy and neoliberal deregulation are two contemporary processes that to some extent implicate each other. The same concept of rhizome is capable of mapping both the explosion of the hierarchical disciplinary society and the process of capitalist deregulation that prepares the precariousness of work and the dissolution of social solidarity. Thatcherian moral. What irritates me most in politics over the last 30 years is the tendency towards a collectivist society. People are induced to forget their personal safety, and in the end they ask, but do I count for anything? My answer is, yes. So I don't just propose an economic policy, what I propose is an approach. Changing the economy means changing the approach. Economics is only the method, but the object is to change the heart and soul of society. Point 6. The goal of the Thatcher Revolution was not economic but political, ethical, even spiritual. The neoliberal reform was aimed at inscribing competition in the heart of social life, to the point of destroying society itself. It is a cultural intention well told by Michel Foucault in his seminar of 1979 to 1980, which later became the birth of biopolitics. The submission of individual activity to the spirit of enterprise, the complete recoding of human activity according to the principle of profitability, the insertion of competition in the neural circuits of everyday life, all trends described and predicted by Foucault. Not only economic profit, but the cult of the individual as an economic warrior, the harsh perception of the fundamental loneliness of every human being, the cynical admission that war is the only possible relationship between living organisms on the path of evolution, this is the ultimate intention of what we have learned to call neoliberalism. A famous Thatcherian maxim goes, "There is no such thing as society. There are individuals, there are families, and no government can do anything. People must first of all think about themselves." 7. It's an interesting concept, but it doesn't say everything. Society cannot simply be made to disappear. Sociability may dissolve, but society cannot. In the last 30 years, society has been transformed into a blind system of inescapable and interdependent obligations, a prison condition that obliges us to stay together. At the same time, empathy is emptied and solidarity is prohibited. The social space has been transformed into a global system of automatic connections in which individuals cannot know conjunction, but only functional connections. The cooperation process has not stopped, but has been transformed into a process of abstract recombination of infofractals that only the code is able to decipher in order to transform them into economic value. Mutual interaction is not denied tout court, only competition has taken over from empathy. Social life goes on, more frenetic than ever. The living and conscious organism is penetrated by unconscious mathematical functions. Will the future be American? Impero, the book by Tony Negri and Michael Hart, one of the most controversial theoretical essays of the first decade of the century, was based on the premise of a fundamental isomorphism between the global order of the network and the global order of the world. Point 8 is proved false. The world of life is held together by the digital network, but at the same time it explodes outside the limits of the network itself. In that book, Negri and Hart outline the transition from the typically modern phenomenon of imperialism, centered on nation-states, to a new postmodern construct, based on post- and supranational powers, called empire. The history of the first 15 years of the century has completely denied this thesis. The residual body of nationalism, and of countless conflicts irreducible to any centrality, has remained to rot on the borders of the imperial order of network globalization, and the decomposition of the physical body of the planet has overcome and even overturned the imperial attempt, showing how the concept of empire is nothing more than a utopia. With this consideration, I do not intend to diminish the importance of the book, but to prepare the ground for a different understanding of the postmodern becoming of the world, based on the contradictory and complementary relationship between automation and terror. Contrary to the implied premise of empire, the United States of America is no longer the global geopolitical ruler. The fragmented civil war sweeping the planet can no longer be controlled by a superpower. After the Bush era, the geopolitical defeat of the United States is very clear, and confirmation comes precisely from Trump's arrogant rhetoric. His "Make America Great Again" implies a renunciation of the imperial function, and a fundamentally isolationist choice, even if in any case aggressive. What is America first if not a declaration of the retreat of the empire? But America is not just a nation or a political entity. It is also and above all the cultural process of transhuman metamorphosis, which is embodied in technology and cognitive mutation. As the political might of the American nation declines irreversibly, the deterritorialized power of technology tends to transform behavior, mind, and unconscious. Global Silicon Valley engineers, visionaries, and entrepreneurs work tirelessly to transform the planet's mental landscape. And at this level no retreat seems possible. As a nation and as a military power, the United States of America will hardly recover that position of absolute domination that seemed to have been secured after the collapse of the Soviet Empire. But this does not mean that America is declining and that the 21st century will not be American. To define the cultural significance of the American enterprise, we must start from the original decision of the Founding Fathers to move the house of God from the old continent to the New World. Thus we understand that America is not the name of a territory, but of a deterritorialization. The Puritan imprint on American culture is not only the sign of a dissidence from the history of the European wars of religion, it is also a project of purification of the future from the waste of the past. Indeed, we call Puritanism the desire to give life to a new world in a space that is not only pure in terms of history and culture, but that is purified of reality itself. Virtualization could only be born in a religious space and epistemic of the genus. This is why America, and not the United States, is the future of the world. America is the deterritorialized dimension of digital disidentity. A virtual and recombinant lack of identity. Desiring to be American and at the same time hating the United States, this is the paradox of the enormous masses of the Earth's populations. Millions of people thus try to react to their subaltern imaginations, but fail because they are intimately colonized. The only way to stop the deterritorialized domination radiating from America would be to destroy the world itself, the political project of Islamic fundamentalism. Cognitive automation or final war that destroys everything. Or maybe both. The decline of the Westphalian order. In an interview from the 1990s, Zbigniew Brzezinski, a former security consultant for the Carter administration and a leading intellectual of the American establishment, argued that the historic event of the end of the Soviet Union was incomparably more important than the emergence of Islamic fanaticism. By reproposing an interpretative model that could work in the time of the Cold War, Brzezinski thought that the ultimate enemy of Western civilization was the centralized power of the Soviet Empire, which fueled an ideological alternative to capitalism. That model lost its validity the moment the Western geopolitical project triumphed. And in fact, a few months later the First Gulf War revealed a new asymmetrical geometry of the conflict, while immediately afterwards the Yugoslav wars broke out. The bipolar scenario was replaced by a proliferation of centerless conflicts. After 1989 the political and military hegemony of the USA appeared indisputable, but on September 11, 2001 this perception changed dramatically. 30 years after 1989, it is still difficult to consider the United States as a hegemonic power. After winning the Cold War, the United States lost all the hot wars the Bush administration chose to fight. 15 years later, it almost seems that Bush and Cheney's project was to sabotage American geopolitical greatness. In any case, the Bush administration's ignorance and arrogance led the US into the trap built by Osama bin Laden, and that colossal idiocy led to the strategic self-annulment that is evident today. Al-Qaeda's strategy consisted precisely in pushing the immense American power to turn against itself. That was the only way to destroy US hegemony. From the Muslim sky in which he perhaps resides, bin Laden can look at the interminable Afghan nightmare and the Iraqi strategic defeat as a checkmate played against the superpower, and finally say, with some reason, mission accomplished. The endless war declared by the Bush tribe sent the enormous military force of the United States in two contradictory directions. By entering the war between the Sunnis and the Shiites, the United States had to strengthen one or the other of those two deadly enemies. Without entering directly into the Iraqi conflict, the Iranian theocracy emerged victorious from the war against Saddam Hussein. And when the Americans armed the Islamist rebellion against Bashar al-Assad, they helped the Sunni fundamentalists in building the Islamic State. And so on. From a geopolitical point of view, we can therefore say that the United States has defeated itself as a national power. But as already mentioned, America means more than a nation-state. America is essentially the anthropological dimension in which the post-territorial model of power is founded. It is in the American cultural space, an expression which, let us repeat, does not coincide with the territory of the United States, that digital technology, as an aesthetic and cognitive transformer, has established itself as the main agent of the transformation of the world. The future, I think, will probably still be American, and this despite the strategic decline of US power. The semi-corporations that embody the American cultural space are the actors of a story that is no longer tied to the Earth, just at the moment when the Earth seems destined for increasing physical degradation. The global semi-manufacturing corporations are shaping the post-terrestrial mental landscape. According to the criteria of geopolitics, the United States will also be doomed to decline, but the geopolitical criterion is completely insufficient to explain deeper processes. The principle of national sovereignty established by the Westphalian treaties fails. From the Peace of Westphalia to the Congress of Vienna and then to the Congress of Versailles, the political evolution of the world was based on the constant affirmation of the nation-state, a legal entity that possesses the authority to control the flow of information, to issue money, and to control their territory through the army. Today post-Westphalian powers are emerging everywhere. Not only forms like the Caliphate, which is born, fights and then disappears, but is preparing to reappear in other places and in other times. Not only the European Union, which in turn is torn apart by nationalist fronts. Even the structures that hold data and that modify cognitive behaviors, identifiable with the Phagma monster, Facebook, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, are full players in the global game, and they can hardly be subjected to national jurisdiction or to political decision of states. In 1977 Simon Nora and Alain Mink, an engineer and a sociologist, in a dossier prepared on behalf of the French President Giscard d'Estaing, described a future of decadence for national sovereignty. In their forecast, this crisis would have resulted from the loss of control over information flows, especially financial ones. In that dossier, entitled L'informatisation de la société, telematics, that is, the connection of the telephone with the computer, was destined to become the key to a post-national future. In the decades following the publication of the dossier, the deterritorialization of monetary flows has in effect resulted in the loss of authority of the nation-state in the financial field, while large corporations are now able to control much larger masses of capital than those that control states. Furthermore, the globalization of the labor market has caused the displacement of hundreds of millions of people, who are no longer under the jurisdiction of a national state. Finally, military control of the territory is less and less an exclusive privilege of the state. Private military agencies take control of vast areas of the planet, while multinational armies such as Al-Qaeda, Daesh, and international drug stores have a military power capable of annihilating everyday life of entire populations. The geopolitical model of the nation-state is no longer able to explain the forms of contemporary life. A new interpretative model must be based on digital technical transformation. Nation-states are apparently holders of power because they control territories. But the real actor is digital abstraction, financial automatism and the process of automating cognitive activity. As they subsume the activity of the social brain into the network, financial globalization and the online economy tend to shift power from states to governance agencies. Deterritorialized spheres of power replace territorial agencies that are absorbed by the fragmented global war. The state is less and less the agent of social control, while more and more control is incorporated into the biotechnical sphere. Neither politics nor military force can dominate the growing complexity of life forms. Control must be transferred to the bodies themselves, to the structured relationships between bodies. For this we can speak of biopower. Relations between individuals are subjected to automatic connections. Political power is consequently replaced by a system of techno-linguistic automatisms that press for the automation of every space of life, cognition, and production. Marx distinguishes between formal domination and real domination. Formal subsumption is defined as a brutal force that forces individuals to accept exploitation in primordial conditions of extraction of absolute surplus value. But thanks to the development of industrial machines that increase productivity and the extraction of relative surplus value, the system enters the real subsumption regime. Domination is thus incorporated into the machines, and the act of submission is no longer personal but automatic. When we pass from the industrial machine to the information machine, the regulation of productive acts no longer depends on mechanical automation, but is incorporated into language. At this point we can speak of hyperreal subsumption, which involves mental subsumption, capture and reformatting of cognitive activity. Superorganisms. The network is an emblem of multiples. From it comes the swarm being, the distributed being, which distributes itself over the whole web so that no part can say, I am I. It conveys the logic of both the computer and nature, which in turn conveys a power beyond the limits of understanding. 9. In almost mystical terms, Kelly outlines here a philosophical view of the process of replacing political control with rules of compatibility between individual organism and superorganism. As extremely large networks penetrate the built world, we see the first glimpses of what emerges from that network: machines becoming alive, intelligent, and evolving, a neo-biological civilization. There is a sense in which a global mind also emerges in a network culture. The global mind is the union of computers and nature, telephones and human brains, and more. It is a very large complexity, of indeterminate form, governed by its own invisible hand. We humans will not be aware of what the mind will reflect on. This is not because we are not smart enough, but because the design of a mind does not allow the parts to understand the whole. The particular thoughts of the global mind, and its subsequent actions, will be out of control and beyond our understanding. 10. Kelly speaks of the mutation underway as the birth of a neo-biological civilization, in a double process of becoming. The body it is wired and automated thanks to the inclusion of electronic devices in the communication flow, while the machine is connected in a network of biological complexity. The automaton and the cyborg are two different manifestations of the same process. The automaton is a machine that behaves like an intelligent body, while the cyborg is a human body that incorporates electronic circuits. In Kelly's vision, the creation of the network converges with the creation of an interconnected global mind that acts as an invisible hand and leads individuals to blend into the swarm. The hive, writes Kelly, has many things that none of its parts possess. The brain of a honeybee operates with a memory of 6 days, the hive as a whole operates with a memory of 3 months, twice the average life of a bee. 11. In the 1970s, while the strategy of capitalism world was veering towards deregulation and the dismantling of the welfare state, the concept of sociobiology entered the philosophical discussion, while the Darwinian concept of natural selection was transferred from the field of biology to that of culture and economics, the self-regulation of living organisms. It was thus adopted as a paradigm of social evolution. One of the leading theorists of this type of social Darwinism was Edward Wilson, who developed his socio-biological concepts in texts on the social history of insects such as the superorganism. There is nothing in the brain of the worker ant that represents a model of social order. There is no one who has a master plan in mind. Colony life is a product of self-organization. The superorganism exists in the distinct programmed responses of the organisms that compose it. The set instructions that the organism follows are the behavioral algorithms that create the caste structure. The second level of construction is the genetic evolution of the algorithms themselves. From all the possible algorithms, which generate the innumerable social models that can be produced, only an infinitesimal fraction has actually evolved. The sets of algorithms actually made are the winners of natural selection. They exist in the world as a select group that emerged in response to pressures imposed by the environment during the evolutionary history of their respective species. 12. Speaking of leafcutter ants, several species of ants live in tropical parts of Central and South America, Wilson writes. We can better understand leafcutter colonies as complex organic structures with a single purpose, the conversion of plant life into new leafcutter ant colonies. These are civilizations designed by natural selection in order to replicate themselves in as many specimens as possible before their inevitable death. These colonies deserve to be recognized as superorganisms, as these ants possess one of the most complex communication systems known in the animal kingdom and an extremely elaborate caste system, air-conditioned nest architecture, and population of millions of elements. If visitors from another planet had visited Earth a million years ago, prior to the rise of mankind, they would have come to the conclusion that leafcutter colonies were the most advanced societies this planet could ever produce. 13. Ants, bees, wasps, and termites are among the most socially advanced non-human organisms we know of. In terms of biomass and impact on ecosystems, these colonies have been dominant elements for at least 50 million years. Social insects have a lot to teach us. They show how complex messages can be exchanged through pheromones. And they illustrate, through thousands of examples, how the division of labor can be achieved through flexible behavior programs to achieve optimal efficiency in the work group. Their networks of cooperating individuals have suggested new models for computers and have made it possible to understand how neurons in the brain can interact in the creation of the mind. 14. The ability to detect and interpret signals, that is, the ability to communicate and perform tasks compatible with the needs of the colony, is an example of social life driven by automatisms that manifests itself in the neurology of ants. How can a superorganism be born from the joint operation of small minds with such a short life? The highly sophisticated search for food depends on information transfer and social communication. Several behavioral studies reveal a rich diversity of smell-driven behaviors. Sensory neurons carry information to the antennae lobes, which are part of the brain, through odorous molecules, and finally the sensory neurons connect with projective neurons. In the introduction to the Grundrisse of 1859, Marx writes that anatomy man is the key to understanding the evolution of the monkey anatomy. At this point we could say that the neurology of ants and bees is a key to understanding the current evolution of man. The grafting of devices for cognitive automation and biogenetic and psychopharmacological programming of the human brain are changing the anthroposphere into a superorganism governed by swarm patterns. When a line of research appeared on the philosophical scene in the 1970s that presented itself as sociobiology, it presented itself as founded on a description of the general logic of evolution, including that of mankind. Natural selection was regarded as a basic fact in human affairs. I believe that sociobiology, rather than a description, should be considered as a project, a political strategy. From this point of view, it has proved to be very effective. Today, in fact, while political attention is captured in a sphere bunkerized by the global civil war, what emerges is the bioinformatic superorganism, the meeting point between bioengineering and cognitive automation, the implementation of a social engineering project whose core is the inscription of natural selection in the psychocultural composition of the social brain. But the project for the realization of the socio-biological vision cannot be given without conflicts, without suffering, without laceration. The late modern century has been described as the century of the self. 16 What happens to self-perception in the current transition to the swarm? The remodeling of the self is linked to the epidemic of psychotic behavior, the psychopharmacological explosion that accompanies the formation of the swarm. A theme that, in the psychoanalytic and neurological reflection of the near future, will become central. The explosion of the self. On April 19, 2015, 2 articles were published in the New York Times dealing with drugs. The first, by Alan Swartz and entitled "Workers Seeking Productivity in a Pill Are Abusing ADHD Drugs," described the spread of Adderall among American professionals. Adderall contains a combination of amphetamine and dextroamphetamine, 2 central nervous system stimulants, contributing to hyperactivity and impulse control. Over the past few decades, diagnoses of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, have affected millions of American children. The reference therapy involved the use of Ritalin. Now it is the turn of cognitive workers engaged in the attention economy. They take Adderall because they need to accelerate their mental performance and compete on the job market. Alan Swartz interviewed a regular consumer, Elizabeth, a young woman from Long Island of nearly 30, said that not taking Adderall in a market where all other competitors take it would be like playing tennis with a wooden racket. The same issue of the New York Times also featured a comment by Sam Quinones entitled "Serving All Your Heroin Needs." It began with the news that heroin overdoses in the United States had tripled in 3 years, and went on to describe the heroin distribution system in American cities, which Quinones likened to home delivery of pizzas. Prescriptions for opium-derived drugs grew from 76 million in 1991 to 207 million in 2013. Between 2015 and today, the explosion of opioids, in tablet or powder form, in both legal and unlawful forms, took on the scale of an epidemic, and ended up occupying the political debate and the front pages of newspapers. New Jersey Governor Chris Christie noted that the same number of people die from an overdose every 3 weeks that died on September 11, 2001 in the Twin Towers. With increasing frequency, commentators and politicians have therefore been forced to denounce the policies of psychopharmacological corporations, as well as the practices of those doctors too often corrupted by large companies. From Ritalin to OxyContin, the legal market has been flooded with a large amount of psychoactive substances with more or less pronounced toxic effects, while heroin on the one hand and amphetamine on the other have conquered an increasingly devastating presence in life. Collective of the North American continent, and of course also of the rest of the world, although in the United States the phenomenon is particularly acute. I believe that this type of disturbance, which on the one hand affect the ability to concentrate on an object, and on the other the ability to produce a coherent flow of enunciation and production, can be seen as signals connected to a process of psychic mutation, that it is characterized in particular as an externalization of the self. The fragmentation and acceleration of the infostimulation flow, the multitasking effect and the competitive pressure linked to the ability to follow the rhythm of the infosphere, are causing an explosion of the self and a kind of psychotic deterritorialization of attention. The intensification of the infospheric flow causes a disturbance in the cognitive ability to receive and interpret signals, but at the same time pushes us towards a swarm automation of the active mind. The self is put under pressure from the outside world, and at the same time it is replicated by the surrounding world of other minds. The faster the act of interpretation of the infostimulus, the more the process of interpretation is shared and homologated. In other words, the swarm mutation results from both the pressure of the outside world and the interaction with other minds. Necrocapitalism. The political theory of the past century used two models of interpretation to explain the evolution of the world. The first was the geopolitical one, based on the relationships between the territorial actors in the field, nation-states, military alliances, geographical spaces defined by ethnicity, language, and religion. The second was the socio-ideological one, based on the hypothesis that the conflicts were motivated by economic interests and that the actors were social classes or political parties intent on pursuing projects of social organization. Throughout the last century these two models worked quite well. The historical process could be described starting from their interaction, from which it was then possible to elaborate both strategies and actions. Although for Marx the class struggle cannot be read in a national key, since the Russian Revolution the destiny of workers all over the world has in some way been subordinated to the defense of that new Soviet state called to represent the socialist project on a global scale. In the 70 years that followed the revolution, the class struggle thus found itself inextricably linked to the geopolitical dimension. Western capitalism and Soviet socialism have turned into two military blocs in permanent conflict, and the whole sphere of the class struggle has been subjected to the geopolitical fate of the first socialist state, an authoritarian state whose pull has gone increasingly decreasing until reaching the collapse of the years 1989 to 1991. The Leninist imprint of 1917 ended up submitting the social dynamics and autonomous movements of workers to the fate of the Soviet authoritarian state, and the consequent militarization of the class struggle can be seen as the origin and cause of the final defeat not only of communism, but of internationalism itself. When the Soviet Empire collapsed, its dismantling caused the collapse of the entire communist project and the world labor movement, paving the way for the neoliberal offensive. The same nomenclature that had governed Soviet power in Russia and in the other territories of the empire, became the direct agent of the privatization of social services and productive structures. The class struggle did not end with the decline of the Soviet Empire, it has simply become a one-sided war, against people's lives, against wages, against social services, against the civilization built in the last 2 centuries of modern progress. The workers found themselves facing the firing squad of the neoliberal project alone. As a result of the desolidarization following the worldwide collapse of socialism, the model of interpretation based on the notion of class struggle has been surreptitiously abandoned. The geopolitical model prevailed in an attempt to better describe the historical process. Collective subjectivities have lost consciousness of their social dimension and have redefined themselves in terms of national or religious belonging. Since the Yugoslav wars, nation-states have been reshaped along lines of identity ranging from the religious to the ethnic sphere. This trend was reinforced by the wars provoked by the United States in the years of the Bush administration, the main effect of which was to fuel the growth of fighting Islam. At the end of 2015, as I began the torturous and harrowing journey of writing this book, the war was taking up more and more space in public discourse and in the press. In 2018, while they are grappling with the Italian version of the text you are reading, the war fronts all over the planet have multiplied along increasingly jagged lines, and on levels ranging from IT to economic to military. Global civil war and the privatization of war. To speak of the current situation in terms of world war as was done with the 2 major conflicts of the 20th century would be inappropriate. Rather, it is the progressive globalization of a fragmented and creeping war. Its causes lie in centuries of colonization, impoverishment, and humiliation of the majority of the world population, in the competitive philosophy of contemporary neoliberalism, and in the privatization of everything, including warfare. The war has been normalized, even the stock exchanges no longer react to the massacres. Whenever the media reports any armed attack, whether from Islamists or white supremacists, the American public rushes to buy a rifle. Available firearms are increasing in quantity not only in the arsenals of national powers, but also in the kitchens and bedrooms of more ordinary families. The privatization of war is an inevitable consequence of neoliberal deregulation. It is the same paradigm that generates both the Halliburton and the Sinaloa cartel, both Blackwater and Dace. The business of violence is one of the main sectors of the global economy, and financial abstraction does not discriminate against money of criminal origin. The process of outsourcing and privatization is causing a self-sustaining world civil war. According to Nicholas Kristof, in the years between 2011 and 2015 more Americans died from American weapons, including suicides, than in the wars of Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq taken together. 1. We are not going towards a third world war. There will be no declaration of war, but a proliferation of countless combat zones. There will be no unification of the fronts, but fragmented micro-conflicts and unlikely alliances with no strategic vision. World war is not the right expression for this original form of apocalypse. This is why I prefer to speak of a global and fragmented civil war. If the fragments do not converge, it is precisely because war is everywhere. As Ashton Carter, a former defense advisor to the Obama administration, said, ever greater destructive power falls into the hands of ever smaller groups of human beings. 2. Under conditions of privatization of war, no order of the world, nor any conflict settlement. In this sense it is really an endless war, as George Bush and Dick Cheney decreed while they happily fell into bin Laden's trap. According to President Trump, and many American Republicans, the carnage caused by isolated individuals in schools and public places is nothing more than the effect of psychological and mental disorders. They are right in pointing this out, but they downplay the dimensions of what they call mental illness. This is not about the isolated disturbance of some social outcast. It is the consequence of panic, depression, precariousness, and humiliation. Deregulation has given rise to a worldwide regime of necroeconomics. Moral prescriptions and legal regulations have been overruled by the all-encompassing competition law. From the very beginning, that Cherian philosophy has prescribed warfare between individuals. Hobbes, Darwin, and Hayek were summoned to conceptualize the end of social civilization, the end of peace. Beyond religious or ideological labels, the authentic nature of the Sinaloa or Dace cartel is not very different from that of Blackwater or ExxonMobil. On the contrary, it is much more what they have in common than what divides them. Their shared purpose is to extract the maximum capital from investing in the most exciting products of the contemporary economy: terror, horror, and death. In and out of the bunker. In late 2013, a group of Bay Area activists launched a protest campaign against the private buses that brought cognitive workers to Google's headquarters in Mountain View every day. These are very bulky buses that the workers of the corporation use as mobile offices. The digital geeks must in fact work continuously, with the cheerful awareness of being the protagonists of the definitive virtualization of life and of preparing the final step towards full bunkering. If we leave aside the immediate reasons for the protest, the protection of public space against the invasion of private transport, that conflict threw light on a new stratification of work, which in turn requires new conceptual tools. The composition of today's global society is structured around a fundamental separation between the social sphere inside the bunker and the social sphere outside the bunker. The bunker is the area where the financial class and cognitive workers live and work. This area can be defined as a technical environment or as an urban location, and it is precisely in this area that connective and recombinant functions are located, in particular, the financial function that dominates and exploits the entire production cycle, and the function of a cognitive work that is largely precarious but to some extent protected because it is strictly necessary for the accumulation of capital. Both of these functions are internally layered and differentiated, but the sphere in which its officials live and produce is even more connected, virtualized, sealed off and separated from the territorial society that lives outside the bunker, i.e. the places where industrial workers work and where the expanding areas are located of poverty and marginalization. The extra-bunker sphere is made up of all those who have no function within the cycle of connection. They can of course have recourse to technical and electronic connections for their private affairs, but their existence relies on the direct relationship with the physical material of the production or distribution processes. It is the unprotected territory of the metropolis, industrial workers, the unemployed, migrants, refugees. Even the industrial bourgeoisie of the past was interested in preserving a physical distinction of the territory. But although separated from the lower classes, the bourgeoisie nevertheless lived in the same urban space, and its profits came from the progress of society as a whole, as well as from the well-being of consumers. Financial capital, on the other hand, is not interested in the territory or in the future of the community. It has no contact with the spaces outside the bunker, and at most it goes on vacation in simulated locations, possibly protected by armed guards, where the snow is fake, the mountains they are fake, the sea is fake and human beings express fake feelings. It does not foresee any future, because the future is always now, in the instantaneous enhancement of virtual value and in the devastation of the spaces of the physical territory. Cognitives, or cognitive workers, live in a mixed condition. During the time they do their work they live inside the bunker, but as soon as they suspend contact with the connected screen, as soon as they leave the protected offices of their corporation, in short, they too sink into the metropolitan jungle. Those who really live outside the bunker, on the other hand, are all those who do not work directly in the reticular and or financial spheres. Industrial workers, for example, have not decreased in numerical terms, since the globalization of the labor market has introduced masses of new workers into the production processes, but they have in any case lost all political or trade union power, are continually threatened by delocalization, and they do not have the possibility to intervene in the decision-making processes since they do not have access to the bunker, where decisions are made in technically closed circuits. Necrol work. Outside the bunker, but subjected to the bunker by technical and financial ties, necroeconomics is growing in importance. Necrol work is the profit-making activity for those corporations whose actual product is death. In Gomorrah, which is a fictionalized, but detailed, documentation of the criminal economic activity that radiates from the city of Naples. Roberto Saviano described the foundations of contemporary necroeconomics. Profit, business, capital. Nothing else. The power that determines certain dynamics tends to be considered dark, and then it is ascribed to a dark entity, the Chinese mafia. A synthesis that tends to crush all intermediate terms, all financial steps, all investment qualities, everything that makes the strength of a criminal group. Competition won out on discounts. Same quality of merchandise, but 4, 6, 10% discount. Percentages that no commercial agent could have proposed, and the discount percentages make a shop grow or die, allow you to open shopping centers, to have secure entrances, and with safe entrances bank guarantees. Prices must go down. Everything must arrive, move quickly, secretly. Crushing more and more in the dimension of sale and purchase. Point 3. The economic importance of criminal activity grows, as more and more young people from the urban suburbs of the world are left on the sidelines, humiliated and angry at their inability to participate in the competition and to enjoy the consumption with which they are bombarded by advertising. The enterprises of terror proliferate everywhere. Narco-business and Islamic terror, in their absolute difference of motivations, are very similar both in their organizational functioning and in their social roots. According to the journalist Federico Mastrogiovanni, the identification of the Mexican criminal industry as a narco is wrong, since the field of criminal activities is not limited to the production and trafficking of drugs, but extends from prostitution to kidnapping for the purpose of extortion. From the exploitation of slave labor to the extraction of shale gas. In his book Ne Vivi, Ne Morti, Mastrogiovanni analyzes two sectors in which violence and profit are closely linked: the cycle of kidnapping and torture that makes it possible to obtain money from the relatives of the victims, even if these are very poor migrants, and that of extraction of shale gas. To make this last activity possible, it is necessary to dislodge the population of entire villages living in areas such as Cuenca de Burgos. According to Mastrogiovanni, the narcos have planned and carried out massacres for the sole purpose of forcing the population to abandon their places of origin and allow the exploitation of the fields. If Mexican cartels recruit unemployed youths in the poorest villages of the country, can we talk about narco-proletariat? Islamic terrorism recruits unemployed youths in the suburbs of London, Cairo, Tunis, and Paris, and trains them to kill by shooting in the pile. An army of terror workers is expanding around the world, unemployed young people who, in exchange for a wage, put both their own and others' lives in danger every day by specializing in activities such as kidnapping, torture, massacre, and who are paid according to their criminal skills. In the years of its rise, Daesh paid wages of $450 a month by collecting capital from kidnappings, oil, and taxation in the territories that the Islamic State had managed to subdue by exploiting millions of Sunni citizens. Although the final product resembles a kind of postmodern Middle Ages, such activities should by no means be considered as a marginal remnant of the past. On the contrary, the necrolavoro aspires to become one of the sectors of greatest economic interest of the future. The videos produced by THIRD-WORLDISM, the Islamic State advertising agency, were not limited to instilling a sense of threat, but underlined another aspect, important for understanding the nature and potential of the cycle of terror, the psychotherapeutic nature of terrorism. Multiple shots, brilliant graphics, slow motion replays, artificial, wind noise, all contributed to the final effect, according to the message by this product, and you will be happy. What better cure for depression than jihad? Join the army of Allah and you will find friends, warmth, authenticity, and feelings. 4. These are messages for people who are mentally ill, who suffer from isolation and depression, and who desperately need that harmful substitute for friendship that is belonging. After all, the advertisements of terror are not that different from the advertisements that we can see on the streets of our cities on a daily basis, except on one point: they are much more sincere, especially about suicide. As the biography of almost all Islamic terrorists in recent years shows, it is clear that jihad is above all an attempt at antidepressant therapy, and it is an attempt that works very well, especially when the action ends with the terrorist's suicide. Suicide is essential in the advertising message of terror. It is no coincidence that Dubik has produced a video about this. Every year, 6,500 American soldiers take their own lives, who die in despair and anguish. On the contrary, the soldiers of Allah die happy and eager to meet the 70 virgins who await them in heaven. For a new cartography of the composition of work, therefore, we cannot fail to consider the centrality of the necrol work and terror. Violence is no longer an accessory instrument of repression, or the residual instrument of revolt. Violence has become an essential piece of the production process, a specific cycle of capital accumulation. Is there an exit? After the attacks of November 13, 2015, in the Republic District in Paris, the French President François Hollande declared nervous, the Security Pact takes precedence over the Stability Pact. France is at war. Bin Laden's dream can be considered fulfilled. A small group of deranged fanatics have set in motion a process of civil war. Is there any way to stop all this idiocy? In the current conditions of long-term economic stagnation, although masked by a recovery that only affects financial profit indices, while the European Union is paralyzed and the West no longer exists either as a geopolitical concept or as a sphere of security, it is difficult to imagine waking up from the nightmare. The only way out seems to be the end of finance capitalism, a goal that doesn't seem exactly within reach. Yet, in this era of obscurantism, it is the only goal we can set ourselves, to create solidarity among cognitive workers around the world, to build a techno-poetic platform for their collaboration, to free knowledge from economic and religious dogma. Globalism has caused the cancellation of modern universalism. Capital flows can circulate anywhere and the labor market is unified on a global scale, but this does not translate at all into the free movement of men and women, much less the affirmation of universal reason. On the contrary, the intellectual energies of society have been captured by the network of financial abstraction. Cognitive work is subjected to the abstract law of enhancement, and communication is found transformed into interaction between disembodied digital agents. The social body has been disconnected from the general intellect. At the same time, the subsumption of the general intellect by corporate abstraction deprives the living community of intelligence, understanding, and effect, reducing it to a brainless body. And the decerebrated body reacts. On the one hand, a long wave of mental suffering and depression, on the other, the cure for depression, fanaticism, fascism, and war. And, finally, suicide. Black Earth. If the obituary is an essential part of the global economy, just as terror is an essential trait of power in the neoliberal sphere, a second character of contemporary power is a form of totalitarianism based on the perception of danger, on the fear of the apocalypse. In the book Black Earth, The Holocaust Between History and Present, Timothy Snyder argues that violently totalitarian tendencies can re-emerge as a result of the perception of an impending apocalypse. A sentiment like this is indeed spreading due to the environmental disasters caused by global warming. The planet is undergoing changes that make Hitler's descriptions of life, space, and time seem more plausible. The 4-degree rise in global mean temperatures projected this century would transform human life across much of the planet. Hitler was the son of the first globalization, born in the bed of imperialism at the end of the 19th century. We are children of the second, which began at the end of the 20th century. When a global order collapses, as the Europeans of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s saw, a simplistic diagnosis such as Hitler's can give the impression of shedding light on the global by calling into question ecology, the supernatural or the conspiracy. When it seems that normal rules have been violated and expectations disregarded, the suspicion can arise that someone, the Jews, for example, has somehow diverted the course of nature. A global problem such as climate change obviously requires global solutions, and an apparent solution is to identify a global enemy. 5. According to Snyder, we must be aware that when we talk about Nazism it is necessary to distinguish between history and warning, that is to say between the historical event, represented by the German explosion of genocidal violence, and the general meaning that we can draw from that event, and the meaning is that violence can emerge in situations of critical danger, in which a community can be easily compacted by identification of an enemy. The effect of neoliberal globalization, the consequent process of accelerated deterritorialization, and the aggressive competition that has been unleashed from there could lead, and indeed are already leading, the population to identify angrily with the community to which they belong, and to become violent antagonism against ethnic or religious minorities. The frightening trend that, in the contemporary historical development, it seems legitimate to identify, is the reaction of the declining white race that we see spreading along economic, cultural, and ethnic lines on the whole map of the globe. The advent of Trump on the American political scene and the proliferation of nationalist regimes in the Eurasian continent are phenomena that can be interpreted as the formation of an anti-globalist front that unifies Trump and Putin, Kaczynski and Orban, Modi and Le Pen, Duterte and Salvini. This front reflects the pressure of the white working class defeated by financial globalism, and manifests itself in total opposition to the neoliberal elites. Money, code, automation. Neoliberalism has placed great emphasis on the concept of deregulation, defining it as an expression of a libertarian culture. Nothing has ever been more false. In fact, since the 1980s, we have witnessed two simultaneous processes. The first was the weakening, if not the abolition, of the legal limits to the activity of companies and particularly of large global multinationals, which have shifted their investments to the areas deregulated the world. But the freedom of large companies has generally been accompanied by the worsening of the living conditions, and wages, of those who work there, as well as the destruction of the urban and natural environment. Furthermore, deregulation did not mean any more freedom for citizens, simply, the constraints gradually moved from the legal domain to the linguistic domain, especially the technical language of finance, see the spread of crypto contracts, etc. Financial ethics is not a question of moral law or political injunction, rather, we must consider it inscribed in the technical rules that must necessarily be respected if we want to gain access to the system. The increasing pervasiveness of money in the economic sphere is the distinctive character of a contemporary financial capitalism that we can call semi-capital, since it is precisely the signs that take a decisive place in the production process. Money is certainly to be considered as a semiotic object, albeit charged with a particular history. While in old industrial capitalism money was a referential sign, in the sense that it represented a certain amount of physical objects, today it is a self-referential sign that has acquired the power to mobilize and dismantle the social forces of production. Since the end of the fixed monetary exchange regime in the early 1970s, the arbitrary game of financial speculation has played a central role in the global economy. The consequences have been the uncertainty of any relationship between exchange values referring to commodities, and the precariousness of every relationship between people. At the same time, however, finance has become a general force for the inscription of an automatic abstract form of regulation in social life. In particular, the debt mechanism has penetrated and ultimately subjugated the internal dynamics of society, forcing people to interact with the banking system in conditions that accept the language of debt and austerity as conditions for making investment profitable. Financial. At some point, following the financial collapse of 2008, many of those who, like myself, were not very interested in understanding the incomprehensible formulas used by financial agents, were forced to decipher them, in an attempt to resist the unleashed aggression against our concrete lives from financial abstraction. At the turn of the century, the so-called dot-com crash dispelled the illusion of that alliance between cognitive workers and venture capitalists that had made the creation and growth of the net possible in the 1990s. Virtual economy, cognitive workers, deprived of the power they believed they could maintain thanks to their engineering or creative skills, were mostly pushed back into the cycle of precarious work. Then society as a whole was attacked by the threat of a metaphysical debt. In the late 1990s, Jean Baudrillard wrote, "The debt will never be paid. No debt will ever be paid. The final bill will never occur. If we are to count the time, then the money that is missing to pay off the debt is beyond any temporal measurement. The United States is already virtually in a position to not be able to pay the debt, but this will have no consequences. There will not be a doomsday for this virtual bankruptcy, because there is no longer any referent, because no referential world functions as a norm of measurement. Point 1. Baudrillard's prediction has been disproved by the facts. What it was for him, debt orbit failed, in the sense that the debt that was once in orbit at some point fell to Earth, and has haunted the economy ever since. Faced with the deorbitalization of debt, the financial class has multiplied its attempts to create value out of thin air. But to do this, the financial class must transform the products of social work into nothing. Since society pays the metaphysical debt, a kind of black hole has been set up which swallows up the riches produced in the past and those that are currently produced, and this has been particularly evident in Europe. The place par excellence where this destruction replaces production is the derivatives market. Since the 1980s, when futures became common practice in deregulated markets, financial agencies began investing their money in a paradoxical way: if they win, they cash out; if they lose, they take even more money from credit default swap insurance and other similar accounting tricks. The old model of capital accumulation was based on the money commodity money, DMD, cycle. This means that in order to increase capital it was necessary to produce something useful for society. The new model of accumulation is instead based on the DSD, money looting money, model, which implies the fact that the increase in financial capital leads to an impoverishment of society. This is the black hole dynamic that is rapidly consuming the legacy of both past industrial work and present cognitive work, eroding the very structures upon which modern civilization is founded. As the attractor and destroyer of the future, financial capitalism captures energies and resources by transforming them into monetary abstraction, that is, into nothing. Language and money. The financialization of the economy presupposes a condition, the self-referentiality of the monetary system. Indeed, financial accumulation is based on the automation of the relationship between financial algorithms and the dynamics of production and exchange. The financial function, which was once dependent on the general interests of capitalism, has become the automated language of economics, an overcoding that subjects the sphere of reality, production and exchange, to a mathematical logic not inherent in the logic of production itself. The emancipation of the US dollar from the universal fixed exchange regime was decided by Nixon in 1971. This simple decision affirmed the concept that the financial variable is independent of any referent, and is based only on the arbitrary power of self-regulation and self-assertion. The creation of the digital network paved the way for the automation of the relationship between the financial code and economic dynamics, and social life was consequently subjected to financial semiotization. Chomsky's structural theory is based on the idea that linguistic signs can be exchanged in the bank of shared structures. It is common cognitive competence that makes exchange possible. Language is then, like money, a general equivalent, a universal translator of different commodities. We can exchange everything with money, and we can exchange everything with words. Point 2. But money, like language of course, is also a tool for mobilizing energy, a pragmatic act of self-expansion. In the sphere of finance capitalism, money is more of a mobilizing factor than an indicator of value. It is capable of arousing both participation and submission. We think of the effects caused by debt, we think of the impoverishment and precariousness produced in the body of society. Debt is the transformation of money into an instrument of blackmail. Money, from a measure of value, has been transformed into an instrument for psychic and social subjugation, since the metaphysical debt weaves money, language, and guilt into a single device. Debt is guilt, and as guilt it enters the domain of the unconscious to shape language according to structures of power and submission. Language and money have something in common, as we know, they are nothing on the physical plane, yet they move everything. Words lead people to believe, words forge expectations and motivate action and the pursuit of goals. Words are tools for persuasion and for the mobilization of psychic energies. Money acts in a similar way, based on the trust and belief that a piece of paper or computer code represents something that can be bought and sold in the real world. McLuhan wrote in 1964, "Money speaks, because it is a metaphor, a transfer, a bridge. Like words and language, money is also a repository of joint work, expertise, and experience. However, money is also a specialized technology like writing, and like writing it intensifies the visual aspect of speech and order. Just as the clock visually separates time from space, so money separates work from other social functions. Even today, money is a language for translating the work of a farmer from the work of a barber, a doctor, an engineer, or a plumber. Like a vast social metaphor, like a bridge or a translator, money, like writing, accelerates exchange and tightens the bonds within each community. Money is a tool for simplifying social relations and makes it possible to automate complex enunciation acts." McLuhan again. While industrial automation was thermodynamic and consisted of numerous mechanical organs, the digital automaton is electrocomputational, involves the nervous system and unfolds in networks of electronic and nervous connections. 3. The bioinformatic automaton is the product of insertion of the digital automaton in the flow of sociolinguistic interactions. Abstraction and automation. Abstraction has been the general trend in the history of the last century, both in the sphere of art and in that of language and economics. Abstraction can be defined as the mental extraction of a concept from a series of real experiences, but it can also be defined as the separation of conceptual dynamics from the bodily process. Since Marx spoke of abstract labor to refer to the separate labor activity for the production of useful objects, we know that abstraction is a powerful device even in the sphere of social production. Thanks to abstraction, capital has detached the valorization process from the material process of production. When work is transformed into a non-productive sense, abstraction becomes the main source of accumulation, as well as the condition of automation. Automation is the insertion of abstraction into the mechanism of everyday life, consequently it is the replacement of an action, physical or cognitive, with a technical device. From the point of view of cultural history, the first part of the 20th century is marked by the emancipation of the sign from its strictly referential function, hence perhaps the general trait of late modernity, the main trend in literature and art as well as in science and in politics. In any case, in the second part of the 20th century the monetary sign claims its autonomy. Starting from Nixon's decision, thanks to a process of deregulation, the arbitrary self-definition of monetary dynamics is decisively affirmed, money frees itself from its referential function and installs itself in the condition of self-referential signification. It is the condition for the automation of the monetary sphere, and for the submission of social life to the sphere of abstraction. Automation, which takes place electronically, does not represent so much physical work, but above all programmed knowledge. As work is replaced by the mere movement of information, money as a labor deposit merges with informational forms of credit. Reconstructing the parable of money, from good for exchanges to representative entity of standardized value to electronic abstraction, McLuhan writes. Literature and life. Representative money, based on printing technology, created a new dimension of credit speed that soon diverged from the inert mass of gold bars. All efforts were then turned to forcing the new fast currency to behave like the slow ingot. Keynes talks about this in a treatise on money. Gold is no longer a currency, a reserve, a tangible call to wealth, it has become a much more abstract thing, a measure of value. And it maintains this nominal status thanks to the fact that a group of central banks exchange small quantities of it. 4. Only when it is abstract, i.e. disembodied, separated from its referent, can monetary dynamics be automated, subjected to the rules of a non-referential sphere of signification and attribution of value. Information takes the place of things, and finance, which was once the domain in which projects could meet capital and capital could meet productive projects, frees itself from the constraints of physical production, the enhancement of capital, increase of the volume of money invested, no longer passes through the creation of use value. Since the referent is cancelled and accumulation is made possible by the mere circulation of money, the production of goods becomes superfluous to financial expansion. The accumulation of abstract value depends on the submission of the population to debt, as well as on the plundering of existing resources. This emancipation of the accumulation of capital from the production of something useful translates into a progressive zeroing of the social good. In the sphere of financial economics, the acceleration of circulation implies the elimination of the concrete usefulness of products, because the more rapidly information circulates, the more rapidly the value accumulates. And if purely financial information is the fastest of all entities, the production and distribution of useful goods is slow. The process of capital realization, or the exchange of goods for money, slows down the pace of monetary accumulation. The same happens in the field of communication. The less meaning is contained in the message, the faster the message can circulate, since the production and interpretation of meaning takes time, while the circulation of pure informative stimulus without meaning is instantaneous. Over the past 20 years, an enormous amount of computational devices and procedures have transformed the financial landscape, and in particular the relationship between human operators and self-regulated algorithmic automata. The more we subtract reference to physical things, that is, physical resources and the body, the more we can accelerate the circulation of financial flows. This is the reason why at the end of this abstraction acceleration process, value does not emerge from the physical relationship between work and objects, but from the infinite self-replication of virtual exchanges of nothing for nothing. Inscribed rules. Some broad-minded techno-financial agents, as well as various groups of social activists, promote the idea that a useful tool for undoing the financial trap from within is the use of alternative currencies. Behind this practice there is the, typically libertarian, belief that the economic sphere must be free from state control and from any centralized surveillance institution over money. The attempt is the search for a democratization of the financial sphere. I don't know if the function of money can be subverted, or if money can be used as a tool to emancipate life and social production from financial capitalism, which currently uses monetary dynamics as a tool to enslave knowledge and work. Experience shows that money functions as a tool of automation. Better still, money is the automatizer par excellence of social life. And again, experience tells us that the way to create spaces of autonomy consists in subtracting living spaces from monetary exchange and codification, insolvency, non-monetary exchange, free unpaid activity. Insolvency is the most effective way to resist the systematic financial blackmail that destroys social life. But organized insolvency is only possible when solidarity is strong, and as we have seen, in the current conditions the bonds of social solidarity are very weak. Despite the episodic street demonstrations and protests, it is clear that we have not been able to maintain such solidarity bonds for a long time. This is the reason why practices such as insolvency, active refusal to pay debt, refusal to pay for basic social services, permanent occupation of space and buildings, and sabotage of austerity, have not solid roots in the collective landscape of recent years. In various areas of Europe, rudimentary forms of alternative currency for local exchanges have appeared, for example in the form of time banks which allow the exchange of services and skills on a free basis. But even here, community coins can only function as a meaningful form of exchange when social solidarity is strong enough to provide a foundation of trust and reciprocity. Other, much more sophisticated, forms of alternative currency have been promoted by highly skilled programmers. The best known is Bitcoin. The fact is, generating money is a glitch, but replacing financial money with alternative money is a trust issue. Alternative currencies could work as a game changer, of course, to some extent, This is what is already happening in the financial markets thanks to the Bitcoin explosion. But I can't see how these coins can work as a substitute for social solidarity. Algorithmic money, on the other hand, can act as the ultimate tool for automation of behavior, language, evaluation, exchange. Regardless of the intentions of the creators of Bitcoin, and the workers who produce Bitcoin with enormous expenditure of time and energy resources, their monetary action is simply raising the level of automation in the sphere of social exchange. What interests me in this story is the techno-linguistic relationship between people. Economic and financial relationships are no longer the subject of ethical discussions or political decisions, but are increasingly inscribed in the code that gives access to a certain service, to a certain chance of having a job, and so on. The current trend is to encode personal relationships through the language of programming. Crypto money and crypto contracts increasingly transform relationships between individuals into the mere execution of a program, a chain of gestures that must necessarily be performed if one wants to access the next step. The normative function of the law is replaced by the automatic implication of human agents, reduced to mere operational functions. The overcoming of the industrial system was made possible by the transformation of physical acts into information transfer. The automation of linguistic interaction and the replacement of cognitive or affective acts with algorithmic sequences is the implicit trend of the mutation still in progress. Possibility. Enigma. The virtual is not only the latent potential in matter, but it is also the potential of potential. The hacking action consists in producing or applying the abstract to information and in expressing the possibility of new worlds, beyond the necessary. Mackenzie Wark, Hacker Manifesto. Capitalism is dead. And we live inside the corpse, frantically trying to find a way out. We just don't find this way. At the moment. The cycle of profit, accumulation, and growth was based on the extraction of surplus value from wage labor and the production of use value transformed into exchange value for valorization. That cycle has ended, use value continues to be produced, but what is useful no longer produces surplus value. Gross domestic product is no longer a very useful way to measure the health of our economies. Many of the most important developments in the modern economy contribute little to GDP figures. Reading an entry on Wikipedia, watching a video on YouTube, and searching for information on Google are all actions that add use value to our lives, but GDP figures they do not take into account the impact of these activities. The improvements in efficiency, which reduce costs, even have a negative impact on production understood according to traditional criteria. Think of solar panels. Their installation may initially increase output, but later the savings in oil or gas end up reducing gross output. 1. Capitalism is the envelope that contains both the activity and the invention, but it transforms both into monetary value, and thus transforms every concrete act of production into abstraction. Capitalism is a semiotic code that translates activity into abstract value, and this translation implies an impoverishment of the experiential world. Automation. Ever since I was a young militant of power worker around 1968, I was convinced that technological innovation was destined to replace human work and that the main purpose of the labor movement should be to fight for the reduction of working time. Work. Wage labor involves a submission of activity to the profit-oriented economy, and the history of social struggles can be read as a search for autonomy from the binding relationship of wage labor. In fact, the long wave of struggles and social mobilizations that shook the Western world, and particularly Italy, before and after 1968, could be summarized in a few words: those who work want to be paid more and work less. To intensify productivity, and also to control acts of sabotage and rebellion, capitalists invest in technology and introduce machines that automate the work process. Automated machines can do repetitive work. They can also make decisions, but only within the limits expected by humans. The development of automation is limited by the technical knowledge of engineers, by the cost of building automatic machines, by the demand for automatic machines, and by the availability of specialists capable of designing, building and operating these machines. From a purely technical point of view, there is no doubt that automatic machines can be devised to perform any repetitive task faster and more accurately than humans can. Electronics and robotics were preparing the way for the liberation of social life from the obligation of work. 50 years later, it is all too clear that my prediction was wrong. Today, in the second decade of the 21st century, I must recognize that people work far more and earn far less than 3 decades ago, and indeed the political strength of the workers' movement has largely vanished. My prediction was wrong because it did not take into consideration cultural resistances to the prospects of a world free from work, the imbalances of economic development in different areas of the planet, the effects of global competition on the profit economy and, finally, the role contradictory played by the industrial workers' movement, and in particular by the communist parties and trade unions in a large part of the world, indeed almost everywhere. Yet I do not intend to deny the theoretical premise: technology can lead us to a desirable liberation from work. Even if my prediction turned out to be blatantly wrong, the underlying problem still arises today, indeed, today more than ever. And the possibility is still here too, albeit complicated by the repetition compulsion of politics and economics. Labor, science, and technology have cooperated in expanding automation to such an extent that labor productivity is enormously increased, paving the way for a massive reduction in the time needed to work, but this has not produced a reduction in the hours people devote to wage labor. On the contrary, compared to the 60s and 70s, that time has even increased. And while the unemployment and precariousness figures tend to rise, the globalization of the labor market has demolished the old regulations and restrictions on working time. Over the past few decades, thinkers like Rifkin and Gortz have predicted the end of work as a linear consequence of technological development. Reality has proven them wrong. What we saw was not an improvement, but a worsening of working conditions, not liberation, but precariousness and a widespread sense of contractual helplessness and weakness. This is the reality of contemporary work. In the book Post-Work, published in 1998, Stanley Aronowitz and Jonathan Cutler generally reconstructed the history of labor time in America. That for a shorter working day has been one of the main battles of the labor movement since the beginning of its history. The steady decrease in working time during the 19th and 20th centuries was perhaps the most important achievement of the trade unions and progressive movements. Then, in paradoxical contemporaneity with the development of digital technology that has enormously accelerated productivity and created a new dimension of semiotic work, something happened in the last part of the 20th century. The creation of transnational corporations and the erosion of national borders have led to an extreme deterritorialization of the labor market. This has put labor in competition with itself on a global scale, while trade unions and progressive political parties, and in particular political parties communists, remain tied to national borders. Consequently, the most important achievement of the workers' movement, that is, the reduction of working time and the release of social energies for self-care, education and pleasure, was first contained, then rejected and overturned. According to Aronowitz and Cutler, living standards have not improved, free time has not improved in quality or quantity, stress and its manifestations are evident, and the bright future we had planned is rapidly collapsing. 3. Since 1998, the trend identified by the two American authors has only increased: more work causes more mental fatigue, less self-care, less education. Furthermore, it is obvious that the longer working time causes an ever wider unemployment. While a part of the working population is forced to extend their working time, more and more people are pushed towards unemployment and are therefore forced to accept all kinds of precarious employment. After years of social crisis and with the unemployment rate on the rise, Obama's quantitative easing policies have succeeded in producing a recovery in employment. But should we think that this is an improvement for the living conditions of society? The answer comes from Frank Bruni, columnist for the New York Times. The new occupations don't seem as solid as they used to be. You need to work harder to earn the money you used to earn, and to have the same standard of living. Students accumulate debt, and increasing mobility seems more and more a mirage, a myth. The same standard of living. A phrase which, by itself, signals the most essential sense of the regression of humanity as a whole. The puzzle. The relationship between work, technology, and automation under the conditions of the capitalist economy can be described as a puzzle. In simple terms, we can describe this conceptual labyrinth as follows: the application of intellectual abilities to the work process causes an increase in productivity, and thus makes it possible to reduce the labor time necessary for the production of goods necessary for social survival. Even if the population grows, as has happened during the last 40 years, as well as the physical and cultural needs of the world population, the increase in productivity due to automation is far enough for a reduction in the necessary working time of each manufacturer. However, the simple terms of this description do not coincide with the dynamics of the capitalist economy. The content of the production process, manual labor, scientific knowledge, technical skills, automation of both industrial and cognitive tasks, must be reconsidered in relation to its container, the capitalist economy, whose functional paradigms structure the application of technical possibilities abstractly understood. My attention here is all on the relationship between content and container. Also because the container is not simply a container, it is rather a semioticizer, a formal paradigm shaped by economic interests, cultural norms and expectations, political institutions, military structures, and so on. As a semioticizer, the container fabricates semiotic models for the organization of the content, daily life, language, knowledge, technology. The social imagination is shaped by the container, whereby the content of social activity is modeled according to the paradigm of accumulation and growth, and at the same time the content, knowledge, work, creativity, produces possibilities that go beyond the container. The relationship between semioticist and living contents is a puzzle. It should therefore be analyzed as an enigma, not as a secret. A secret is a hidden truth that answers a question we know. When dealing with a secret, we know that somewhere a truth exists, even if it is hidden and protected. Find the key to the drawer where the answer to the question is hidden, and the secret is gone. An enigma, on the other hand, never disappears. There is no hidden truth to discover, there is no definitive answer to the question. Strictly speaking, there is not even a clearly formulated question, as much as a state of distressing uncertainty. An enigma is an infinite question that can only be answered with an act of ethical aesthetic intuition, not with some mathematical solution to the problem. In And So On to Infinity, Paulo Verno states that there is a moment in which you feel that you have already searched enough, that you have sufficiently traced back to an original truth, which cannot be determined, and it is at that point that he intervenes. The ethical decision, or the aesthetic decision. The enigmatic character of both the ethical questioning and the aesthetic judgment lies precisely in the fact that there is no truth intended as a solution to a problem. To be honest, the problem is not really there. If anything, there is a vibration, that of wandering around in a space of possibility. In the social field, it is force that decides. But if this force is at the disposal of the capitalist semioticizer, the forms of life that are perceived as compressed and forced inside the container do not have sufficient strength to break the container and come out of it. The refusal of work in the times of precarity. The expression refusal of work had a wide circulation in Italian operaist literature since the 1960s. Conceptually, he recorded a particular anthropological situation, the massive migration of young people from the southern areas of the country to the great industrial cities of the north. These young workers particularly suffered from change. From the lazy cities of their southern childhood they found themselves catapulted into the morning fog of Turin and Milan, and in the dark space of the factory it is natural for them to feel restless, and therefore rebellious. Once they got in touch with the students' metropolitan culture, their existential distress turned into a cultural protest against industrial alienation. The question they started from was radical: what is life? That senseless repetition of gestures was not, and is not, life. The refusal of work was a declaration of war against boredom and sadness, based on the peculiar condition of a generation of workers formed in the decades of mass schooling, when cultural attitudes and existential expectations were expanding explosively. And yet it would be wrong to reduce the concept of refusal of work to that historical situation. Because in that concept there is also a broader meaning. Resistance to work is the source of technical innovation, when this makes it possible to reduce working time. In the peculiar cultural constellation of the second part of the 20th century, social consciousness and technical evolution coincided. The powers of knowledge opened the door to emancipation from wage labor, and it is for this reason that the birth of the digital network could be hailed as the strength of definitive release. But emancipation from work is not a purely technical process. It presupposes political awareness and a profound transformation of psychological and cultural expectations. And both have failed. The trade unions have opposed the introduction of technologies that reduce working time, and have preferred to devote their energies, and their influence, to the defense of existing employment and working conditions. They thus linked their identity to the industrial composition of work, transforming themselves into a conservative force opposed to innovation. In this way, they allowed the financial capitalists to exploit the technical opportunity undisturbed. At that point, social consciousness and technical evolution began to diverge, and the end result is that we have fallen into the era of techno-barbarism. Innovation has caused precariousness, wealth has created misery, solidarity has become competition, the brain connected has disconnected from the social body, the power of knowledge has disconnected from collective well-being. Nevertheless, the power of the general intellect is still active. It is however unable to set in motion a process of social emancipation, because the conjunction between bodies has become precarious and fragile, while the connection between disembodied brains has become permanent, obsessive, and all-encompassing, at the point of replacing life with its ghostly projection onto a screen. In recent decades, technological innovation has enormously increased labor productivity, creating a condition of potential abundance of the necessary goods. Are we to think that this is proof of the superior efficiency of capitalism? Not at all. This is the result of the cooperation between millions of cognitive workers. It is the effect of creativity, of knowledge. It was the engineers, the designers, the philosophers who made innovation possible. It was they who enriched and improved daily life, at least in terms of use value. However, if we translate innovation into the language of economics, if we replace use value with the logic of valorization and accumulation of capital, then everything takes a different form. Despite the incredible expansion of the universe of services and useful goods, the distribution of wealth is so uneven and unbalanced that wealth seems to regress every day and life always seems to get worse. In economic terms, in effect, the word growth means an increase in the national product in terms of value, of monetary wealth. The capitalist code transforms the expansion of profit into financial accumulation and the impoverishment of everyday life. The prescription of growth as a cultural model acts on social production as a semiotic trap that causes a distortion, transforming possible wealth into actual misery. In 2015, world oil production became so abundant that the cost per barrel fell to prices never so low. The same happened with steel production. In the same period, in a large part of the world, demand decreased. This conjuncture has led economists to fear a new collapse, no longer just financial, but due to overproduction, deflation, unemployment. Then, in the following 2 years, thanks to the policies of artificial injection of liquidity, quantitative easing, the catastrophe was postponed. All this proves that capitalism implies a transliteration of the real world of utility into the abstract language of value, a recoding of wealth into misery, of abundance into scarcity, of power into powerlessness. Fake companies. At 9:30 on a sunny day, the phones of Candelia, an office furniture supplier in Lille, France, start ringing. Orders are arriving not only from consumers across the country, but also from Switzerland and from Germany. A photocopier resonates rhythmically in the room as a dozen workers take care of the chairs and tables to be shipped. Sabina de Beezer, an employee in the accounting department, is working on a mailing list. Candelia is doing well, the collection this week exceeded expenses, also considering taxes and wages. We are all doing our best to make things work out, says Ms. de Beezer. Words that any entrepreneur would be happy to hear, too bad the whole thing is faked in this case. Candelia's customers and suppliers are fake, as are the companies that order the furniture and the transporters who make the deliveries. The bank from which Candela gets the credits is also not real. More than 100 Potemkin companies such as Candelia operate in France, and thousands more are active throughout Europe. They are a ploy to combat the alarming rise in long-term unemployment, one of the most pressing problems of the European crisis. Ms. de Beezer doesn't care that Candelia is a phantom operation. She lost her job as a secretary 2 years ago, and hasn't been able to find a permanent job ever since. Since January he has finally started waking up every morning to go to the office. At 9 he arrives at this building on the outskirts of Lille, where the unemployment rate is among the highest in the whole country. Even though she doesn't receive a salary, 41-year-old Ms. de Beezer blesses her regular routine. He hopes that Candelia will prepare the way for a real job, after many fruitless searches and after many unsuccessful interviews. 5. This incredible story seems to be taken from a Philip Dick novel. It tells of a world where people wake up in the morning to go to work in a place that produces nothing and pays nothing. And yet it is not a literary fantasy, it is the reality of a society blinded by its preconceptions, starting with the dogmas of wage labor and economic growth. People have grown up with the idea that work is the source of identity and dignity. They have only socialized in work contexts, and they become depressed when they realize that their work is no longer necessary. Depression is a consequence of the obsessive identification of work and identity, and of the internalization of the link between survival and renunciation of life. This link is called wages. But the usefulness of our skills and knowledge cannot be reduced to abstract exchangeability. And indeed, the useful activity of millions of cognitive workers has materialized in the universal machine that replaces human labor. Even if this machine is removed, hidden, forgotten, it still produces effects on the social unconscious. And the social unconscious perceives the absurdity of that mechanism which, in order to survive, forces us to throw away our own lives. Superstition. In an article published in The Guardian in February 2016, Mark Blyth noted how one of the strangest things about this 2016 is that the common sense of the economy is being stretched in every possible way, in order to explain what is happening in the global economy. What is common sense? What does common sense mean, particularly in the field of economics? Common sense is the product of experience, but today common sense seems out of order, because the processes studied by economists, production, exchange, technology, work, etc., have changed so profoundly that they can no longer be understood by resorting to tools conceptual elaborated on the experience of the past. These concepts are like old glasses that distort reality and persuade society to make moves with paradoxical effects. Let's think, for example, of the so-called quantitative easing. What is the point of putting huge amounts of money into the banking system? What is the point of pushing companies to invest money in the production of something, when demand is falling because the globalization of the labor market has depressed wages to the point that there is no more money to buy that something? Globalization and 30 years of right-wing politics have knocked out the working force needed to get wage increases, producing very low levels of inflation and, ultimately, outright deflationary effects. 1. What is the point of forcing people to work more and more when work is no longer necessary, because that commodity is no longer needed, or because we all have enough, or because there is the possibility of reproducing it without or with very little work? The fundamental concepts of economic knowledge are misleading. We find ourselves in a post-crisis world in which the old tricks no longer work, and this despite growth is around 1.5%, inflation at 0.5%, and interest rates in many countries are less than 0.25%. 2. The contemporary economy is based on the semiotic codification of our relationship with resources, production, technology, and life. The social imagination is shaped by the looming blackmail of a superstition. There is a transliteration, recoding, inscribed in the economy, and this recoding is not a mere linguistic act, it is the origin of financial plunder, of the devastation of enormous quantities of wealth and resources, of the growing disparity in the distribution of wealth. The naming of social relations is part of a process of internalization, that of capitalism as a natural form. We are used to designating certain human activities as work, time exchanged for wages, the origin of the accumulation of capital. The activity can be joyful and even rich, but if we translate it as work it is emptied of meaning and reduced to a mere repetitive gesture. To become wage labor, the activity must be subjected to the rules of repetition, no matter how creative that activity may be. Technology makes it possible to expand the social experience, and in particular it makes it possible to work less and enjoy more. But as soon as it is translated into economic terms, technology on the one hand unleashes a frenetic competitive hyperactivity, on the other it produces unemployment. Economic language is based on the translation of the capitalist code into a social gestalt, a perceptual scheme that functions as a generator of preformed forms. The economic naming of what is useful acts as a transformer of perception, transforming profit, growth, and accumulation into a code of emanation of real things. Labor, wages, accumulation, and exchange value are not natural data, but socio-semiotic conventions. Conventions, however, are not simply signs that mark real life ex post, but also frames of meaning that preform and format our expectations and our models of interaction. Work is the key word of the semi-economic gestalt. We are forced to identify our living activity as work, to rely on wage labor as the only means to survive. Competition is the mantra of the neoliberal hegemonic religion, compete to work harder to be competitive. But also, to lower the salary to be able to compete, and to compete in order to be paid little. Why should we work harder? The world is already saturated with objects, yet, in order to respect economic superstition, we cannot stop producing more and more useless and harmful ones. And this without saying that the goods we don't need could still be produced by resorting to less and less work. Translating the power of knowledge and technology into the language of capitalist economics means submitting millions of cognitive workers to the logic of the past, private profit and growth. The reality of abundance is consequently translated into the semiotic grid of scarcity. The superwork ritual is now totally constructed, and as a social meme it has colonized almost every other space in life. The company devoted to profit is a social institution which we no longer need and which nevertheless outlives its usefulness. Capitalism and its fetishization of private property are swimming against the tide. 3. In the old industrial world, when the process of production was essentially based on the mechanical transformation of matter, value could easily be defined by the time required for the manufacture of a product. Today, however, the definition of value has become haphazard and volatile, because mental work cannot easily be reduced to uniform temporal standards. In the field of semiotic production, the old rules of valorization are dissolved, and the attribution of value is based on simulation, on the deception and pure and simple violence. Dissonance. The dynamics of innovation have become incompatible with the semiotic code of capitalism, which interprets and organizes production technology and knowledge according to the logic of accumulation and growth. However, the collapse of historical communism and the dismantling of social solidarity made any alternative to capitalism unthinkable. The prospect of infinite expansion, so deeply rooted in the late modern psyche, is a trap. Only new expectations based on the recoding of the technical environment could make it possible for the social organism to adapt to conditions of long-term degrowth. Redistribution of wealth, equality, sobriety, solidarity, friendship, these are the key words of a necessary and above all possible cultural transformation. Too bad that the majority of the governments of the planet are unable to see this possibility, and necessity, blinded as they are by the overwhelming force of economic superstition, work and wages, wage labor, etc. Superstition means unfounded belief, an illusion that distorts real perception and events, and that produces inconsistent or counterproductive actions. In the old industrial era, the category of wages was able to signify human activity under conditions of scarcity, even though these were often artificially generated, as happened in the first phase of modern English with enclosures. But today the scarcity regime is over. Technological evolution makes it possible to increase productivity, and this translates into an abundance that could be distributed in a different way from the current one. The digital mutation and global finance have blown up the rules that governed the old industrial system, starting with the relationship between value and labor time, or between monetary dynamics and the firm's productive function. Insecurity makes all forms of collaboration fragile. We have entered what Baudrillard called the random sphere of fluctuating values. In this sphere, value cannot be based on labor time. But as the global economy stagnates, a new step towards automation comes from researchers and developers. The intersection between the network and artificial intelligence opens the door to a new generation of automata. This new generation will not only replace mechanical work based on repetition, but also cognitive work based on selection and difference. Paul Mason warned that the next wave of automation will greatly reduce the amount of work needed not only for subsistence but also for a decent life for all. For this obvious trend causes anxiety and hostile political reactions. The fear of automation comes and goes, depending on the moment. As indicated by Richard Freeman. Not long ago economists and politicians ended up leaving aside the talk of the robotization of work. The fear that machines could cause permanent unemployment has been disproved. The great fear of automation of the 1960s never materialized. Most economists thought that humans would never lose their advantage over machines in tasks that require judgment and the ability to resolve situations of uncertainty, and to navigate changing environments. 5. Today this attitude is beginning to falter. High-tech companies invest heavily in research aimed at replacing work with intelligent automata. Larry Page warned that the next technological advances are unlikely to coexist with the 40-hour workweek. Yet low-paying jobs continue for 8, 9, 10 hours a day until the age of 67, while the unemployment rate rises. In the years of social autonomy, during the 60s and 70s, in many areas of the world, and particularly in Europe, the capitalist trend was temporarily suspended and even reversed. Thanks to struggles, strikes and negotiations, industrial workers managed to obtain a reduction in the hours which established the weekly ceiling at 40 hours. Solidarity and insubordination forced engineers to develop labor-saving technologies, reducing the overall time required. This effect was perceived as an improvement in living conditions, but also as a threat to existing working conditions. The unions saw that reduction in working time as a danger and opposed the introduction of such techniques, showing that they were unable to cope with technological change. In this dynamic lie the origin and the reason for the neoliberal triumph, but also the rise of a monstrous paradox. On the one hand, capitalism encourages techno-innovators to build ever more intelligent and productive automatons. On the other, it imposes on workers to work faster and faster and for ever lower wages, in an impossible race against robots. The consequence of this paradox is the precariousness of work and, in general, of existence itself. Insecurity is the general form of social relations. When work begins to become insecure at some point, the perception of insecurity spreads everywhere, since competition between workers, especially between cognitive workers, takes the place of solidarity. Every single individual knows that his wages can be stolen by another, and every single individual finds himself perceiving others as enemies and potential threats. Young people working in the cultural industry know this blackmail well. Art galleries, universities, publishing companies, magazines, and newspapers often exploit cognitive work for nothing. They mostly talk about internships, training, visibility, things like that. Cognitive workers are attracted and convinced to accept similar conditions because they pour the best of their personality and expressiveness into cultural activity, and here is the blackmail. Doing what you like for free would also be a good thing, of course, if it weren't for the fact that then you have to think about renting. The link between work and wages is loosening, but only capitalists take advantage of precariousness and uncertainty, since the emancipation of time from wages remains trapped by the superstition of wage labor. The superstition of wage labor. Due to a superstitious perception of reality, we insist on the claim that digital production can be codified according to the old industrial paradigm. Growth, work, wages, these are categories that could explain human activity in times of scarcity, within the framework of mechanical epistemology. But these categories cannot semioticize the digital proliferation and superspeed that has produced abundance and excess. Concepts such as work, wages, and growth are semiotic conventions. Conventions, however, are not only linguistic signs that mark real life, but also contexts of signification that shape our expectations and our patterns of interaction. Conventions give rise to a code that allows for survival, but code founded on established conventions has become unsuitable for interpreting and managing technical progress and its effects. This code no longer works, it cannot rationally manage the forms of life that emerge in the digital sphere. Since production becomes recombination and semiotic exchange, work itself becomes an investment of mental energies. But mental time can hardly be reduced to value, because productivity in this field is highly volatile and unpredictable. Prices end up being random indicators of temporary power relations. Wages thus prove to be a superstition, and are increasingly replaced by modern forms of slavery, as well as pure and simple brutality. Salary is the superstition that holds a foundationless castle together. But it is an increasingly fragile and increasingly unstable superstition, as a new wave of automation prepares to engulf the world of manufacturing. Should we be afraid of the working android? The goal of Google, the largest company of all time, is this: to connect operating machines to search tools that can drive the same machines using the infinite resources of the network. In this way, not only will the machine be able to acquire a degree of flexibility never known before, but it will also be able to allow the replacement of human beings in highly complex tasks. In the coming decades, the use of the working android is destined to spread more and more. Faced with such a prospect, normal people tend to react with fear. They fear that sooner or later it will become clear that their work is useless, and that this will lead to its cancellation. Indeed, most current jobs can already be replaced by intelligent machines capable of doing the same job better than a human being, and in the coming years the substitutability will become even wider. Nonetheless, over the past 30 years the wages of American workers have increased by 5%, while their average productivity has increased by about 80%. In The Overworked American, a book published in 1992, the American sociologist Juliet Schor wrote that in the last 20 years of the century the hours of work had increased to the point that in fact 1 month more. Of course, in the years that followed, things only got worse. Despite unemployment, the amount of hours worked never stopped growing. Unsurprisingly, workers are forced to reduce the time available for important things, such as sleeping and eating. Parents are forced to pay less attention to their children. Stress increases, partly due to attempts to reconcile the demands of work and family. Life.6 The trend Juliet Schor described in 1992 certainly did not stop there. In the most recent 24/7 Capitalism on the Assault of Sleep, Jonathan Crary writes that the average American adult today sleeps roughly 6.5 hours, much less than the 8 hours they slept a generation ago, and much less than the 10 hours they slept. They slept, hard as it is to believe, in the early 20th century. This fanatical self-immolation has always been a hallmark of the U.S. way of life, since the Puritan culture of Americans knows very little about the joie de vivre. But over the past 3 decades, this fanaticism has been transformed into the categorical imperative of politics around the world. Wage. I sometimes think that Michel Foucault forgot to write his most important book, a book on the genealogy of wage labor in early modernity. Then I think back and realize that all his books on prisons, school, panopticons, torture and biopolitical domination, converge in a monumental work whose general object is exactly this: how it happened that human beings accepted, and continue to accept, the blackmail of wages in order to survive. The widespread belief that each of us must lend our time in exchange for the right to enjoy the products of work and nature is neither taken for granted nor based on a natural necessity. In conditions of scarcity, people are forced to give up their time in exchange for the money necessary to ensure their strict survival. But today that regime of scarcity is no longer necessary. If the business were not subjected to wage blackmail, it would not be a problem. Technical innovation frees time from work, so that at that point time could be dedicated to activities that can be exchanged for money only by losing something of their authenticity: care, self-care, education, preparation of meals, affections. Technical innovation has created the conditions for such emancipation, but we are unable to actualize it because wages are not to be questioned. Instead, wages must be denounced as a superstition that hides from view what is, on the contrary, evident, that is, that work is less and less necessary for survival. The blackmail of wages transforms innovation into a tragedy, because it reduces it to an instrument of competition and consequently knowledge becomes the cause of unemployment. It is interesting how a new reflection on the subject of wage obsolescence comes from the circles of Silicon Valley. At the heart of global cognitive work, some techno-intellectuals are considering the idea of an unconditional income, or income of existence, that could dissociate business from access to survival. I am convinced that in the future, due to the technological elimination of jobs and the amount of wealth that will be created, we will end up having some form of guaranteed income on a national scale. 7 says Sam Altman, president of Y Combinator, a research group of Silicon Valley. It is also interesting how the same logic is leading several radical thinkers to push for a guaranteed universal income, according to the formula, it must be said delicious, of a fully automated luxury communism whereby humanity will overcome capitalism thanks to machines, which will do most of the work, and an equal distribution of products. Universal income, however, should not be seen as temporary support for people who are marginalized from work. It should be conceived as a stimulus to be free, and therefore to offer the community the best of oneself. When work is replaced by machines, we can finally do what we really like. Will people then just play video games, or will they start creating new things? Can we think we will be happier and more fulfilled? Without the fear of not having the bare necessities, will we then be able to produce things that are useful for society and for the benefit of the community? 8. This point, touched upon by Sam Altman, is crucial. Getting rid of the trap of work does not mean that we will do nothing more. We will do exactly what contemporary society needs most: care, education, affection, environmental decontamination. In the near future we will have to face the financial crisis and the environmental crisis together, intertwined and apparently without solution. The escape line from these trends lies entirely in the ways collective intelligence collaborates, in the technology that intelligent work can develop. Neoliberal conformism has brought the planet to the brink of a multidimensional catastrophe. Nonetheless, the possibility of a radical change of course is by no means erased. On the contrary, it is inscribed in the cooperation between cognitive workers around the world. However, the potential for invention can only be deployed when epistemic and practical limitations, such as the superstition of growth and wage labor, are removed. These limitations cause a kind of blindness that blocks our ability to see absolutely obvious facts. We must emancipate human activity from wage blackmail. This emancipation would pave the way for a reprogramming of the techno-linguistic automatisms that govern the world at a much deeper level than political will itself. The emancipation of knowledge from capital is the only key that can open the door to hell, even if, at the moment, it is a key that no one seems able to find. Disintrication. Freedom is the content. Necessity is the form. Lev Tolstoy, War and Peace. Dialectical thought interprets history as a field of continuous contradiction between subjects, and as a process that leads to the final affirmation of a hegemonic subject capable of shaping society according to a project. Although Marx did not unambiguously explain the meaning of the expression class struggle, it is by following the general lines of such a dialectic that, in the course of the 20th century, the historical experience of Marxism developed. In our time, however, dialectical methodology proves unsuitable for explaining the complexity of social evolution, and no longer provides sufficient guidance for political action. Labor and capital remain two fundamental and opposing concepts, but they cannot be translated into conscious political subjects, consistent entities that fight against each other to strive for a higher order. I do not deny that the dialectical methodology was useful in describing the process of objectification when work was a unified mass of people who worked every day in the same place and for the time of a lifetime, but precariousness has decomposed work to the point of dissolving the conditions necessary for any class self-perception. To reimagine the process of subjectivation at the time of precariousness, I would like to replace the dialectical approach with a morphogenetic description. Instead of a field of confrontation between subjects, I propose to see historical evolution as a sequence of entanglements and untangling in the process of emergence of forms. If I borrow the term morphogenesis from biology and try to apply it to the field of social evolution, it is to distinguish what can be called social speciation, the emergence of new social forms that escape the dominant code, from that genre of metamorphosis which only translates into a new articulation of the old code. I then distinguish between morphogenesis as an emergence process and morphogenesis as a generation process. The emergence is the emergence of a concatenation that did not previously exist. Generation, on the other hand, is the production of forms according to a recombinant code. The generation process is an automatic process of morphogenesis, while emergence is the autonomous expression of a previously non-existent form. Knowledge exists both as recognition of a model encoded in the current constitution of the world, and as the creation of an original series of phenomena not compatible with the previous code, and which therefore require a new code in order to unfold. The passage from possibility to actual existence implies the narrowing of the ontological field. Only a small strip of possible events will emerge from the magma of possibility, which is not infinite, but is multidimensional. Guattari calls this process chaosmosis. A provisional order emerges from the magma of the possible, and this order temporarily excludes other possible orders. Innumerable possibilities are continually lost because their subjective power is not sufficient for the unraveling of a creative morphogenesis. In Greek, the word morph refers to the unstable and changing form that matter takes in the process of becoming, while eidos is the original form that generates infinite possible objects with form. Eidos is the active attribution of form, while morph is the passively received form. Form in effect means the provisional organization of a concatenation of being, the passive effect of being formed. But this word also means active modeling of the environment, the process that gives shape to an object. In the history of Western philosophy, the concept of eidos has evolved into that of an idea. When I speak of a generative form, I am not referring to the idealistic precession of the idea, but to the unfolding of the generative information inscribed in the present. A form that generates forms can function as a gestalt, that is, a cognitive frame based on a preselection of our perceptual reactions. The techno-cognitive context is the frame of this world, and the gestalt allows us to see, to recognize. But at the same time it prevents us from seeing anything else that is not compatible with the gestalt. Gestalt and intrigue. According to Gestalt psychologists, Wertheimer, Kafka, Kohler, to name the best known, perception is modeled starting from the relationship between the perceptive stimuli we receive from the outside and the generative forms inscribed in our mind. The Gestalt makes vision possible, but at the same time it traps our ability to see something different. The entanglement is precisely this entrapment of the possible within a form that makes a proximate state of being probable. In this case we see that morphogenesis is opposed to generation, If the latter is a process of producing objects that correspond to a format, morphogenesis is the emergence of forms that are not inscribed in the current constitution of the world. Generation implies the submission of the content to the power of the existing structure. Power is the domain of the Gestalt, the grid that makes what exists in the state of possibility invisible. It is therefore the agent of an entrapment or entanglement of the possible. To actualize a possibility, a power capable of extricating is necessary. Power allows the subject to unfold the possibility inscribed in his composition, and therefore to organize the body without organs. Untangling, disentangle in English, means emancipation of the content from the form that contains it, and full deployment of the powers that belong to social knowledge. Only through dissociation, and not through contradiction, can different forms emerge from the magma. Gestalt can be seen as a double bind. It gives us the power to see something, and at the same time prevents us from seeing something else. In the double bind of which Bateson speaks, in effect, the context traps the message in such a way that the recipient reads the message in a contradictory way due to the influence of the context. Seismogenesis is the methodology that Bateson suggests in order to free oneself from the double bind, to make possible the self-organization of contents after dissociation from the Gestalt form, and to then make possible the proliferation by contagion, affective, informational, aesthetic, of the new generated form from the schism. In the contemporary historical condition a question emerges: is it still possible to extricate oneself? Is it still possible to free the form of the possible when the mind of the social organism has been so deeply infected by the viral proliferation of double bonds? And then there is a second question: what is the origin of the proliferation of double bonds in the social mind? I do not consider capitalism a subjectivity, but a gestalt whose action structures knowledge, work, and resources according to a semiotic gestalt that functions like a trap. When we observe a visual form, the structure of our mind decodes the visual stimulus according to the generative forms, gestalt, that are inscribed in our mind. In short, it is very difficult for us to see anything other than the form that our mind is used to seeing. Wittgenstein writes that the limits of our language are the limits of our world. In terms of gestalt and possibility, Wittgenstein's phrase means that our language is a syntactic organization of the innumerable contents that belong to the field of our experience. From this sphere of possible content organizations, our language chooses a level of consistency that limits our possibilities of experience and perception. But if language is a limit, it also implies that there are other possibilities beyond that limit. I would like to call disintrication any linguistic creation that can be regarded as an excess, and the linguistic activity that exceeds the limits of our language is poetry. Gestalt is a mental model that frames perceptual stimuli by transforming them into forms. It can work as a trap when it blocks our ability to see things in a different frame. In order to exceed and overcome the trap effect implicit in the Gestalt, we need a power of poetic estrangement. Viktor Shklovskij calls this power ostranenie. Finally, we come to the present social condition. The economic paradigm traps the intrinsic dynamics of the relationship between work and intelligence. Economics claims to be a science, but in reality economists do not produce concepts for the explanation of social reality, nor do they express general laws relating to production and exchange. They are paid to perform a different task: to reaffirm the laws of capitalism on the autonomous dynamics of knowledge, technology, and cooperation. More than a science, we should understand economics as a technology for the exploitation of existing resources, in particular labor, within the indisputable framework of growth, accumulation, and profit. Economic knowledge generates a repetition of social procedures and policies aimed at always obtaining the same results. Economic semiotization forces the dynamics of invention and innovation within the limits of a system whose purpose is neither pleasure, nor beauty, nor the pursuit of the optimal use of technical knowledge, nor the actualization of the inscribed possibilities. In the present, but only the transformation of life into value, that is, accumulation. We should imagine the political emancipation of the future as an act of enunciation, a linguistic act capable of extricating reality from bad mathematics, which is the mathematics of finance. Global debt, which after 2008 became the main concern of the ruling class, in September 2016 grew to double the size of the global economy. In recent years we have been told that the essential thing is to repay the debt, that is, to move common resources to the private financial system. And to pay back the debt we have to destroy jobs, reduce social welfare, reduce funding for schools and the health system. The result is that the debt has skyrocketed. It is no longer a financial problem, but a semiotic problem. Words that attempt to express the economic process no longer have any hold on the reality of life, or technology, or knowledge. Totally inconsistent with the reality of human experience, words that describe and conceptualize the economic sphere are a perennial source of misunderstanding. A brief history of general intellect. We are approaching the end of this book, and at this point I can therefore reveal what my true intention was. I did not mean merely to write an essay on possibility and powerlessness. I wanted to talk about the topic of knowledge. Beyond the questions of power and helplessness, beyond the fragmentation of society into a myriad of conflicting splinters, beyond the precarious fractalization of work, knowledge is the social dimension in which that bad dream we call capitalism can eventually be dissolved. Not simply overturned, but entirely abandoned like an empty space, forgotten like a nightmare. My approach to the problem of knowledge is not gnosiological, because what interests me most is the subjectivity of millions of minds connected to each other, and the subjectivity of bodies that need affectivity, sensual contact, and friendship. The consciousness of knowledge, that is, the consciousness of the knowledge workers, is the road that leads to future emancipation. But this path is blocked by the privatization of the education system, research, and the entire innovation cycle. Knowledge is not about truth or the discovery and explanation of essential reality, but the creation of meaning and the invention of technical interfaces that project meaning into reality. Knowledge as work, and as emancipation from work. It is in Hegel that for the first time the problem of knowledge is connected to the problem of subjectivity. From my point of view, it all depends on the understanding and expression of the fundamental truth not only as a substance but also as a subject. Furthermore, the living substance is that being that is truly subject, that is, it truly realizes itself and is truly actual only in the process of affirmation. The true is the whole. The whole, however, is merely the essential nature which reaches its completeness through the process of its own development. Of the absolute it must be said that it is essentially a result, which is such only at the end, and only in this consists its nature, which is to be actual, subject, or to become self, process of development of the self. 1. Hegel's phenomenology has little to do with the mind. The activity of the mind, the physical brain, the historical context, the cognitive evolution, in Hegel is completely absent. There remains nothing but the self-development process of something that cannot be called mind, but only spirit. The path to the self-realization of reason is the circle that leads to the starting point, where the absolute spirit resided from the very beginning. Reason is a purposeful activity. The result in the end is what it was at the beginning only because the beginning was intentional. 2. In Hegel, knowledge is a process that in truth does not develop anything, which is never invention, it is only the discovery of something which existed from the beginning. The absolute being is the premise and the result of the process of knowledge, since knowledge is from the very beginning the process of self-affirmation of the absolute being. The social process of knowledge in its concrete manifestations, contradictions, difficulties, puzzles, misunderstandings, does not exist. It is only the mediation of the absolute spirit that reveals itself. Nevertheless, in Hegel we also find a far-sighted intuition. The process of knowledge cannot be dissociated from the historical process, and there is no other truth than the self-development of the subject of knowledge. The subject of knowledge is today socially constituted by hundreds of millions of cognitive workers who work in conditions of connection, but who are not aware of their own subjective potential. Hegel writes, "The spirit is the only reality. It is the intimate being of the world." 3. Naturally, these are idealistic ravings. But at the same time, with that solemn tone that he often happens to have, Hegel tells us something that today, in the sphere of digital panlogism, acquires a new meaning, in the connective existence, in the social existence of those who make up the network, a potential subjectivity is inscribed. Work as subjectivity is the theme that Marx reproposes throughout his work, but particularly in the Grundriss. Marx links scientific knowledge to the work process, and in particular to the introduction of machines. Science, which forces the inanimate members of the machinery, thanks to the construction in which they are inserted, to function functionally as an automaton, does not exist in the consciousness of the worker, but acts, through the machine, as a foreign power over him, as the power of the machine itself. The appropriation of living labor by objectified labor, of the valorizing force or activity by value endowed with its own experience, which is in the very concept of capital, is placed, in machine-based production, as a character of the productive process itself. Even in its material elements and in its material movement. Point 4. Machines are at the same time both an instrument for the appropriation and submission of living labor, and the condition for the emancipation of society from the necessity of labor. On the one hand, the worker's activity, reduced to a mere abstraction of activity, is determined and regulated on all sides by the movement of the machinery and not the opposite. The science that pushes the inanimate pieces of the machinery to act according to finality like an automaton does not exist in the consciousness of the worker, but rather acts on him through the machine as an alien power, as the power of the machine itself. At the same time, however, through this process the amount of labor required for the production of a given object is reduced to a minimum, but only to achieve the maximum work in the maximum number of objects of that type. The first aspect is important, because capital, in a completely unintentional way, reduces human labor, the expenditure of energy, to a minimum. This will benefit emancipated work and is the condition for its emancipation. 5. The emancipation of lifetime from work is not a natural process, and the reduction of necessary working time does not necessarily lead to the liberation of lifetime from work. Exploitation. Nature does not build machines, it does not build locomotives, railways, electric telegraphs, automatic spinning machines, etc. They are products of human industry, natural material, transformed into organs of the human will on nature or of its explication in nature. They are organs of the human brain created by the human hand, objectified scientific capacity. The development of fixed capital shows the extent to which general social knowledge has become an immediate productive force, and thus the conditions of the life process itself have passed under the control of the general intellect and reshaped in conformity with it. To what extent are social productive forces produced, not only in the form of knowledge, but as immediate organs of social praxis, of the real life process? Point 6. In this enigmatic prophecy Marx outlines a brief history of the future, and the future is now. The general intellect is seen as an actor in the disintegration process, only he is not a prepared actor, rather it is the field in which the next battle takes place, the next process of creation. This is the task for the 21st century, beyond the fog of neoliberalism, beyond the miasma of the decerebrated identity body, outside the deadly alternative that is currently suffocating the planet. We live today in an age when the enigmatic vision outlined in Marx's fragment on machines becomes the only political map that can have any use for our research. Brief note on the notion of general intellect. Why does Marx speak verbatim of general intellect? In the sense, why does he switch to English when he wants to express the concept of cooperation between mental agents? Obviously I don't know. He often uses non-German words, Italian, French, and even English. However, I want to imagine that in this case he had a particularly strong reason. If he had used the German term allgemeine Vernunft he would have probably misunderstood. Here he is again intent on coquettieren, flirting, with Hegel. And that was not at all what Marx intended to do. Marx no longer cares about Hegel. He is not dealing with the spiritual becoming true of absolute reason, he is talking about the cooperation between intellectual workers who are not the realization of any pre-existing rationality design, but fragments of knowledge that can recombine according to different intellectual projects. Their intentions do not converge towards a pre-written whole, they are not pursuing any purpose. If anything, the obligatory incorporation of a prescriptive end into the activity of cognitive workers is the specific action performed by power, an act of limitation, of subjection. The neoliberal reform of the educational system, the transformation in a private competitive sense of the selective and didactic criteria, is aimed at submitting research to economic dogma. The next battle will be centered on the theme of the autonomy of knowledge from the epistemic and practical hegemony of the economic paradigm. The autonomy of knowledge is not a philosophical question, it is a social question, because it is based on the concrete power of equally concrete social actors, the cognitive workers, the people who produce value within the semiotic machine. The autonomy of knowledge presupposes the political independence of those who animate the general intellect. When Marx wrote about general intellect, defining it with those two little English words, he was thinking of a technological environment that did not yet exist in his time. More than 100 years later we know that this environment, this universal machine, is the global network that makes possible a continuous recombination of semiotic acts, research, invention, communication, performed simultaneously by conscious and sensitive agents who live in distant places on the planet. Heavy Heart. Berkeley, California, December 2, 1964. 5,000 students meet in the campus plaza to hear free speech movement leader Mario Savio, accountable for a conversation with the director of the university's regent's office. The words spoken by Mario Savio were: "The answer we received from a well-meaning liberal is the following: can you ever imagine that the manager of a company could express an opinion contrary to that of its directors?" This was his answer. Well, I ask you to reflect. If this is a company, if the rector Kerr is a manager, then I have to tell you, the teachers are a lot of employees and we are the raw material. But we are raw material that does not intend to be, we do not want to be transformed into a product. We don't want to get to the point of being bought by some university client, be it government, industry, organized labor, or anyone else. We are human beings. There comes a time when the operation of the machine becomes so hateful, it makes the heart so heavy, that you can no longer participate, not even passively. And at that point you have to take your body and throw it in the middle of the gears, the wheels and the levers and the whole apparatus, to be able to stop it. You have to prove to the people who run and dominate the system that if you are not free then you will prevent the machine from running. 7 More than half a century has passed since that talk. Meanwhile, the world has changed in the exact direction that Mario Savio then perceived as a frightening possibility. In Savio's words we can read an impressive and lucid anticipation of the relationship between knowledge and capitalist economy, of the process of submission and privatization of the university and of research, and also a sort of premonition of the destiny that the movement would meet. Precisely in 1964 it was emerging on the horizon, that of students who, in 1968, would spread all over the world. The first point to grasp in Mario Savio's speech is the understanding of the fact that the university was becoming a company, an economic entity whose dominant principle is profit. The relationship between power, military and economic, and knowledge was a central point for the students, researchers, and intellectuals involved in the movement of those years. This relationship has become absolutely crucial in the 30 years of the digital revolution. The second point of interest in the Berkeley speech is that sentiment Savio refers to as a heavy heart. Knowledge, creativity, language have become wage labor. The brain is the main workforce in the digital semiosis process of the global network. At the same time, however, the activity of the brain is disconnected from the existence of the social body. The work of the brain is subjected to the cold, heartless, rules of finance, and this submission makes the heart heavy. Mario Savio and his colleagues were protesting against the subjecting of research to the interests of the Vietnam War. Today war proliferates on the fringes of the cognitive sphere of production, and competition fuels war in every niche of everyday life. In the speech of that distant 1964, a third point also strikes me, the gesture to which Savio refers when he speaks of taking our bodies and throwing them in the middle of the levers, wheels and gears of the production apparatus, so as to stop it. Wheels, gears, levers, this is how the movement of '68 understood the machinery of power. The old factory and the old working class were our imagery of social conflict. It was an imagery that we had drawn from Charlie Chaplin's films and from the industrial landscape that was beginning to decline in those years. For this we have lost the battle. For this reason the wave of 1968, although it has changed social life in many aspects, has not managed to dismantle the machine of exploitation. In that crowd that stood in front of the Bay Area's main university, among the thousands of young people who were listening, many subsequently collaborated in the process of creating the global network. We can imagine that Steve Jobs or Steve Wozniak were in between. But the movement did not realize that the most important thing was to take possession of the cognitive machine. Because of the industrial imagery prevailing in the political culture of the time, and because of the influence that the Soviet Revolution continued to exert on the imaginations of the majority of students, we failed to grasp the real possibility of that movement, to initiate a long-term process of self-organization of the general intellect. In the decades that followed, the dispersion of the movement and of the people involved, flower children and Marxist, anarchist and Buddhist militants, Black Panthers and feminists, and many, many others, played a significant role in the overall transformation of society. As professionals, they built their technical networks. But as activists, they became trapped in the industrialist imagination of the 19th century. Work, automation, knowledge. From 1964 onwards, the relationship between cognition and automation has been a central issue involving knowledge and economics, technology, and war. Automation has sometimes been read as the enhancement of the human enterprise, and sometimes as the enslavement of the human soul. In the 1960s, critical thinking of European origin was mixing with the techno-liberal culture of California, and automation was interpreted as an ambivalent possibility. Herbert Marcuse then published two books that approached the perspective of automation from two opposite but complementary points of view, Eros and Civilization and Man in One Dimension. In Eros and Civilization, Marcuse expressed the idea that the technical automation of work could be the condition of a process of emancipation of social life from alienation. A progressive reduction of work seems to be inevitable, and in view of this possibility, the system must provide for the creation of jobs without work. It must develop needs that transcend and may be incompatible with the market economy. Point 8. In the same book the philosopher stressed the central function that cognitive work was destined to perform both in production and in the social movement of emancipation from exploitation. To the extent that workers' organizations collaborate in the defense of the status quo, and to the extent that the part of manual labor in the production process decreases, intellectual capacities become social and political factors. Today, the systematic refusal of scientists, mathematicians, technicians, industrial psychologists, and collectors of statistical data on public opinion to collaborate may well achieve what a strike, even on a large scale, can no longer achieve, namely the beginning of the turnaround, preparing the ground for political action. Point 9. By linking the liberating force of technology and the conscious rejection that was beginning to emerge among technicians and scientists, Marcuse described the possibility of overthrowing alienation and the unease which Freud had described as an inevitable feature of civilization. In One-Dimensional Man, the book that transformed Marcuse into an icon of the anti-authoritarian movement, the perspective seems different. The center of attention is still the crucial function of intellectual work, which here however is not seen as an emancipatory force, but rather as a tool for domination and control. The capacities, intellectual and material, of contemporary society are disproportionately greater than they have ever been, and this means that the extent of society's domination over the individual is disproportionately greater than it has ever been. Our society is distinguished in that it knows how to tame the centrifugal social forces by means of technology rather than by means of terror, on the double basis of overwhelming efficiency and a higher standard of living. Point 10. Technology takes the place of terror in organization of social control. This is the reason why man becomes one-dimensional. The term totalitarian does not apply only to a terrorist political organization of society, but also to a non-terrorist economic technical organization which operates through the manipulation of needs by established interests. It thus precludes the emergence of an effective opposition against the system as a whole. Not only does a specific form of government or party domination produce totalitarianism, but also a specific system of production and distribution, a system which may very well be compatible with a pluralism of parties, newspapers, and counterbalanced powers. And the exploitation of technical and scientific productivity is the condition of a high-tech totalitarianism that Marcuse saw taking shape when in these pages he pointed out the double nature of automation in the architecture of knowledge and technology. The neoliberal triumph, the defeat of the workers' movement, the catastrophic turning point we have experienced in the last 30 years, have led to the submission of the general intellect. This is what Marcuse envisioned in One-Dimensional Man, a book on futuristic totalitarianism based on automation rather than terror, when automation means submission of knowledge. Submission of knowledge. In the second half of the 20th century, mass education gave a real foundation to the abstract principle of social mobility. The children of the proletarians were able to enter universities and the free professions, a phenomenon never known before on such a vast scale. But it was a phenomenon that was not meant to last forever. Indeed, at the turn of the century social mobility is slowing down as the average salary is less and less able to pay for higher education costs and the school system undergoes a process of privatization of targets and selection. The educational system has changed its nature. In accordance with the principle of neoliberal reforms, it is conceived as a mere acquisition of specialized training, as a space in which individualism and competition are cultivated to the detriment of solidarity and knowledge. Here, in the liberal transformation of the educational system, lies a fundamental risk of desertification of the future of mankind. If the current trend towards the separation between technical training and critical education continues, no trace of self-awareness of the social brain will remain for the next generations. The legacy of modern culture will then be reduced to antiques for connoisseurs, while the general intellect will find itself forever subjugated. Mass education was not only the premise for social mobility under capitalism, but it created the conditions for the potential emancipation of the working class itself. The workers' rejection of work met the general intellect in training, and the result was a situation by the unpredictable outcomes. In 1968, the solidarity between workers and students was not only the effect of an ideological choice, but also the alignment of two social subjects who shared the same possibility. The industrial workers fought for the reduction of working time, while the students were the bearers of the intellectual power of cognitive work, which in turn heralded the technical possibility of emancipation from the slavery of physical labor. The alliance between refusal of work and technological innovation paved the way for the digital revolution and the replacement of industrial work with computer machines. However, this process broke off and was diverted to the financial form of semi-capitalism. The increase in productivity, which could have made possible a general reduction in working time, was transformed into a tool for the intensification of exploitation. Limits on working hours were removed. The individual increase in working time began to be reflected in the increase in the unemployed. The potential of the general intellect was used against the welfare of the working population. When cognitive work became the main force of valorization, the economic powers succeeded in submitting the cognitariat to the ideology of meritocracy. The social solidarity of the intellectual workforce was consequently destroyed. The concept of merit has turned into an incubator of precariousness and competition. When individuals are forced to fight for survival, technical and intellectual skills are reduced to tools for economic conflict. When solidarity is broken and when competition is the rule, research and discovery end up diverging from pleasure and solidarity. Unfortunately, meritocracy is also a stimulus for ignorance. Since the evaluation of merit is the prerogative of the authority, and since the evaluation criteria are set by those who hold power, the examiner is invited to adopt the evaluation criteria that correspond to the existing power structure. Education was in the past one of the most powerful factors of social autonomy. If we accept meritocracy, we give up the autonomy of the learning process. The result is that the evaluation of our training falls entirely in the hands of others. A crucial step in the subjugation process is the dismantling of the public education system, which results in privatization and submission of research to the operational rules of the financial economy. This implies a principle of priority of economic reason which violates the autonomy of the institutions of production and transmission of knowledge. Yet the defining character of the modern university was autonomy, particularly from theological domain. The current imposition of the primacy of the economy implies a cancellation of the autonomy of knowledge. Identifying economics as a universal criterion for evaluation, including educational paths, has in fact re-established a sort of theology in the relationship between learning and absolute truth, again, economic. At the end of the 20th century, modern humanism proved unable to keep pace with the network infosphere. The university institution inherited from modernity has lost its centrality with respect to connected intelligence, and the humanist legacy has found itself faced with the need to reform its foundations. The techno-financial reason has been driving this reform. Public education has been impoverished, precarious, and finally replaced by a market system of recombination of fragmented skills. Innovation continues to be celebrated, but only within the context defined by the theological dogma of private profit and infinite growth. General intellect dynamics. As long as scientific invention and technical innovation are not free from the epistemic trap of the economy, and as long as technical scientific workers are forced to depend on the salary paid by a corporation to be able to develop their ideas, knowledge cannot be autonomous. On the other hand, preserving the autonomy of knowledge is a fundamental question, because it is the only way to overcome the effects of the devastation of the planet produced by the domination of global corporations and the civil war of identity. This is the horizon of possibility of our time. In the last century, little by little, inventors have been dispossessed of their ability to know and control the function of the work of invention, and have been subjected to the rule of profit. Their work has been fragmented, and their training has been shaped in such a way that they have generally become unable to intuit the epistemological implications of their own inventions, as well as the social consequences of applying their creations. Very few know Philo Farnsworth. Very few know how the most important medium of late modern culture, television, was born. Because the reason is that the invention of television is the story of an expropriation. The product of the inventor's work was hijacked by the Radio Corporation of America, RCA, specifically by David Sarnoff, president of RCA in the years leading up to World War II. I want to talk about Farnsworth because his story is a perfect metaphor for the relationship between economic aggression and intellectual work. Young Philo grew up in rural Utah reading a lot of science fiction. As an adult he began to explore the techniques for the electronic transmission of images. One day he told his wife Pem that the technology he was working on would become the lie detector, and would make peace possible by being able to see directly what is happening in faraway places in the world. In him, the utopian side of the intellectual adventure merged with the naive belief in capitalism and in the private ownership of the products of labor, especially intellectual labor. In a book entitled The Last Lone Inventor, Evan Schwartz recounts the parable of this engineer who in the 1920s invented what he called the image dissector, which is the basic machinery of the process of creating television technology. According to Schwartz, Farnsworth did not fully understand that the process of invention itself was in the process of transformation. Innovation was becoming too economically important to be left in the hands of independent and unpredictable individuals. The big corporations born all around 19th century technology wanted to control the future, and at the same time they wanted to avoid surprises that could ruin their empires. They were therefore increasingly frustrated by the need to negotiate the rights of external inventors. Therefore they decided to take on the task of the invention directly, and in the first 2 decades of the century they began to create research laboratories inside the companies. 1. David Sarnoff, president of RCA, was aware of the potential of Farnsworth's invention. He made then an offer to obtain the rights to the device. But Farnsworth refused. It happened then that one day Vladimir Zworykin, an engineer addicted to RCA, appeared in Farnsworth's lab with false motives while Philo was perfecting his machine, and then told David Sarnoff what he had managed to learn from the interview. Rather predictably, the image dissector was thus made and put into production by RCA. A judicial dispute ensued, and Farnsworth was invited by Congress for an investigation into patent infringements by large corporations. But Farnsworth did not believe in government any more than he distrusted private companies. He did not accept the idea that free competition and market dynamics could translate into expropriation. He did not intend to turn to the aid of the public authorities for a problem of free competition. He believed in capitalism, unfortunately, and of course he let himself be fooled. In September 1939, for the inauguration of the New York World's Fair, RCA exhibited dozens of television screens around Manhattan. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's inaugural address was the first televised broadcast in history. At that point, Farnsworth was just one of the many townspeople crowding the shop windows displaying the newest device. The idea that the state should guarantee the individual ownership of the creation was first affirmed in Florence in 1421. In America, Benjamin Franklin introduced the principle of intellectual rights into the Constitution. Patents actually worked well throughout the 19th century. Since the third decade of the 20th century, however, large companies have tried to take control of the process of invention in order to be able to profit from the work of scientists and submit their intellectual activity to economic logic. Farnsworth underestimated the power of large corporations, and ended up being a victim of the relationship between invention and profit. Two different skills are involved in the process of exploiting the inventive force. The first is the complex and concrete capacity of the scientist, of the technician, of the semiotic worker. It is the capacity that manifests itself in an infinite field of specific forms of knowledge. The second skill is the brutal ability of one who owns capital and invests it, with the help of some accountant, some lawyer, and some armed guard. Who wins in the money contest? Obviously the winner is the capitalist who knows nothing of concrete issues such as physics, chemistry, media, metallurgy, fashion, or art, but knows all about the art of expropriating the work and culture of others. The life of the capitalist is devoted to transforming the infinite wealth of knowledge into the infinite misery of money. 3 characters. The intellectual, the merchant and the warrior were the 3 decisive figures in the fable we call modernity. The merchant and the warrior have succeeded in subjugating the intellectual force to the demands of accumulation and war. In order to subdue the intellectual function, knowledge has been fragmented, and the social bearers of knowledge have been similarly fragmented. The multidimensional formation of the humanist has been replaced by the separation of the artist from the engineer and the artist from the philosopher. Intellectual cooperation has been increasingly mediated by technology. The general intellect is functionally recombined by the network information machine. Until the 1960s, intellectual life was a space of exchange between the so-called 2 cultures, the technical scientific one on the one hand, and the humanistic and historical disciplines on the other. Then the specialization process was pushed to the extreme, and the common ground of intellectual exchange was erased. Everyone is forced to work in conditions of isolation and competition. Engineers and poets belong to 2 distant dimensions that, almost, never meet. Nonetheless, the intellectual function is traversed by an internal conflict, the dynamics of which must be analyzed. I will call the characters of this fable, which is the fable of the general intellect, by the names of artist, engineer, and economist. Their history is the core of the social dynamics of intellectual life. The artist, like the pure scientist, is the creator of new concepts and precepts, which reveal new horizons to social experience. The artist speaks the language of conjunction. In artistic creation, the relationship between sign and meaning is not conventionally fixed, but is moved and pragmatically redefined, as well as continuously renegotiated. The engineer is the one who dominates the technology. It is the intellectual who transforms concepts into projects, and projects into algorithms. The engineer speaks the language of connection, because in engineering work the relationship between sign and meaning is conventionally inscribed. The engineer is the manufacturer of the machines, a technical combination of algorithms and physical matter, capable of acting in accordance with concepts. The third figure in the great game of the general intellect is the economist. He is the false scientist and actual technologist, whose function is to separate the artist from the engineer while keeping their activities and functions at a distance. Economists are more like priests than scientists. Their discourse is aimed at submitting the activities of other intellectuals to the domain of economic expansion. They denounce the behavior of society, preach repentance of debt, threaten inflation, misery, and the punishment of sins, and worship the dogma of growth, competition, and profit. Their scientific conventions are not based on experience, nor on pure conceptual abstraction, but on the particular interest of the social class that is at the apex of conventional economic construction. The economist's methodology has little to do with science. Science is a form of knowledge free from dogma which has as its purpose the extrapolation of general laws from the observation of empirical phenomena, and which derives from this extrapolation the ability to predict something about what will happen in the near future. But science is also able to transcend any kind of causal determinism, and to understand those changes that Thomas Kuhn defines as paradigm shifts. This means that scientific innovation is essentially transgression of the established limits of knowledge. As I understand it, economics does not fit this description. Economists are obsessed with dogmatic notions such as growth, competition, and profit, and they force social life to be compatible with their dogmas. Not only that, economists are also unable to derive laws from observing reality. Rather, they prefer reality to submit to their assumptions. Consequently, they are unable to predict anything, as indeed experience teaches. Economists are unable to predict changes, contingencies, and emergencies. Finally, economists cannot recognize the leaps that occur in the field of social paradigms, and they refuse to adjust their conceptual contexts in function of paradigm shifts. Instead, they insist that reality must be changed to match their outdated criteria. Physics, chemistry, biology, and astronomy conceptualize a specific field of knowledge of reality, while in business schools the subject of teaching and learning is a technology, a set of tools, procedures, and pragmatic protocols, whose function is to bend social reality to serve practical purposes: profit, growth, accumulation, power. Economic reality does not exist. It is the result of a process of technical modeling, submission and exploitation that leads to a constellation of reality that we call economics. The theoretical discourse that supports this economic technology can be defined rather as ideology, as a theoretical technology aimed at imposing precise political and social objectives. Economic ideology, like all technologies, is not self-reflective, and therefore cannot develop a theoretical self-understanding. It cannot recontextualize itself in relation to a paradigm shift. The economist is the intriguer, the one who builds the trap in which the engineer is closed. Engineering is a technology that contextualizes the conceptual creation of the scientist and the artist within devices and techniques for the organization of social life. In late modernity, engineering was subjected to economic command and the technical powers of machinery were unilaterally reduced to the determination of the economy. When the engineer is under the control of the economist, he produces machines that are meant to trap time and intelligence in the interests of maximum profit, capital accumulation, and warfare. When the engineer interfaces with the artist, his machines are aimed at social utility and the reduction of working time. When the engineer is controlled by the economist, his horizon is economic growth, and his activity must be compatible with the code. When he connects with the artist, his horizon is the infinity of nature and language. Capitalism is no longer able to semioticize and organize the social power of cognitive productivity. Economic conceptualization is too narrow for the emerging intellectual power of society, which requires a trans-economic organizational dimension. The transition from the industrial to the semiotic form of production has pushed capitalism out of itself, and economic semiotization has become a trap for the powers of the general intellect. The problem at this point is, can knowledge be untangled from the semiotic capture of the economic paradigm? Has the economy by now totally subjugated the engineer and captured the artist, or can the engineer free himself from economic limitations and reconvert technology according to the highest intuitions of science and art, according to a shared sensitivity? One Evan Schwartz, The Last Lone Inventor, A Tale of Genius, Deceit, and the Birth of Television, Perennial 2003. Invention. We who create new worlds do not own them. What we create is mortgaged by others, states, large corporations that monopolize the means of production of the new worlds we have created. We don't own what we do ourselves, because what we do owns us. Mackenzie Wark, Hacker Manifesto. In 2015, the McKinsey Global Institute estimated that robots could perform 45% of the tasks that are currently performed by human operators, and this means roughly $2 trillion in annual wages. But by making manufacturing more efficient, technology is also producing a reduction in the cost of everything from hamburgers to cars. Point 1. That heaven is within reach? Unfortunately not, because this possibility seems incompatible with the Gestalt. The technical possibility is inconsistent with the prevailing cultural expectations and in particular with the context of semiotization that we call economics, and which in fact is the hypostasis or surreptitious naturalization of the capitalist system of interpretation. In their book Inventing the Future, Nick Cernicek and Alex Williams search for ways to accomplish a post-work perspective, and they describe the current landscape and emerging trend as follows. What made this wave of automation possible? Algorithmic improvements, in particular machine learning and deep learning, rapid developments in the field of robotics, and the exponential growth of computational capacity. New machine learning technologies are making more and more non-routine jobs automatable. Complex communication technologies allow computers to be more and more efficient than humans in skills and knowledge, and improvements in robotics are fast bringing technologies with increasing expertise in manual labor. Point 2. All of this is true, but the puzzle is not solved by technology alone, as we are unable to emancipate possibility from the existing structure of the economy and prevailing expectations. The only way to approach the realization of a process of full use of automated technology is therefore to act on subjective, political, and cultural forms. The release of survival from work performance is the only way to make that possibility closer to realization. In this regard, Cernicek and Williams talk about universal basic income. In order to actualize the possibility of unconditional income and the full implementation of technology in order to save work, Cernicek and Williams propose to rebuild the left. In my opinion, this is wishful thinking. It will not be the political power of the left, now reduced to a minimum, that can reverse the impoverishment and weakening of society, but only the autonomy of workers, and in particular the autonomy of cognitive workers. Cernicek and Williams argue that we should expect full automation, universal basic income, and therefore reduced working time. All very right, but it is not clear who the interlocutors of such a claim would be. Can we expect that the will of some government will be able to respond positively to these requests? I don't think so, because governance has taken the place of government, and command is no longer inscribed in the political decision, but in the chain of techno-linguistic automatisms. This is the reason why it is useless to make claims or even build political parties. Those who have the power to release the content of knowledge and technology are those who produce this content, the cognitors. Untangling their activity and their cooperation from the gestalt of accumulation is the only path that makes sense to take. What cognitives need is a technical platform for the autonomous cooperation of the world's cognitive workers, with the aim of dismantling and reprogramming the machine. and above all what they need is the consciousness of this latent power. Invention and paradigm. Revolutions. Thomas Kuhn defines normal science as a highly cumulative enterprise that achieves its purpose, which is the constant extension of the breadth and precision of scientific knowledge. Scientific, they essentially consist in the recontextualization of acquired knowledge within new paradigmatic frames. Kuhn's paradigm is the fundamental premise of a world model, and the paradigm shift implies a shift in point of view. Indeed, Kuhn writes that the most fundamental aspect of the incommensurability of competing paradigms lies in the fact that the proponents of competing paradigms do their work in different worlds. 4. The world in which the currently dominant paradigm is contextualized is the capitalist economy aimed at growth. The growth paradigm is the strength of capitalism, but it is also its limit. Scientists and inventors are forced to practice their skills within the limits set by this paradigm. Marx writes in the Grundrisse, the appropriation of living labor by capital in the machinery assumes an immediate reality also from this side. On the one hand, it is the analysis and application of mechanical and chemical laws deriving directly from science, which put the machine in a position to carry out the same work that was once done by the worker. The development of machinery in this way takes place, however, only when on the one hand big industry has already reached a higher level and all the sciences are imprisoned in the service of capital, and on the other hand the existing machinery itself already ensures great resources. Then invention becomes an economic activity, and the application of science to production becomes for it a determining criterion and a stimulating factor. 5. In the context of capitalism, invention becomes an economic business, and the results of this business are limited by the dominant form of the profit-oriented economy. The word invention needs to be deepened. In itself, it is a word that does not necessarily imply a paradigm shift. Invention is simply a technical improvement of the tools, not of the goals that the tools pursue. In his book Puissances de l'Invention, Maurizio Lazzarato revisits the thought of Gabriel Tarde. The extraordinary productivity of capitalism can be explained only by observing the dynamics of coordinated brains, not only with the simple division of labor. 6. In the fin de siècle in which Tarde operated, the invention was also conceptualized as a living vibration. The invention actualizes the virtualities that make up the chaotic excitement of the body of the world. Inventions make possible the emergence of new unpredictable realities, calling them out of the depths of being on the surface of the phenomenon. 7. Tarde also argues that the most important factor in production is not work, but invention itself. In Tarde, Lazzarato writes, the source of property is not work but force invention. The ontological status of knowledge therefore calls into question the status of property. 8. With this reference to Tarde, Lazzarato opens the way to a conception in which invention can be not only an improvement, but a change of paradigm. In the past century, critical theory has claimed human autonomy from machines. I think this claim is no longer interesting today. The machine has internalized the cognitive functions of the brain, consequently, the task of autonomous thought is no longer to limit the sphere of automation, but to inscribe social interests within the operation of the global machine. Automation should no longer be considered an enemy. In 1948, while they were working on the construction of the epistemological conditions of cybernetic technology, Norbert Wiener and Arturo Rosenblueth launched the idea that scientists should create an autonomous institutional space in which knowledge and technology can be developed according to their internal dynamics, and not in compliance with the external pressures of the economic and military system. To put it in Wiener's words, we have dreamed for years of an institution of independent scientists working together in one of these science backrooms, not as subordinates of some great executive officer, but with the sole purpose of the spiritual desire and need to understand set of a given problem and to circulate the tools for understanding. 9. Wiener's explicit concern is that computers can become the tools of politicians and capitalists without feelings. Over the next 15 years Wiener repeatedly expressed his concerns about industrial automation, and went so far as to propose a meeting with union leader Walter Reuther to discuss together how workers could defend themselves from the threat that the computer could represent. 10. The hacker and the designer. Design is art and engineering. Like an artist, the designer conceives a world for an object; as an engineer, he builds an object for the world. Since the market separates the artist from the engineer, design is transformed into a form of submission of the invention to the rules of the economy, which are not always compatible with the rules of social utility. Take for example the relationship between Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Wozniak plays the role of the technically gifted inventor, the one who directly creates the information architecture. On the contrary, Jobs' role is that of the designer who dominates the entire process, the visionary interface between the machine and the evolution of the human mind, which unfortunately is regulated by the market. Jobs rightly insisted on the task of the designer, because he fully understood that the penetration of technology into the bodies and minds of the social biosphere depends on the shape of objects and the perception that users have of this shape. On the other hand, however, Wozniak represents the hacker, that is the one who has highly complex skills in the field of programming and hardware. Even today, Wozniak remains fully consistent in claiming the social dimension of hacking, rejecting Jobs' obsession with design intended in terms of compatibility with the market. This difference between the two founders of Apple has marked the history of the company, as well as of the network in general. In a 2014 interview with the Daily Mail, Wozniak stated, "Jobs played no role in my design of the Apple I and Apple II computers, nor in the serial interfaces and other things I conceived to enhance the computers. He did not know the technology. He wanted to be important, and important people are generally the ones who do business. This is what he wanted to do. The Apple II computer is the only successful thing Apple has produced in the first 10 years, and it was created before Steve Jobs even knew this thing existed. Steve Jobs was just my good friend who was good at doing business." 11. In the Danny Boyle Jobs film, the scenes depicting the conflict between Wozniak and Jobs make sense of their relationship. In the interview cited above, Wozniak defines Jobs as a businessman. The technical knowledge belongs to Wozniak, but Jobs shouldn't be considered trivially as the one who sells his friend's products on the market. It is something more complex. He is a designer in the full sense of the word. Design, as Jobs himself conceives it, is the creation of interfaces for social utility, and at the same time it is the translation of the technological object into the language of the commodity. The designer is the interface between the inventor and the user, but he is also the interface between technology and the capitalist exploitation of the products of the mind. Design is not only the art of designing an object in such a way that people can handle it correctly or intuitively, but it is also the projection of an object in the perspective of a cultural evolution. The engineer translates conjunctive life into connective structures. The designer translates the connective structure into conjunctive concatenations. The designer is the dominus of the invention. The unknown. In the second decade of the 21st century, two different processes operate with seemingly unstoppable force. The first is the global civil war that has been going on since 2001, and which since 2016 has moved into a more acute phase. The second is the automation of cognitive activity, the penetration of artificial intelligence devices into everyday life and the urban environment, and which in turn create the conditions for a neurototal power system. Brexit and Trump's victory marked a breaking point in the history of neoliberal globalism. In the past century, democracy and socialism had defeated nationalism, or so we thought. Instead, nationalism has returned thanks to the desire for revenge of the white working class, humiliated by neoliberal policies and betrayed by the center-left reformers who acted as officials of the financial power. This workers' revenge has unleashed a wave of white racism that converges in conflict with the anger of the populations of the colonized countries, with Islamic fundamentalism, with Chinese authoritarianism. The result may be a trauma whose effects we cannot currently assess. We could witness a spread of barbarism and violence, a collapse of civilization in which the human race is in danger of being definitively lost. But the trauma will not be just a cultural breakdown. It could also usher in the evolution of a kind of neuromorphogenesis, the emergence of new cognitive abilities. We must model the forms and the meaning of this neuromorphogenesis according to an action that is simultaneously therapeutic and aesthetic. Because in the development of the trauma, the space opens up for a culture of extricating the possible from the trap of the automaton. The way out of the global civil war can only be found by the cognitive workers of the world, in a process that today appears impracticable because cognitive workers lack the potential for self-organization. Trapped in the neurototalitarian process of artificial self-construction of the self, they cannot escape their condition of helplessness. The trauma will act on the relationship between the cognitive dimension and the emotional dimension, but the direction in which this will happen is neither prescribed nor predictable. It is the stakes of the future game. Will trauma be the condition for the reactivation of a communist sympathy among cognitive workers all over the world? Will poets and engineers find the energy to escape the superstition of wages and to develop the possibilities inscribed in knowledge and technology when it is autonomous? Or, on the contrary, will the trauma cause a collapse of unimaginable proportions? As I write these last pages, I observe a panorama around me that day by day is getting darker and darker. From what I can understand and see, the suicidal tendencies of late modernity seem unstoppable. However, what I see and what I know is not the entirety of the world. What escapes my vision and understanding, what I cannot imagine or conceive, is probably the very way out. Inevitable. In his The Inevitable, Kevin Kelly describes 12 technological trends that are destined to shape the future along lines that we can already perceive. According to Kelly, much of what will happen in the next 30 years is, in fact, inevitable. The future will lead us to an expansion of artificial intelligence, increasing automation, and an increasing number of monitors and screens. The 12 trends Kelly predicts will permanently change the way we work, learn, and communicate. The advent of artificial thinking accelerates all other ruptures, is the driving force of the future. We can say with certainty that cognification is inevitable, because it is already here. 1. I can agree with Kelly on the technological content of his predictions, but I am not sure that this evolution will necessarily take place in the context of the capitalist paradigm. I've been a Kelly reader ever since he released Out of Control. In that book, biology, computation and Buddhism converged, and the global mind was described as a bioinformatic superorganism whose purposes and procedures we cannot know, and which we cannot resist. I liked that book, but I didn't fall into the conceptual trap of his bioinformatics Darwinism. Darwinism is founded on the idea that the fittest and the strongest will win in the war of survival. Kelly transferred the principle from the wilderness of the jungle to the civilized space of the network economy. It is a theory confirmed by the history of neoliberalism. The few individuals strong enough and fit enough to exploit and plunder what is available on the planet have emerged as the winners of the late modern game. The small problem is that they almost destroyed the world. They have impoverished the working class, devastated the environment, and pushed the new generations into a hell of precariousness, loneliness, and epidemic depression. Eventually, the neoliberal struggle for survival spawned monsters like Trump, Orban, Salvini, and Duterte. Civilization and peace are in danger. The possibility of happiness, pleasure, the good life is in danger. But now Kelly returns with his false utopia, and declares that, like it or not, the future is already written, and it is written in the present. Interpretation. I agree with Kelly on one point: the future does not emerge from pure fantasy or from political will. It is truly inscribed in the present. And yet it is not inevitable, because the present exists in the oscillation between innumerable bifurcations. The traces that we can derive from the present are not prescriptions. The interpretation of what is inscribed in the present is not obvious, and the evolution of the trend is not determined in a deterministic way. The interpretation of the present is the crucial point that eludes any deterministic theory, starting with Kelly's own techno-determinism. Thinking back to the theme of interpretation, we could subvert Karl Marx's famous 11th thesis on Feuerbach, which wrote, "Until now, philosophers have interpreted the world, today it is a question of changing it." In the century after Marx, philosophers attempted to change the world in many ways. Now, what is needed is to interpret it again. We cannot change the world by following the paths that political revolutions have attempted during the modern era. What we can do is create aesthetic concepts and forms for the self-unfolding of possibility. What does interpretation mean? In Latin it means taking out what is inscribed. Translating from the language of material possibility inscribed in the language of signs and communication. The technical possibility of the good life is inscribed in the living concatenation of 100 million minds at work in connection. Interpreting this possibility means building the platform that translates the material content of the possibility into concepts that can be shared and transformed into daily life, production, exchange. The incomputable. The relationship between inscription and unfolding appears inevitable only because we are unable to conceive a different interpretation of the signs inscribed in the present. But what is inscribed in the present is in fact ambivalent, indeed multivalent. It can evolve in many different ways. The line of escape from the inevitable is the inconceivable. And the inconceivable is what we are currently unable to conceive, to imagine, even to see, because it is the dominant code, the gestalt, that prevents vision, that transforms what is possible into inconceivable. The inevitable of which Kelly speaks is the expansion of the sphere of the computable. His notion of a global mind is based on the idea that computation progressively absorbs every level of language, subjecting it to automation. Kelly's theory is wrong at a crucial point. Developments in processing and computation power meet their limit in the temporal, carnal, mortal, dimension of human existence. Computation is a principle of reduction and determination. In recent decades, computation has spread to a wide range of phenomena, reducing social life and human language to a deterministic strategy based on a format of universal compatibility. The development of artificial intelligence, as well as the penetration of intelligent devices into the sphere of everyday life and cognitive activity, implies that new areas of being become part of the domain of the computable. But the whole sphere of being cannot be the object of computable experience. Existence, on the other hand, is precisely what cannot be reduced to any computer processing, however powerful it may be. The existential vibration escapes the computation. Time, death, self-perception, fear, anxiety, pleasure, the incompatible is excess in the process of cognitive automation. This is why I affirm that the incomputable is the driving force of human evolution, or rather, the incomputable is the reason that history is human. Neuroproletars around the world. What seems inconceivable today is an approach to techno-power based on social needs rather than on the priorities of the economy. Just as inconceivable appears the cooperation between cognitive workers in conditions of autonomy from the accumulation of capital. But cooperation occurs in the daily exchange between peer-to-peer producers, between programmers and activists around the world. The project for the next decades is therefore to dismantle and reprogram the meta-machine, to create a common consciousness and a common technical and effective platform for the cognitive workers of the world. I like Yevgeny Morozov and am a great reader of his. But when I read his article's critique of the power system that we can identify with Silicon Valley, I think we should go beyond critique of the techno-corporate system and start a project of inquiry and self-organization for the cognitive workers who daily produce the global semioeconomics. That is, we should focus less on the system and more on the subjectivity behind the global semi-cycle. I call Silicon Valley global the sphere of production in which different cultures and different social interests conflict and coexist. In this sphere in which millions of semi-workers cooperate daily for the construction of the network automaton, conflicts continually emerge. We should therefore not see global Silicon Valley as a homogeneous sphere of abstract interactions. It is also a living network of connections between workers who have to deal with different social conditions, officials who receive millionaire bonuses, but also designers and engineers who live on precarious wages, artists, technicians, not to mention all the other inglorious workers of the network. We must look at the semi-factory of global Silicon Valley with the same gaze with which Lenin looked at the Putilov factories in 1917, in the same way that the Italian autonomists looked at Fiat Mirafiori in the 1970s, as the central nucleus of the production process, as the place where the highest level of exploitation meets the highest transformation power. Even though the global Silicon Valley is under the control of a techno-elite that represents a tiny portion of the infinitely complex web of cooperation, we must create a common cultural and technological platform for the autonomy of the world's cognitions. The task of the next decade is to build and spread a common awareness of possible solidarity among neuroproletarians around the world. The ethical awakening of millions of engineers, artists, and scientists is the only possibility we have if we want to prevent a frightening regression, the contours of which we are beginning to understand, day after day, year after year.